Beauty wins up dito for another
mistakenly kicks. Safeong. He gets shot by the Phantom and finally gets the 1 point.
Wala, makikita niya dito. The exotic sinatan. SRX with just the man. With the play score. Exotic with the also. With the fully and the close to
This tournament is brought to you by Predator Gaming, Intel, and PC Game Pass.
It's been red hot for the past 3 days where we've been seeing non-stop Valorant action. But as we lock into the final leg, it'll be the last race for all the players involved to take their seat at the playoffs table. Magandang hapon, Pilipinas, and hello world. Welcome to the Predator Kings of PH 2025. Ako nga pala si Ramon, kasama ko si Mochi, and we'll be your casters for the last chance qualifiers for the Phase 1 in this very tournament. Kamusta ka naman, Mochi? It has been a blast all throughout the last 3 qualifying legs, and I'm sure na excited ka mas malaman kung sino ang pinaka magiging deserving na makapasok dito sa Phase 2 natin.
Yes, of course. I mean, linggo na tayo dito. I mean, rather weekends, no? Nakakasama natin ang mga Predator Warriors natin na sumasabay-bay sa ating mga legs for Kings of PH. And noong linggo, we have Chronicles Esports. And kahapon, we already have Oasis Gaming. Sino kaya ang huling mag-fill up ng ating last slot heading for playoffs? I'm pretty sure maraming excited. And I am sure na dinudumog na rin ng mga teams itong huling leg natin kasi ito na ang kanilang huling chance na makapasok sa playoffs.
Totoo nga naman, di ba? Pero bago natin makita yung bracket mamaya, ay gusto namin ibate ang Games and Amusement Board for allowing Predator Gaming to officiate the Kings of PH to authorize as an official tournament registered under the supervision of the Games and Amusement Board in the Philippines. So thank you so much to our friends over at Gab, always giving us the permission para magkaroon ng Kings of PH, para magkaroon ng mga prestigious na tournament na ito para sa mga kupunan namin at saka para sa local scene in the Philippines as well. So yun lang naman muna, very quick and breezy lang tayo para makapagbati sa lahat ng kailangan nating ibati dito bago tayo dumaloy sa ating naging tournament overview. Napaka-eventful ng past 3 days natin as we mentioned. Ang daming nangyari, ang dami nating competitors na dumaan dito sa napakadugong format all throughout the Kings of PH right here. Kung pwede nating mabigyan ng visual aid sa mga kasama natin dito sa viewers mamaya, gusto ko lang muna sila i-shoutout as well kung nanonood kayong dito ngayon sa Pilipinas. It is 3:03 PM at sana ay nakapag-lunch na ang lahat. Kung ngayon lang kayo nagising, sana nakapag-breakfast na din kayo.
Yes, of course. Especially, be sure to stay hydrated. Sobrang init ng panahon ngayon. And as much as possible, yung mga pinag-iinom nyo, wag naman sana laging mainit na kape. Sa ganito ka-init na panahon, no? Magtubig naman kayo. I'm pretty sure maraming guilty dyan.
Ay, katulad ko nga naman, di ba? Kakainom ko lang ng napakagandang white mocha. Para lang sa information ng lahat. I think it's a wonderful time to actually put a little ice in your spicy little latte that you have. Kung meron kang kape na pang Kastila, kung meron kang kape na napakadaming milk, okay lang din naman. Saktong-sakto sa init ng competition, kailangan din natin mag-chill, kailangan lang din natin mag-enjoy as well. Apart from everything in the tournament naman, Mochi, kamusta ka naman? Kasi ang dami nangyari kahapon Sana naman nakatulog ka na maayos.
Nakatulog na maayos. Anong oras na ako nagising? Siguro mga 11:30 na. Kasi gusto talaga natin na mag-save ng energy for the last day because I'm pretty sure, kung meron tayong mga standard every single leg, meron tayong at most dapat pack dapat ang performance ngayon kasi this is already the time na makikita mong desperate sila makapasok sa playoffs natin, and yun nga sayang naman kung hindi nila yun magagawa. So I'm pretty sure everyone's already excited and we are yet to witness kung sino nga ba ang mga teams na maghaharap-harap para sa ating last leg.
Totoo na nga to no? No more second chances. This really is the last chance, the last shot for everybody involved dito sa qualifying bracket natin. Before we actually take a look at that later, tingnan muna natin yung buong overview ng ating tournament kasi for the past 3 qualifying legs, it has been a banger to say the least. And it's all thanks to the format change that we've had. Dati kung BO1s lang, kung BO1s bago tayo dumaloy sa BO3 playoffs, nandito na agad tayo sa BO3s. Pero before that, masyadong madugo. Single elimination sa BO1s, kailangan mag-qualify all the way towards the quarterfinals, in towards the semifinals kung saan magsisimula na ang BO3s natin, kung saan kailangan maging decisive, kailangan magkaroon ng endurance, stamina, ang lahat ng kupunan namin para maging sure ang slot ninyo papunta sa finals where you have to fight for your life in towards phase 2 where especially today, it really is do or die for everybody.
Yes, of course. Though dito sa phase 2, Matic, nandyan pa rin ang ating single elimination and best of 3. At kung sino man ang maging kampiyon nun ay merong direktang imbitasyon patungo sa ating League Philippine Finals group stage. So may advantage na naman sila, no? Iba talaga yung advantage pag early bird ka eh. Pero check out ang ating 100,000 prize pool wherein ang ating champion ay makareceive ng 60, first runner-up for 20, and second and third runner-up with 10 kiyaw. Tournament dates natin, napagdaanan na natin ang ating mga legs, no? Yan na ang April 13, ang last natin for today. And ang ating phase 2 for our playoffs ay pagkatapos ng ating Holy Week. Kaya naman, kumabang kayo, no? On April 26, kasi Matic, magsisimula na yan.
Talaga nga namang ang init ng kompetisyon no, all throughout the Kings of PH. But this fourth qualifying leg, I'm sure na kailangan ng double time, double leg work para dito sa lahat ng mga kupunan natin as we now have yung ating semifinals bracket.
Ooh.
We are seeing a lot of reunions coming in forward. It's Orion Esports versus Vanta Black na I'm pretty sure ay laging present, never absent sa lahat ng qualifying legs natin, as well as ang ating paboritong team na 7-Sep Crew, no bias whatsoever. Shoutout nga pala kay Manager Ali na nandyan nga nanonood sa stream ngayon. At saka ang Homeless, which I believe will have their first appearance on the semifinals broadcast as well. So all of these teams well deserving of their slots from the effort alone. Unfortunately though, we only have one slot going into the next phase of Kings of PH.
These are really familiar teams. Parang kahapon lang natin nakita si Orion. And nung first week, nandyan si Vanta Black. And for 7-Sep Crew, kada linggo, present sila. Now, panibagong mukha here, Homeless, but panibago ba talaga? Because I remember them being on another team before no, sa Haru Esports, pero it seems like there's something that happened and they decided to create a new team out of that one. But here is our schedule for today, wherein we will be having Orion Esports and Vanta Black na mangyayari now na, and later on is 7-Sep Crew and Homeless, at pagkatapos noon, yan na ang ating grand finale fatal na dapat ninyong abangan talaga.
Totoo nga naman no? A jam-packed schedule para sa lahat ng mga involved nating players for today, and it's not only that, it's as special as it is kasi every single team that has participated right now in this last chance qualifier has also participated in the previous last 3 qualifiers as well. So you can tell that everybody in this bracket really want to take their shot papunta sa phase 2 natin. Ang dami na nating storya na pwedeng ilabas. Yung 7-Sep Crew na laging nandito. Either sa semis or nakapag-knockout na sila agad sa round 1 pa lang. So napaka-importante na kailangan nilang i-prove yung worth na nila ngayon sa pinaka-last chance nila. Tapos yung Vanta Black na medyo, I'd say, as deserving as 7-Sep as well, laging present nga naman dito sa brackets natin, but always coming up short when they need to sa final hurdles natin. While you also have a bunch more other teams dito na I'm pretty sure marami din tayong pwedeng ilabas na kwento dito. Yung Orion Esports, nakita mo kahapon, talented yung team na to, pero hindi sa nakaabot laban sa isang mga pinakamalaking teams na sa Pilipinas ngayon. Kaya you can kind of not give them any kasalanan dito, di ba?
Wow, any kasalanan. Napakakonyo mo doon, Teka. Pero that's so true. I mean, you have been able to see these teams na every single leg, present, never absent. Complete attendance award. Kumbaga, no? So I hope na yung mga teams natin, Matic, nakaabot sila dito sa semifinals. They will make the most out of this last chance for sure. Although, once again, that just also means that they'll be getting a lot of learnings then from our previous weeks, no? So, if we are going to see kung ano ang resulta ng kanilang always present na mga kaganapan, I guess it's time. It's today. Now na.
Today is the day. Will it be the day for either one of these teams? We will find out in just a short while. But let's take a look at our first BO3 of the day. It will be Orion Esports versus Vanta Black. And every single player that has participated here has either come up in the VCT qualifiers, either around 2023, 2024, up to right now where they're still trying their best to grind it out in the premier scene as well. So sa mismong in-game client na Valorant, kung lalaro kayo ng Premier whatsoever, no? So, in my eyes, I think this is a battle between both teams that really are trying to breach through that grassroots scene para man lang ma-reach yung Tier 1 competition natin. Kasi, let's be real, the Predator scene really is like a good way para magkaroon ka ng bridge para makaabot ka sa internationals, para makaabot ka sa susunod yung mga Asia Pacific Predator League, diba? And the last times that we've had these, it really showcased a lot in the international scene. Kita mo, dumaloy na tayo sa Zol Esports, dinala natin sa Malaysia. Narinig ko, pupunta tayo sa India ngayon, diba? So, kung iisipin mo, napaka-importante na maabot natin yung mga players natin from the grassroots scene all the way up towards sa next level ng competition dito. So, I think it's also one way to think about it also. But I think may tinitingnan din si Mochi dun sa baba. Kaya gusto ko lang i-stretch mo na as much as possible tong pinag-uusapan natin. I would like to open up another topic, no? Kung nakakain na ba yung mga tao dito? Kung okay pa ba yung mga internet natin? Si Mochi ba ay nakakagabaggalaw? Mukhang ready na siya makapag-yap in front of me. Mochi, are you still here with us?
Present? Andito ba ako? Napuputol ba ako?
Naririnig ka namin.
Ha? Pero, hello guys. Ano nangyayari? Confused. I see na-render naman yung audio ko though. So, yeah. I feel like we are gonna be seeing some familiar talents here. Abnan Rayo, no? Yung mga kapampangan represent natin. I am low-key sad that AMPH isn't here though. Kasi parang lagi natin sila yung naabangan time and time again. Unfortunately, we're here in semifinals. Although, nandyan si Vanta Black. Hello, Kael. I'm pretty sure that this dude has been like saying na, Temochi, that's a semis ka here or something like that. So, hope you guys, good luck, of course, no? Have fun. And most especially na rin diving right into our map dito. Ito na yun, guys. We are about to check out. We have Icebox, we have Fracture, we have Lotus. This is super familiar from the map picks that we have from yesterday.
Oo nga no? I think also they've done their homework na din. No? Kapag ka na-qualify yung kalaban nila, they're under the microscope lagi sa lahat ng mga na-eliminate agad dito. So I think that's been the case for these map vetoes since Orion Esports have shown a strong split game. That's where Vanta Black have banded out. That's also why Vanta Black have also decided to take all the priority picks away from Kyle and the rest of the squad. Itong Pearl map, which actually had a good showing from them from the previous qualifying legs. Same as well para dito sa side ng Orion, where now you could kind of see the investments come through in terms of the time invested para ma-study yung opponents nila. Haven and Ascent being one of the best maps for Vanta Black or any sort of team composition that has come into this map in particular. So now with Icebox, Fracture, and Lotus, it really has to be a high ceiling matchup para sa pareho nating teams. No? Talagang hindi na lang aim yung kailangan i-invest dito. Kailangan na din natin ipakita yung kanilang practicality. Kailangan din natin makita yung efficiency kung paano sila makakapag-approach dito sa mga laban natin.
At dahil dyan, check out na natin kung ano ang ating mga predictions. Siguro, for me, mag-o-Orion ako dito. Ramon, ikaw ba?
Orion ka? Ano ka? 2-0, 2-1?
2-0.
2-0. Okay. Okay. So Orion 2-0. 2-0 tayo, 2-0. Okay. So para sa akin, I think I'm gonna go with Orion 2-0 as well. I think I have a lot more faith into the Orion game. I think yesterday has displayed like a bit more of a skill ceiling for them. Despite the loss against Oasis, I think they're gonna be able to bounce back from that. I think they're a little bit more hungry compared to yesterday. So against teams that they can handle at their level, especially against Vanta Black, who have been struggling para magkaroon ng kahit anong mga decisive wins, feeling ko ito na yung time para sa kanila, Mochi.
Yes, true. And I really do hope that they will be able to prove themselves in the process. I mean, it's gonna be a struggle for a bit, no? Best of 3. Matagal-tagal silang makikipaglaban, which has been a format for quite some time. This just means that this is more reason, no? Na pagka na advance sila sa ating grand finals, deserve na deserve talaga nila. Pinaghirapan nila simula kaninang umaga, no? Umapalag-palag na sila rito, and they're back here on the semifinals fighting for the GF slot once again. And I'm pretty sure pamilya na rin itong si Orion at si Vanta Black sa isa't isa. Though I'm not quite sure kung nagtapat na sila before sa ating mga brackets, no, from challenge. Parang hindi pa. So I guess this might possibly be the first time na nakikita pa akong smiski doon sa harap ni Kuya. But let us check out ang ating agent selection right now because I'm seeing really interesting appearances here at mukhang unang beses muli natin makikita ang reyna ni Taf Taf dito sa ligang ito.
Sa sobrang tagal ko nang nakita ng naka-breach, ng naka-supportive na role tong si Taf Taf, maninibago ako kasi nag-double duelist na sila at si Taf Taf hindi na magsusupport. Siya na mismo ang magke-carry sa team na to. Yun nga lang, yun yung win condition kapag kahanap mo yung Reyna dito sa matchup na ito, di ba? You still pick up the Teho, pero as a solo initiator, I'm not really too confident about that. Feeling ko hindi siya as self-sufficient as you want to kasi MD2 as a Teho, you do have the supportive util, but as a player, sobrang demanded sa kanya na lagi siya mag-operator. So, magiging supportive ba siya ngayon or will he play around for himself? Malalaman natin mamaya. Pero with a Reyna in the lineup, I think you have to demand a lot more attention from that. Kaya this time, this double duelist comp and the single ini from them will be something to take note of. Pero para sa kabila, I believe I saw Sova with another double duelist comp as well. I think it was a Jet and the ISO, which I think it's also a high ceiling matchup. Basta walang killjoy, magiging okay lang yung ISO sa part ng kalaban, di ba? So as long as there's nothing that will randomly destroy the shield, as long as they hit the shots, then it will be the best way moving forward. But because they both have yung magiging killjoys on both sides, that's gonna be a very difficult position for the ISO, which is exotic. So a sub in last minute dito sa last qualifiers natin, and it is one of the highest skill ceiling duelists that we've had on the local scene. This makes me even more excited to find out what will happen in this pistol round.
Habang nagsasalita ka pa lang, meron na agad na para dito eh. Si Taf Taf agad ang unang bininyagan for today's video. Pero si Dos critically low na rin, 3 HP. Isang pitik na lang si bossing mo. But on the other end of the spec, we are gonna be having someone as a trade, nagsisilbing sakripisyo, no? Ng Vanta Black. Unfortunately, it is still an advantageous round so far for Orion. Exotic. Ganda sana yung pagsilip nito. Yun nga lang, parang marami-rami ang kanya makikita. So yung being carried or Tosh, mukhang meron din siyang masasaksihan dito. Yun nga lang the movement is so much for him. And instead, it's going to be a really good take here. Yun decisive Decisive tayo ngayon.
In the pure context of things, I can see a few reunions coming to fruition. Exotic and Hydra Kid, they played on a few teams before. You can kind of see a lot of matchups that you haven't seen in a while now. Migs versus Dam again. Pero it's on different teams now, kaya medyo magiging fresh at medyo magiging spicy din pala yung magiging laban natin ngayon, Mochi, kasi feeling ko since nagbago na yung playstyle para sa Orion, they still need to kick things up even though Tap Tap has slowed down in performance this time. It's still just a pistol round, so it's kind of too early to tell. As long as they put Migs on a pedestal, then they will always be okay in the long run.
Indeed. Pero look at that. Early this time around, we're seeing some bodies on the floor already. Casualties being spread thinly. Pero, Taf, mukhang gusto niya pa itong dagdagan para man lang sana merong kapalit itong bangkay ni Dos dito, and yes, indeed, you'll be able to take them down. That's quite unfortunate here for Vanta Black. Hindi man lang sila makakilos na maganda, lalo na pistol lang mga hawak nila, and really making the most out of the bites that they currently have. The movement is crazy kay Migs. Kanina pa siya. At ito na naman tayo, pre, sa movement ni Migs, and as well as yung on point ng mga kills dito ni Tap Tap at ni Dos.
Wait, I think nagkamali si Dam ng pag-pull out ng shorty. Had to pull it out at the last possible second. And that kind of gave a lot more of space para kay Tap Tap na mapag-dismiss na mas maayos. Gave them the last possible second to get out from danger. Yun yung isa sa mga pinakamaganda para kay Reyna. You can be aggressive, but now you can also get out as fast as possible. So giving him the space and the window to get out of safety. And it's now going to be a 2-0 early on para sa Orion as Ray starts off strong doon sa lurk pampunta kay Mix.
I feel like Vantabak really wants to make the most out of this third round. Kompletong-kompleto pa naman din ang kanila mga baril dito na hawak naman, no? Pero yun nga lang nga, medyo mahihirapan si Orion na makasabgot dahil tumatrabaho. Ang sabi na si Exo. Medyo na-miss ko rin tong player na to, ah. I mean, he's been one of the prime people that we have been seeing in the pop of hindi last year eh. Like last year ng PLPH natin. So, it's been quite some time that we have witnessed him or even during nung Predator esports circuit natin, no? But now, they are going to be marching in dito sa A site natin kompletong-kompleto at wala pang nasusugatan, nakakalmoto na datablisan sa kanila, which is perfect. And the Ryan has no choice but to try and fight off. Total bonus round naman nila ito.
2 versus 5 para makapagsimula dito sa post plant natin. And Tap Tap as a guardian. Oh no, it's a bulldog. Has to push on in. Finds himself Ray, but Ray will run and gun him down. It's a side sweep para dito sa Vanta Black this time. An early contestment with that full buy that doesn't actually get itself a lot of damage done. Even actually, not even any damage whatsoever. Kaya parang best case scenario na nila to. They keep all their guns into the next pocket. And Exotic is one away from his kill contract as well. So, considering the position from Kyle, I don't think he will be on the receiving end of that. Ang mas malaking magiging threat from that kill contract will be DOS, since medyo mas predictable yung magiging position na dito. Once they get the ult orb, it's where DOS has to run.
Na naman tayo, no? Parang paulit-ulit na natin nakikita yung mga movements sila dito. Never mind, meron pa ni Bago. Migs nagpapasiklab at dalawa na agad na nakuha niya dito from Vanta Black. Alam kung saan sila tutungo. As much as possible, they would like to offer some trades here, pero medyo nag-hesitate sila. And there is a possibility to be cornered here sa entrada ng B-site natin kung di sila kikilos, lalong-lalo na wala ang spike sa kanila.
Josh F, he's worried about the flank. He knows that they were running on down from the aiming extremity, so they're going to try to cap some shots off. To see if they can get a lucky shot in. Buti na lang at medyo passive pa yung approach ng Orion as they're trying to peek in and out of the corner. Jiggle peeks on. Triple kill for Migs. And it's another double kill para kay Dust this time around. Definitely almost a clean sweep yet again para sa Orion. But you can tell that business is still in business para sa defensive side nila. Always the aggressive approach. Migs with 6 kills to start with in the first 5 rounds dito. As now it has become an open to form para dito sa mga key players ng Orion. And I think we talked about Migs for a lot, but what about DOS and his impact all throughout the tournament, right? He's been well aware about his positioning around the map. He knows that the kill contract is still activated, so maybe this time should be a call for him na mag-backside muna. At kahit nasa backside siya, medyo in danger pa rin siya. So, kaya nakikita mo yung position niya dito, masyado malayo para hindi niya makuha yung ulti. Yun nga lang, si Hydra Kid also caught low on HP, 60. They try to deal some damage done onto the mid side as well as they plant the spike down. DOS also in a very passive position, tries to dodge away from the ISO kill contract. They can't plant the spike down because they know na ang daming tao sa backside. Tap with that first shot. They can also go for more, but gets a double kill as well. Dismisses back to safety and gets 3 kills in a blink of an eye. Vanta Black could not get any footing inside of B at wala pa sa kanila yung spike.
Wala nga sa kanila dito. Not Vanta Black will try to make up for their mistakes because it seems like it's gonna be impossible to do that. Most importantly, si Tata si Dos pa lang din ang kanila makakaharap dito, no? Bantay na bantay ang sarado itong ating B-site and there's no way for them to even advance forward and they're continuously being caught up sa entrada nito and that gives Orion all of the room possible to prevent them from moving anywhere. So wala silang choice kundi harapin sila. And so far, perfect execution from Orion on the defense. And I really do think that Banta Black can consider making some movements or even try mid-control, no? Kahit through the tube paglaruan nila yun or under or early pick-ups. But here is going to be our early timeout. Wow! Sixth round of our first half. Medyo maaga to
Hi. In a lot of these rounds, I mean, you can kind of tell that Vanta Black have been on the back foot so far kasi si Orion yung akala mo na sa attacking side kasi sila yung nag-a-aggress, sila yung nag-play ng tempo game. Sila yung naglalabas sa mga sites para ma-surprise sila agad, pero nagugulat ka pa ba dito, Mochi? Ito yung playstyle nila nung naglalaro sila sa lahat ng qualifying legs, and the only way to try to stop them, where you kind of saw that from Oasis Gaming, is to just wait it out.
Omsim. This is like super familiar. It's the same thing, no? Ini-inflict nila sa Vanta Black. Kumbaga, ito na yung trademark ng Orion, no? From the few matches na nakikita natin sa kanila simula kahapon hanggang ngayon. Wow, parang kanta yun, Pero, ito na naman tayo sa iko nila, Ramon. Medyo malungkot, no? Hindi sila masyado nakakagawa ng mga bagay na dapat nilang gawin because laging merong kakulangan at kung hindi man, no? Kung kumpleto man, laging na kinakapos. May it be hindi natitrade, may it be the utilities are not that on point, or also the fact that mas matindi lang talaga yung coordination and yung switch-ups and bait and switch ng Orion. Pero let us check out if there's going to be some improvements. I mean, we're really open for some glow-ups here, comebacks even, and kung ang ating turn ay matitabled. Pero yun nga lang may hinder sila with all the utilities being used here, especially the Armageddon. Primarily just gonna be an issue, most especially that DOS is still in the site itself, nakastack na sila, and they can rotate anytime, but they really want to commit this. Oh,
30 seconds,
no!
pero sayang. Nakapasok pa nga sa site, pero pagpasok nila ay hindi na-expect yung double peek on down. That's the strength of the triangle position that they have put up for themselves on the defense, and Orion Esports really playing the passive approach pakatapos makakuha yung kanilang mga numbers advantages. Kita mo si Dam, lumalaban pa rin naman laban kay Mix, diba? He has already gotten himself the entry on in towards the main extremity, but the thing is, the Icebox A map, or the Icebox A main extremity is huge. Literal na you could look at A site as two parts, and you have to take care of the first part first. Yun nga lang, by the time that they got the first part, si Dam patay na. Wala silang pang entry, wala silang makakuha. And since 2 versus 3 pa nga yun, mas magiging risky kung kailangan na lang kunin yung backside dahil tatlo pa lang silang nasa A.
Yes, indeed. And once again, they're always being caught up with all of the on-point kills and pickups na ginagawa ni Ryan dito. And it's quite unfortunate for us to witness din na tinusubukan pa lang nila pumasok sa A, tapatan mo lang ng Armageddon, everything falls apart here for Vanta Black so far. And not to mention, early pickups here, pretty similar to what just happened as Soya Bean falls down the hands of Orion once again. We are yet to see some impactful step-ups, no? Kung magkakaroon man dito sa Vanta Black, and if there will be some new setups that they can do in order to try fend away yung mga members from Orion, no? Even just to secure the objective and then try to build up from there.
Somewhat of a problematic setup. I believe Exotic just connected back into the game. He did not have the space to buy a gun up, kaya we'll just have to hold up at the Classic for now. I believe they also borrowed a Vandal from one of his teammates, Ray. Right, so went out to fight, but that double tap does not save him in return. It will be 3 kills in a blink of an eye, a 1v5 for Ray. A very passive Sentinel. Guts get concussed, but DOS will knock him down eventually after killing off Mig. So that's a 6-1. Vanta Black kind of lost in the sauce right now. Definitely in this scenario where they do need to get some entry kills, medyo nagiging unlucky na yung timings. The disconnect from Exotic, some unfortunate entries coming through for them as well. And you can tell that they're not only sharp in the aggressive approaches, pero kahit sa mga long-range passive angles din na nakakapag-provide pa ang Orion.
Yeah, true. And what's crazy to me is that even though that these are series of 1v1 from the last round na nakita natin, there's always like a disparity in terms of the accuracy ng mga shots nila. I think that's the best way that I can describe it and put it
Oo.
or lay down or break it down for you, no? Kala mo nagarap lang, pero this is going to be some people here sa yellow natin na container. Medyo kinakabahan ako para kay Banta Black ulit, pero malay naman natin, lalong-lalo na, they are stacked in here. Nalabas ng layer, there's gonna be bodies on the floor. Hindi pa man din sila nakakapasok sa ating B-site, andain na agad namamatay. Andain na naman ng buhay from Banta Black. And despite they try to offer trades, hirap na hirap talaga sila. The snake bite is all they need here for Soya being carried. Si Ray parang would like to contest, but hindi maglalast ang few second buff na meron siya for that last remaining rounds of that round, or last remaining moments of that round. So hopefully, no, marami silang ultimates dito, Ramon. Malay mo naman magamit nila dito, no, bago matapos ang half na ito.
Alam mo yung triple kill ni Ray? Nabasa ko somewhere na may nagkwento sa akin na tropa niya na kaya daw lumalakas siya bigla pagdating dun sa mga clutch scenarios. Bigla siyang na-replyan ng baby niya. So, yun pala yung reason kung bakit may bebebak si Idol. Si Dam, kung gusto na mag-follow up, it's a judge coming through from the Neon. Kailangang uminit ni Dam kasi sa lahat ng mga entry attempts niya, at least it's always been a 50-50. Not the best case scenario for him. It's a Hunter's Fury para kay Soya Bean Curlane. Now the shot entry comes through, kaso nga lang si Migs lang ang napatay niya dito. Das and MD2, they follow suit with a 2-for-1. Orion will always have an answer towards Vanta Black so far, but with the Viper's Pit, Das is gonna try to segregate them from the flank itself.
Sinubukan iwan sana yung spike para maging safe at hindi maiwan sa mismong site pag nagkataon. Pero parang baliktad pa ata ang nangyari dito. Nandito naman muli tayo kay Ray, no, trying to step up, trying the most that he can in order to lengthen up this round. But Ray and as well as Exotic, side by side of the first sandwich, maaaring they can take MD2 off guard, no? Yes, indeed, they would be able to. Which is wonderful, pero si Reyna lang ngayon na naiiwan.
30 seconds left.
Feels like the Viper's Pit is just gonna be too much for him. Shorty in hand here kay Dawson. That's gonna be more than enough. One shot was more than enough to take Ray off since nadideplete din yung HP niya dito. So, 8-1. So dominating so far.
Tingin mo may gagawin sila pagkatapos ng semis? Kasi alam nilang wala silang gagawin, maghihintay sila para matapos yung second semis. Tingin mo gutom na yung mga players. That's the possible reason kung bakit nakikita mo silang lagi nagpo-push, lagi nagpa-flank si Dos. You don't normally expect him to do that dahil he's coming from mid. And normally the mid side would be where the Killjoy would be lurking from. O kaya tinitingnan din yung flank watch si Ray, kaso siya yung tumitingin from that belt's position as well. So you kind of think about that as a Killjoy flank watch na pwede kang tumingin ng flank, pwede kang tumulong sa suporta, especially kapag meron kang lockdown, which Ray does have in his back pocket right now. And he decides to use it. The ace side execute does become a thing on the minds of Orion Esports as they're prepared for this 5v5 retake scenario. They also use the double tap and the Viper Spit as well from Hydra Kid, so it will be that 5v5 retake. In nga lang, a big green gelatin stands between them and a victory into the 9th round.
A lot of ultimates being invested here, and we really do hope that works out for them. But we are already seeing some stances here from Orion as much as possible. They are really locating out si Hydra Kid dito, if that is going to be possible as well. Snake Bite in order to deny them from defusing the spike. Kung mga hasman sila na gawin yun. But seems like there is gonna be Hydra Kid present. Immediate trade here from Tap. Now the Viper Spit is gonna be nullified. And now, after the non-stop trades, masusundan pa. Soya Binker finally being able to get our second round here for Vanta Black. Wonderfully done. And the investment is worth it.
Talaga nga namang worth it, diba? Medyo malaki yung na-invest dito with the Viper Spit from Hydra Kid, but they damn sure made it so. that it was going to be ROI in that round in particular. Hydra Kid definitely made a lot of damage done despite Tap able to refrag in towards the site itself. And the perfectly placed shock dart places him, sets him up for a 3k in hand. Josh F yet again stands tall in the 1v3 scenario. It's an 8-2 now para sa Orion. It's an op for DOS, which normally you'd expect that from MD2, but this time it will be Hydra Kid. So actually taking off from the defensive side.
Why vulnerable here? Why? Fight! Mind! As I was saying that, there's already a cemetery here at the B site. They're not even yet to secure the plant here. Yun pa lang.
Spike planted.
But all the while, Migs and Tap will try to make this work out. Most importantly, kompletong kanilang abilities dito, no? Pwedeng magamit.
2v1. And I think they're just going to try to tap the spike, but in the end, Tap is able to find himself the last remaining frag. It will be the win towards Orion Esports right here. 9th round. Vanta Black definitely on the struggle. Exotic not finding the mark every time that he has been using this double tap, but losing the fights, losing the momentum. And I think it's only one time where I've seen that kill contract being in full effect, pero ang problema nga lang, wala siyang time para makakuha ng barrel, wala din siyang time para magkaroon ng full buy, and he always finds himself in very awkward positions. So this is the thing about the ISO, it's always going to be a very huge double-edged blade. If you're not able to rack up that momentum, and it's not going to be looking good for you, definitely not for Exotic.
And there's already a couple of rounds. So malay mo naman, ma-9-3 nila to. Wala naman din ako sinasabi. Malay mo lang naman 9-3 nila, no? Kahit pa paano, makabawi nila sa first half natin. Kahit kunti lang, no? And if that would be the case, it would mean a lot for them. Although, yun nga, 6 rounds pa yung kailangan nalang habulin yun. Hopefully, naman yung expansion natin makukuha ni Exotic to. Tumatalon-talon pa si Dos. It is really interesting. Pero, there's already some equalized number here. Never mind, si Tafta. Meron pa nakuha dito si Ray na sinusubukan sana na magbantay at magkantabi kung sino man magpaplank. And ngayon, nakapag-regroup na ang Orion. They're just gonna try and move in unison. Now, Armageddon already being placed here para mapaalis lahat ng mga tumatambay sa yellow container na. And guess what? Yun lang, sapats na.
10-2 now, and Orion Esports talagang may gagawin sila pagkatapos dito no? Magtatabsulog ba sila? Bibili ba sila ng sulog ngayon? Yung pag-ikot-ikot ni Dos dito, I believe it's also because he had the operator and the shorty combo. And that's not the best combo when you are in the kill contract. So we finally saw some life breath back in towards Exotic with that kill contract usage, but it's a little too late, diba? It's a bit of an awkward start para sa Vanta Black this time around. And look at that, the Reyna feasting all throughout the competition. 13 kills for Tap, and we've been looking out for this guy to actually set up for the team. Talagang the carry from both of the duelists. Everybody from Orion actually is gonna be on point so far.
Pero alam mo, ito yung favorite nating makita kay Tap Kahit sobrang bihira niya lang i-pull out yung Reyna. One of the major options, pero we don't see it that often. He would rather use the usual picks, no? Yung meta, yung kalimitan na magkakaroon ng suporta or may makapagpo-provide siya ng suporta para sa team niya. Pero pag ginamit niya yung Reyna, imposibleng hindi siya mag-perform ng maganda. Imposibleng hindi siya magiging one of the key fraggers here for their team. And it's really wonderful to see, no, na kahit nakikita natin sila na nagbabago yung pangalan ng team nila, sila pa rin yung magkakasama. And that is part of the strong synergy na meron dito or Orion, and they've been able to reach and fight against Oasis head-to-head, neck and neck, fang-to-fang, alam mo na yon. Pero for Vanta Black here, I feel like there is definitely that difficulty. I'm not quite sure how they can withstand this. Lalong-lalo na this might actually be paano ba masabi? Like mechanical skills diff? Or there is a disparity? But malay mo naman, makabawi sila dito sa second half na on the defense na sila.
Maybe a confidence issue. Kasi alam nila kung sino yung
Pwede.
kalaban nila ngayon. Diba? Kasi if you look at their opponents, Migs really has been a top tier talent. Plus if hindi na siguro na-expect na si Tap-Tap maglalabas ng Reyna bigla. I think
True.
Orion Esports had that conversation where I think we gotta play our comfort picks na ngayon. At kapag ka nasa comfort picks na kayo, hindi mo na kailangan isipin na nagkamali ka at kailangan mag-enjoy lang dito. So si Migs talagang nag-enjoy na nga. Slide on in, right click in hand, Hydro Kid pinatulog. Sleepy time para sa lahat na nasa Vanta Block. Pero si Ray, bumabawi pa nga, nasa kitchen and he's cooking up a storm for what could be a 2v4 where Vanta Black really have to bundle up together as a duo para malabanan ang empire that is Orion Esports.
Hindi pa man din nga tapos ang laban, pero meron na nga talagang kakulangan dito para sa Vanta Black. Total, dalawa na lang ang naiiwan dito. May mamamataan si Soya Beancurd. Shock Dart gonna be connecting wonderfully actually. Maganda na yun Critically low, dalawang miyembro from Orion. And as much as possible, they really want to work closely here with each other. Ray and Soya Bean gonna be good for one here. Tap-Tap's gonna falling down.
Half.
Will be delayed na half naman. Which is nice. Ang tanong, nakabantay ba si Ray dito? Hindi! Oh, the timing is so bad for them. Which is so unfortunate. But now, they're just one more round away from match point. Ang Orion. And palag pa lang sila dito. Kontra sa Vanta Black.
Sobrang hirap na. Dun sa position na yun, kapag ka 2-10, kailangan mapanalo yung pistol round ang Vanta Black. But now that they have lost their winning condition, now they're in the desperate attempt to trying to force out their buy. Stingers in hand for them, a Marshall for Josh F as well. At sa post plant na yun, sobrang sayang yung timing Sa kung makakailan, na peak itong si, I believe it was Ray, all the way from that yellow position, tucked into the corner itong si Kyle. Doon pa nga lang siya nanggaling para mapatay man lang itong si Josh F. At hindi pa matrade man lang dahil doon sa guns na meron sila. So Ray starts off strong, Stinger in hand, 1-for-1. Kyle will get the second frag as well, as Ray will actually get a double kill, but Kyle reconvenes back into the corner, makes it a 3v3. Long range Stinger tap, a bit too optimistic if I was Hydra Kid. But instead, I believe Vanta Black will be happy with taking these picks. Habang si Dos nasa loob pa nga ng kitchen, and I don't think Dam is looking at this.
Yep. Tamang-tama ka doon. And then, we also have Soya Bean and as well as Hydro Kid though. Napakalayo na sa isa't isa. I understand the intention of occupying both sites just for information, pero this late, now that they've been able to put the spike down, they really have to regroup and try to segregate these members. It's a matter of coordination. 2v3 is actually doable. Kayang-kaya, but they're holding a Stinger. Unfortunately, hindi sasapat lamang talaga ang Bulldog doon. And look at that. Sinimplehan ng Orion, and the match point is theirs.
It's one more round to lay claim to the fastest game number 1 we've seen today. Maybe all throughout the tournament.
Yeah, this is like the first time I think. Yeah, this is the first time.
13-2 if mangyari. Wala
If
namang sinasabi
ever.
mangyayari, pero
Oo, if ever lang.
Wala pa kasi
silang
tayong 13-0
no. Wala
Hindi
silang
alam.
mula, pre.
Hirap nga. Best gun that they have is the Bulldogs coming through for Exotic and Josh F, who might tie Zay. Zay? Might I say? Josh F has been on a roll right now, so he starts off not really at the strongest point. It will be tap with that double. Look at the movement coming through for Migs. I don't think this is the best person to look up at the camera as Dam shuts him up with one shot with the Bucky at mukhang okay na yun. 2 versus 4 pa nga at mukhang ready ka na ba sa game number 2, Machi?
Gusto ko yung direct mo. Tila lang hindi pa nga. Tapos ikaw So, ugat mo. Pero wait lang. Si Dam talagang nagsaslide and slide off na lang din dito. Slide to the left, slide to the right. Kala mo nagtitiktok lang. Pero, look at that. 32, decisive match here in between the two sides. And yes, ready na tayo dito sa game 2. Para to answer your question, no? Pinralang ko lang ng bagya. Para naman kahit pa paano may ano pa tayo sa air. Pero, yeah, it seems like, man, Orion Esports is really having a great time so far. I feel like that is very obvious for us to witness. And I'm pretty sure, no, maraming nag-aantabay dyan sa comment section natin ngayon. Unfortunately, hindi ko makita. Ikaw nang bahala, Ramona. Kasi may problema tayo ngayon sa ating mga equipment. Pero right now, it is unfortunate. Ulit-ulit kasi sinasabi to, malungkot, no? For Vanta Black. At I really do hope na makabawi sila sa ating second map kahit papaano, or at least make it a match na makikita mong talagang they really did what they can, or they made the most out of this chance that's given to them.
Totoo nga lang, di ba? And I don't think we can completely fault yung performance mismo ng nasa Vanta Black. Merong mga unfortunate factors kaya tayo dumali sa gantong resulta. Some ping issues, possibly some disconnections. Si Exotic medyo naging late sa pagpasok dito sa ating game natin. And I think, if I remember correctly, Exotic also was just a last-minute sub-in as well. He wasn't playing on Vanta Black's roster right now. From the previous qualifying legs as well. So, Orion Esports really had everything working out for them. Their game plan worked out. On the defensive side, they were pushing up a lot of the time. And it's rare that you can see them be under pressure for a lot of these rounds right here dahil ang lakas ng fire starters nila na si Migs, ang init na ni Tap Tap, who is demanded of early presence on the map. Even though you've seen some moments where Vanta Black would actually steer it towards their direction, towards the next round, agad na na-remind tayo na si Orion Esports ang in control na matchup natin so far sa first game, diba? Pero first game lang naman yun, Mochi. Malay mo naman kasi masama lang yung gising, hindi nakapagkape, wala pa yung order galing sa kanila, diba? Malay mo kapag kumain na ng manok yan, chicken breast, o kaya guac, kahit anong...
Bakit parang sariling cravings mo yun, pre?
Ay, sorry. Pero yun nga, malay mo kailangan lang nila ng time, may baka magbago na yung ihip ng hangin para sa kanila.
Tama naman. Tignan muna natin ng kanilang statistics, no? And kitang-kita naman, no? Obvious naman na si Tap Tap talaga ang nag-lead ng charge here for Orion. But on the other hand, Vanta Black, parang totoo. Ang chismis, Ray, is always there during the clutch moments as much as possible. Imposible yung wala siyang maisasama sa hukay, and the valiant effort for Ray. Most importantly, I am pretty sure the rest of the squad is trying their best na makabawi. It's just that hindi lang nila nakuha yun this map. But for Orion, positive lahat ng KD, pre, oh.
Oo nga naman.
Wow.
Walang tapon, walang kupas, at talagang walang problema. Across the board, everybody has been contributing. It's very difficult if you find a fiery hot Reyna on the server kapag kalaban mo. Para ka naglalaro ng rank. Napaka-sweaty ng kalaban na Reyna, nagpipik, nawa-one-tap yung kalaban, tapos wala kang magagawa dahil nakapag-dismiss na siya. Kaya yun yung mahirap kapag napakainit itong si Tap Tap. And speaking of the devil himself, we'll take a look at the MVP of this match. I think wala nang doubt kung sino man to, mga kaibigan. Si Tap Tap nga ito from Orion Esports, ang Reyna sa ating Icebox map. Tanda mo ba nung debut ni Tens under the Cloud9, or I believe it was the Sentinels roster, yung Reyna, yung pinick up niya. So si Tap Tap ba yung Tens ngayon sa server natin? Kasi napakainit ng kanyang laban eh.
Totoo. I mean, actually, hindi ako yung talent na nagsasabi na parang ayoko magkaroon ng Reyna sa roster. Pero ako, I really appreciate having a Reyna in your setup or in your team, because yun nga, definitely capable, all alone, no? Kahit individual lang, kayang-kaya niyang i-sustain yung sarili niya because of the heals na meron siya. And then, idagdag na rin natin na pwede siyang maging kill machine, most especially if the Empress is active. So, kaunting suporta lang ang kailangan ni Reyna, kasi to be honest, all in arsenal na eh. Feeling ko tama lang din na nung nerf siya for quite some time before. It's a good decision kasi only dismiss and only recover ng HP ang Reyna. Pero well played for Tough and hindi na magtataka kung gagamitin niya ulit sa next map natin.
Oo nga eh. Talagang if Tap is very hot sa pagsimula pa lang natin sa matchup hindi na ako magiging surprise kapag nag-follow through ang iba pa na nasa Orion Esports right now. But for Vanta Black, it will be a time to recover, some time to take a break. Tingnan natin kung makakapag redemption arc, makakapag-redemption story ba sila. Will they have enough time para makapag-character development ang iba pa mga nandito, excuse me. Pero before that, makapag-shoutout muna tayo sa ating mga nasa comment section na I think nagiging active na ngayon. Tapos na yung first game natin at mukhang papasok tayo dito sa second game. Pero before that, shoutout muna tayo sa ating mga sponsors. At sisimulan ko yan with the PC Game Pass. You can purchase any Acer Predator notebook at makakapag-activate kayo ng kanyang libre na pre-installed 1-month PC Game Pass. Isipin nyo, may laptop na nga kayo, meron pa kayong malalaro. Up to 100 plus PC games dito sa PC Game Pass, including new games on day 1 and get an EA Play membership and a lot of benefits as well, thanks to Riot Games, thanks to a lot of discounts and deals given to you by just purchasing an Acer Predator notebook at kasama na yan ang PC Game Pass.
Of course. And syempre, kung rekomendo sa kung anong pwede, narito ang Predator Helios Neo 16. Engineered for the elite and pushes the boundaries of performance, featuring ang latest Intel Core Ultra 9 processor and revolutionary 4K LED display. This machine delivers unparalleled responsiveness and visual fidelity. Mapa-productivity man yan o gaming, this will empower you to anticipate and conquer. Ready to dominate? Be sure to check out ang ating official Predator Gaming or Acer Predator Gaming website. And I think meron tayong payday sale. Anong meron dyan?
Nagsimula siya kahapon and it's still ongoing right now. Meron tayong payday sale where you can get up to 10% off on the Predator Helios Neo 16. Ngayon makikita nyo yung itong model na to, exactly yung Abyssal Black ay may 7,000 peso discount, pero hindi lang naman yan. Ang lahat ng mga Acer Predator notebooks natin ay on sale ngayon sa ating payday promo. Yan ay from April 12, which was kahapon, hanggang April 16. Pero hindi lang naman yung payday promo, meron pa tayo sa April 25 at saka sa April 30 para sa ating mga Predator notebooks, including the Predator Helios Neo 16. So check nyo na yan dito sa ating Acer website at saka sa kahit anong Acer Predator online store. So yun lang naman guys ang ating mga shoutouts at sana naman ay na-enjoy kayo dito sa napakabilis na game number 1. At since meron tayong schedule at kailangan natin bilisan ito, ang mga pala si Ramon, kasama ko si Mochi, may short break kami at sana hindi kayo umalis, magbabalik ang Predator Kings PH.
balik sa ating back-to-back broadcast kada weekend natin dito sa Kings of PH 2025 kung saan nandito na tayo sa ating leg 4 at kanina nakita natin ang map 1 ng Vanta Black and as well as Orion Esports. Kayo pa rin yung mga kasama. Mochi at Ramon nga pala at your service. Unfortunately, medyo nahirapan si Vanta Black na pumalag kay Orion Esports considering it's a dominating 13-2 in terms of scoreline. But let us check out kung ano ang mga ganap for Fracture.
Talaga nga namang kung fiery hot yung naging Icebox game natin ay mukhang magkakalituhan ng lahat ng tao sa loob ng server natin kasi hindi nila malalaman kung saan manggagaling ang iba pang mga nasa attacking side natin. So it will be a big priority on who starts on that side of the map. So will this be a really good start para sa Vanta Black? Kasi kailangan nila ng comeback dito eh. Medyo ang pangit. No, medyo harsh naman sana yun. Medyo hindi siya up to our expectations. Yun yung mas professional pakinggan, 'di ba? Mas naghahanap pa tayo ng something more para sa kanila ngayon 'di ba?
Gabi naman yung pangit. Pero yun nga, I mean, it's already evident na may hirap talaga sila, no? Most especially dun pa lang sa first few rounds natin. Dun pa lang nakikita mo nagsa-stack up na yung kanilang hesitation as the time goes by and continuously being disoriented from all of the formidable duels, no? Na successfully being taken ng Orion Esports. But this time around, nasa Fracture na tayo, I believe this is their pick. Na-pick ba nila ito or is it the opposite? Pero we are gonna check if there is going to be a chance. We are gonna get back on you on that one, whether kung pick ba talaga nila ito or not. But let us check out ang ating agent selection as we proceed and see if we will be seeing another ISO again, a Reyna, a Neon, and whatnot. And yes, indeed, we are gonna be seeing some Neons. This might probably be just double checking a mirror matchup for both sides. So this is gonna be more easier for us to analyze because it's the same lineup, it's just different playstyles.
Yeah, I think a bigger scope that we could have for ourselves is kung ano yung magiging state ng ating mga players natin with this team composition that we have so far. Kasi under the microscope, Vanta Black is putting Exotic on a role that I don't normally see him play. On a flex role, talagang using the stay-ho to try to support the team, try to see if they can get some more value out of the post-plant scenarios, lalo na kapag magsa-start nga sila on the attacking side, diba? If they do actually go on that half. Pero para sa akin, ang pinakamalaki ding matchup na nakikita natin is Tap Tap versus the Breach on the other side. Dahil napaka-used na ako na makita to si Tap Tap on the supportive role. Now he's back on it. Pero na-enjoy ko yung Reyna niya eh. One-off kaya yun. Sa tingin mo natalo siya sa isang bet. Kaya niya pinull out yung Reyna dun sa first game nila.
Di ba pwedeng trip niya lang? Or gusto niya like
Pwede
pakita
din.
na isa siyang Sigma boy.
Okay!
Ano ba yan? Malay mo naman, di ba? I mean, it's been able to get the MVP title during that match. So, why not use the Reyna?
That's true. That's true. If he started off as an MVP, now he will be the most valuable support coming through for the Orion Esports side. While for Vanta Black, it is a do or die setup for them. And remember, they're out of this tournament. They're out of the running since this is the last chance qualifier. As they start off on the defensive side, has to play on the terms of attacking half as Orion Esports. They're waiting outside of the smoke while they also have to fight up against Dam and his trusty Frenzy.
Nandito muli tayo kay Migs, no? Trying to utilize that neon movement, no? But so far, they're just gonna be preparing themselves. They really want to catch these members from Vanta Black off guard. We're even seeing some things dito sa ating mapa, sa bandang entrada ng A-site natin. And mukhang sinisimulan na dito, Migsin ka na nga, makokongkas siya. Guided salvo just gonna be placed here already. Enough information that Dam is gonna be there probably, but not quite sure if i-expect nila ang presence ni Exotic sa bandang drop area natin with the Cypher. Okay, that is actually a good kill here from Exotic. No trace as of the moment yet from Orion. Never mind, meron na. They can actually plant the spike down 1A. Pero
For
look
Man
at what
City.
they're doing here. What? from CD. May mabablind. The movement is crazy. Pero susubukan pa rin nila pumalag dito. Tap taking a couple here from the Ghost. Teko, kailangan nila mag-ingat dahil meron dalawang nasa likuran nila rito. Resulting in them to the rescue and probably trying to even out the numbers here. Total, may mga low people na rito pero yun nga lang nga hindi ito sasapat. Nakapagkulat pa nga ata yung dalawa, no? Wow.
Na-line up pa nga nung
fiery
wala
round. Oo.
Hindi mo may expect na maglalabas sila sa 4-man CT push, diba? Orion Esports had a lot of options to play with. This is how the fracture map was structured. You have a split you have a split decision so kung saan mo gusto makapag-execute. They also had the silent drone to actually lead the charge for them, but once they decided na since napatay nila yung tao doon sa may rope position, why not just go through that and run all the way towards the CT spawn? Since nasa rotation pa lang yung Vanta Black, there were only 2 people up against the 4 players trying to rotate doon sa may B site. That becomes the rolling tide in towards the Ryan Esports squad as they now have their first round on the board and counting the amount of ult orbs that they also have. I do think that Tap had enough to plant the spike then at the tail end of that first round. Ocean in from Migs as well, already clearing up the backside of A. Dam is gonna try to do his darndest para magkaroon ng entry, pero si Dos ang makakuha ng first opening pick. Migs is already coming up from the back lines, but in hand with despite the blind, he will get concussed. It will be a double kill for Josh F as well, 3v3. A lot of damage done onto the A main extremity, but the spike's already been planted.
And I'm not even sure if there is going to be, never mind. Sabi ko minsan, there is a possibility for retake. Hindi na mo retake yun because as I was saying that, soybean curd is just gonna become taho, I guess. I mean, taho naman ng soybean curd. What? Huh? Pero...
Yeah.
Sayang lang, no? Kasi tinatry na nilang mag-trade na nabubuhay pa naman. At least they've been able to deal some bit of damage in their economy even for a bit. But once again, this is gonna be their bonus round and hopefully this will make up for Vanta Black. Will he become the catalyst for their momentum? We're taking a couple here pero mabilis itong masasagot ng ibang mga member natin dito from Orion. Soybean Curd will also get a fair share of kills.
Kyle. Here's the ninja inside of that B tower position, and the spray does work out for Josh F eventually. Kyle struggling to find the headshot. It's all left up to MD2. Strong with the scope weapons, but on the Marshall, it would be a little too optimistic to see if he can get himself the 1v3 clutch. He has a lot of options though. He could rotate around that arcade side, find the timing kay Hydro Kid who is occupied to hold up that bench position. Yung pinaka-low member dito si Soybean Curd, so 1 shot lang siya dito. With that Marshall tap, raised the one trying to hold up that long cross. Spotted na siya agad. Si MD2, makakapatay pa nga dito kay Josh F. Now that gives him the time to rotate papunta sa A. But if he does, that will be in the way of the Cypher Tripwires as well. So that burns a lot of time. He also uses a silent drone so he won't have any util for info if kailangan nang i-clear yung A site pagdating doon.
I mean, on the bright side, bakante yung A. On the bad side, puro util ng Cypher. So, he better be prepared on this one. Naramdaman at nakita ang tripwire natin. And it's about time for him to put the spike down here. Hindi naman walba ng bulb yan. Maganda ang kanilang posisyon or kanyang posisyon dito. Guided Salvo, not be connecting to anyone. Quite a fun off timing, but that's going to be a quick pick here for Hadrikid coming from drop. And instead, it is going to be a good round here for Vanta Black after all that they've been able to make the most dun sa buys na meron sila. Yun nga lang nga. I doubt na makakapag full shield sila next round.
Yeah. Will be an out potential for one of these players at least, but damn, at least will actually have some confidence back into this matchup. It's not as dominating as you expect it to be because of that Icebox performance, but definitely is not near flawless if I do have to say so myself. 2 rifles invested into the next tapos. Full buy coming into this para sa Vanta Black. A bit of a risky investment but one that they had to kind of see the light of day of. And now back into the 1-2. Push on in from Migs as well. Napakabilis lamang na nakuha nila yung drop position. At mabilis lang ding nag-drop yung si Migs. And into the loving arms of the Tripwire. Ray finally deals some damage done. Value from the Tripwire itself. As they now have a numbers advantage very late into this game. But with MD2 planting the spike on down, anything is possible. Especially with all of his utils still up and ready.
There's not even an answer from Orion so far. Rolling Thunder actually connecting every single member here, but they're on a safe spot. Dito sila sa entrance natin ng A side, and they are yet to have some people here. Malayo-layo ang kanilang lokasyon. Armageddon actually all prepared here, no? Ang kailangan na lang marinig nila ang kanilang defuse, pero hindi na raw nila iintayin yon because meron nang nakaantabay dito na si Kael just in case na papalagan siya. The shots na have, we are gonna be seeing contestment, and Kael will manage to just connect all the shots here, pulling up a 3K during that round on point, and great communication coming from these members indeed.
And because in the execute, they also killed off Hydra Kid, so they were fully trusting the A main setup, even though they were far away from the entrance itself. They've put full trust in both the guided salvo and the Armageddon combo. This is why a lot of teams like to invest into the Taeho. Very strong in the post plant, and the utility just speaks for itself, leaving Vanta Black really on the deserted island into the push on in. Migs finally again does dash on through, but Exotic will shut him down entirely. That will be the 1-for-1 thanks to the aftershock provided by the support himself. As he wants to get the kill, but he really traces up Josh F. Knows where he was going to stop with that jump peek and wants to go for more. Even gets the triple kill in time. Tap from aggressive carry to an aggressive support. You know that he fits any role like a glove.
Alam mo ba, may fun fact ako.
Ano?
Kasing laki ng fracture ng Haven, 50 meters daw sila both.
What?
Yeah, pero as I was saying that, Hydra Kid will be able to kill Kael. Dos, susubukan sana mag-trade pero hindi yun mangyayari. Tamang right click lang si Hydra Kid. Yun lang daw sa pats na MD2. Tatapatan ng dalawa kung mukhang kaya sana. Low pa nga, no? Pero, Taf will be more than prepared to face up against Ray. Hintayin niya pa na makalapit dito si Ray. Pero ang tanong ay kung magiging possible ba talaga? Kitang nagchachacha at tamang silip lang kaliwat kanan ng kanilang pinupuntahan. Pero yun nga lang ang wala ng oras at masesecure pa ni Taf itong si Ray. And instead, another round for Orion.
Masyado magulo pagdating dun sa may dish position. Literally just playing around the smoke. Tap. Just taking heads clean off. Despite the jump peaks, they thought they were secure. They thought they were safe right before cover. But you forget that it was a Guardian that you were trying to face up against. And because the dish positions is also not the best hiding spot when you're facing up against a high penetrative gun, he did have his momentum. Stealing away 3v5 over to the side of Orion as they start off again back on that dish side. Their strongest point so far on the map on the attacking side will be that fast lane. Armageddon also invested as well. Migs is in a lot of trouble, but he is not trouble. He is the one, the danger putting up into our side. That is a triple kill for Migs. The movement is not only his best weapon, his firepower is also more than enough.
He's not just the trouble, he's the whole disaster waiting to happen here for Vanta Black. Although there's still couple of members here, definitely vulnerable in that moment here for Ray. But Hydra Kid still living, still kicking, not quite sure if he's gonna be aware that Kael will be right behind him. Ay, susubukan pa nga atang in-life ng kuya mo. Napatagalog ako bigla dahil sa gustong subukan gawin ni Kael rito. But you can see the mad disrespect being shown up to him by Orion. Pero ngayon, mapapaatras sila na bahagya dahil sabi ni Hydra Kid, medyo kumukulit na kayo. Dalawa. And now, unfortunately, he's just gonna be killed like that. I don't know what happened there.
Sa lahat na nangyari, that's how he died. You started off with so much aura, killing off two of those players. But who really is oozing aura right here more than Migs? Because look at this guy. Breezily taking control of that A site. Coming up from the drop position. Is forcing the fight to them. Even though Hydra Kid really was in a bad spot. He's made the most out of this. Giving 2 lives away. Getting a free ult orbs in the process as well. But still, it will be that 5th round. And I don't think we have time to analyze Mochi. Mix is just going to go hunting for some kills. And he's already in arcade.
They're so confident, no? Like, this is...
Right here.
They're treating it as if it is a rank match. Like, it's an everyday thing. But,
Parang kanina lang.
yeah. Exactly. And so far, it seems like is having another round of struggle here. Pretty similar to what we have seen from Ice earlier on. Mga zipline pa dito. Kung wari, mission impossible lang. And even with the trip war being placed here on the entrance area, just gonna check if meron nga bang magpa-flank dyan maya-maya. But now, Migs, the wall back, just checking kung merong nasa kabila nito. Paired, may mga miyembro dito from Vanta Black. Maganda, actually, yung kanilang pag-stack dito. But the question is...
Para pa nga ng dinking towards Dam. Really was the anchor on the side.
30 seconds left.
Exotic. Spray on down on the sticker as well. So it's a 5v4 this time as Kyle. Not gonna be the case this time. MD2 already inside of the side.
I know exactly where
12 seconds.
Could also be received
Has to
by
plant on down.
here.
Doss even in. Oh no.
now we're cooking.
He's inside of the site. Doss even gonna get double kill. A triple for Doss this time. It was Orion Esports forcing the momentum down upon Ray into this 1v3 clutch, Mochi.
Yeah, that's not good at all. Ray all alone. And bawas pa siya rito. I don't think that the camera will be helping him for quite long. But at least he's gonna manage to take MD2. Yun nga lang nga will be caught here in the act by Kael. The moment na gusto niya pang pumunta dito sa B natin in order to hopefully defuse. But that's not gonna be possible. Pero ngayon, there's lots of ultimates available here for Ryan to use and make the most out of that anytime. But for Vanta Black,
Now we're cooking.
it's ang sad kasi parang nagkakaroon na lang sila ng buy, tapos magsasave sila, tapos mag-buy sila ulit, and then it's not gonna work out again, and unfortunately, it's just gonna be a cycle.
Trying to force out to push it again. Migs putting the pedal to the metal, but he walked into a Cypher setup, has to destroy the tripwire, but because of the fast lane, it doesn't help out their cause. A little too late to destroy that, and Soybean curved with a double kill as well. Spray on down with triple kill for him right now. Josh F. Finally reigniting himself papunta dito sa site natin, pero Kyle reopening a window para sa entry ng Orion Esports, but Ray with the flank coming through. He already has jumped across, especially finding a timing for Orion if they do decide to rotate on down. The problem is though, the spike, it's not even within their back pocket. They need to keep going if they want to secure themselves a spike plant at least. Ray finding MD2. Perfect timing on the lurk as well. Kyle with a triple in a 1v3 scenario. Starts off strong with the first and has to get an ace clutch. This guy has been doing it time and time again all throughout the Kings of PH, but with 40 seconds, an ample amount of time to find himself the winning situation. But the first thing on his mind has to be the spike. And he's well aware that the spike is also being watched upon, at least by that camera. Si Ray pa. Si Ray ang kailangan tumingin para sa kanya. Spotted. And he has to know that at least one of these guys will have to peek on down. It will be Ray denying the ace clutch coming through for Kyle. It will be that 2-6. Finally, some bit of breathing space coming through para sa Vanta Black, diba, Mochi?
Of course. At least they've been able to make it work out for them. I feel the common denominator is all because of the smokes here and yung positioning ni Soya Binker has been quite phenomenal. Of course, maganda rin ang naging sagot ni Kael. It didn't last that long because of the crossfire positioning that is available for Vanta Black on the side. But now, and dahil pa nilang ultimates na hindi nagagamit dito, and might be a fireworks display waiting to happen. But for now, they're just gonna be seeing each other here. May tatalon pa. Akala mo, obs lang, pero Kael will be taking out Ray and the process. Medyo napalalim si Ray doon.
Si Migs nga din. Bucky in hand, concussed thanks to the special delivery, but he still kills off Hydra Kid because he was low on HP. 4 versus 3, Vanta Black given a very bad hand at life, a double for Migs as well. He's hunting for frags. He really wants to get that 4K. Give it to him, not by Dam. 1v3. Unfortunately, DOS is still holding the high ground. Able to catch him with his back turned into a 2-7. May onting oras pa nga siya para malaro yung Tacti Bear.
Ang cute nun eh,
Cute
no?
talaga
Parang
nun eh.
literal na stress ball. Virtual stress ball. You wouldn't even
Ba
imagine
talaga
that's
siya?
a thing.
Siya nga yung nilalamang dito eh.
Aliw. Di, wala. Trip niya lang, yung pisil eh. Nakaka-aliw. I wonder if merong in real life na ganun. Nakakatuwa. Pero, it is about time that Vanta Black can use these. May overdrive, rolling thunder, neural tech, orbital strike. Most of these are gonna be able to deal tremendous damage just in case. But it seems like they will be reserving this since on the defense naman sila. Hopefully for retake, no? Hopefully kompleto rin sila nun. So they can make the most out of it. But now that Orion is well prepared, especially with their loadouts. And they might be aware that naka-eco itong si Vanta Black. They can just brute force a specific site that go all in. The concussed, though, unfortunately, hindi magiging pabor kay Migs. An Exotic will be able to take the process and enough na hudyat na yun. Saga, parang hindi mo na free yung space na kailangan natin, so lilipat kami sa A site. But and the tough ay mapipitas din nila. There is going to be an answer from Kael and DOS though. And that seems like they have the leverage just in a bit as now the rolling thunder from the defenders will be placed. Malalatag at may mapapatay. Ito si Dam onto Kael. A special from Exotic onto DOS. And lastly, MD2. I am quite unsure kung anong pwedeng gawin ni bro dito. Malamang sa malamang cornered siya with just 10 seconds on the clock. Sa moment that he will try to plant, Matic merong paplag. And it is another round here for Vanta Black. Mga kaibigan, may nangyayari na.
Totoo nga naman, di ba? At least meron ng konting resurgence, konting revive, kumbaga. No sage at all, pero para na din tayong nakakuha ng redemption story dito, di ba? Napakababa ng kanilang round scoreline so far. They are also struggling in terms of their individual mechanics, but you can see that they're trying their best to try to catch up to them. That's a double kill coming through for Exotic, and a good shot through for Dam as well, who really needed a little bit more confidence into the matchup right now. Double concuss also with the fault line. They also invest a lot of util to try to set up itong si Dam sa taas ng tall box na ito, pero wala siyang makikita, wala siyang mahahanap na kalaban sa kabilang side ng T-spawn, as it will be Orion Esports. Their attempt at least taking control of that ace at extremity. They do not find any Cypher Trip Wars, especially now that they have delayed yung pag-retake scenario ng Vanta Black. Napakalayo ng dalawa, lalo dito pa si Kyle. They kill him off eventually, but will be still a 4v5 where the retake is gonna be delayed with a bit of timing because of that lurking potential from Kyle kanina.
And of course, it doesn't end there. All action here sa bandang buhangin natin. Pero MD2 guided saldo will be utilized, and some of those are actually going to be connecting. And never mind, just delaying them to move forward into the site. MD2 and Exotic. Both Artejos, super low na Exotic dito! And unfortunately, hindi niya na-wallbang yung area na yun. It could have actually connected to MD2, but instead, saktong-sakto at kinayang-kaya na talaga nila ito. But now, it is an 8-3. And you can see how really good Orion is in choosing their locations, but there is already some ounces of carelessness that's coming from Banta Black kasi hindi na nila chine-check yung mga sulok-sulok, no? Yung mga checking your corners, ika nga nila. And I feel like if they did, it could have been a different story. Baka nakuha pa nila yung round na yun.
Totoo nga lang, di ba? Jam again trying to start off with that double push-up. Flash on through again from Soybean Curd as he wants to try to support itong si Dam para makakuha ng entry points. Kaso yun nga lang, not able to get themselves the openings, not able to try to answer back as well. Migs also going to respond with his own flash kasama itong si Tap Tap this time around. As they make a lot of noise sa pagkuha ng B mid extremity, but because there's so many people and there's a lot in the unknown para sa side ng Orion Esports, you can't fully invest into an opening push in towards the B mid extremity. They're still scared about the tripwire. They're still scared about the refrag potential.
Sobrang tahimik, pero everyone's gonna be anticipating all the action unraveling just in a bit. Pinasimulan na agad ni Kael ito. On to Exotic, a follow-up from Dam. Trades coming in here, and they are yet to even put the spike down here in B site. And now there's just a couple more members here who are yet to try and lock down the site, defend the spike before it goes kaboom. But now they're both quite low in terms of HP. Neural Threat being utilized by Ray as well. And look at that. And seems like the retake is gonna be wonderful here for Vanta Black. Most importantly, that they kept each other close and they worked closely together.
Yep, definitely, man. I mean, that's all they needed to do. Just bundle up together, play with their numbers, play with a little bit more confidence with trying to play together as a team. And that duo actually doing a lot of their best work this time. Kael silently becoming a nuisance in the side as well. Dam holding up that short cross as well. You can see that Hydra Kid is slowly building up some confidence, already gaining some momentum into this matchup after that first half. A lot of work to be done para sa Vanta Black this time, pero para sa Orion Esports, still gonna be another day at the office for them. Classic in hand for Migs, light shield for him as well. He's one of those few neons that really is prioritizing his own survivability more than trying to get the one taps dito, no? And I think that's also to be taken care of kapag you're thinking about this neon pick.
Home scene. I mean, yun din naman kasi talaga yung maganda sa Neon, no? Pang-overwhelm, and not only that, it is a way for you to just dash into the site. Minsan, pwede kang maging walking drone, no? Na mamatay ka agad pagkapasok. But we know that these players are not like that. And as much as possible, they're gonna be making the most out of a Neon pick. And right now, it seems like that would be the case. Ray, not quite sure anong gagawin mo sa ganun sitwasyon. But at least we're gonna turn up dito na high again. Pero doon pa rin si Tap Tap. Nagtuloy pa rin umapalag. Not a shutdown here from Dam here. And they're even yet to put the spike down. Ito na naman tayo muli lumalapit at paunti-unting bumabawi. Etong si Vanta Black kontra sa Orion. And pwede mong sabihin na nagbabanta na sila sa Orion.
Oo nga eh. Talagang sinasabi sa Orion na hindi pa tapos ang laban dito. Hold your breath. Because this game is not over yet. It will be that 8-5. Amang pagbangon ng mga api kanina sa ating first half. Dam and Soya Bean Curd now trailing behind. So catch-up kills natin on the match MVP so far, Ryan Esports. We're gonna have to deal with this fast-pushed attempt, at least for Dam. Already finding himself on the door spot. Now making his way over to the A-main extremity. Triple stack up dito from Orion. Will be that perfect fault line. That Judge not making its mark. Migs will find an upgrade in towards the Judge, but it will be Tap Tap taking the helm of that. Aftershock also invested. Vanta Black really lost her duelist, but will this also be an attempt at them taking control of that Sans position? Because that's also going to be a really good spot for them.
Indeed. But as of the current time, seems like Orion will be quite on a stretch here. Most importantly, that they lack the guns and now they are lacking the HP. And unfortunately, the manpower as well. But still all equalized here. Mix bumabawi! Napakalala ng body shot ni Dami. Mukhang masusundan pa. Never mind! May bawi rin naman ng Banta Black onto this one. And before we even know it, tapos na ang laban this round. And it seems like nakakaramdam na si Banta Black, and how would they be able to navigate through the defense of Orion at kung saan ang butas nito? Kita mo naman nag-enjoy pa yung balito. Umipat lang sila dito on the other side of the map. And of course, they've been able to fully utilize mga SMGs na meron sila in that round. And I wonder if malalamangan na nila yung scoreline ng Orion dito just in a bit.
Just in a bit, or will it be right here, right now? As Dam is feeling himself, catching up on towards the arcade side, Judge in hand yet again, the second time that he's using that shotgun, but Kyle hiding inside of smoke, but Dam sees him through it. This guy really wants to put his name on the mark right now. Forget about Migs for a second. Now this guy wants to make his name light up on the kill feed right now. Migs pushes up, dashes in, but Hydra Kid feeds a bullet to the head. MD2 at least will take off the other Neon on the counterpart. Triple kill for Hydra Kid, 1v1, but it will be DOS. Killed off in the process. Banta Black back in the server, feeling themselves yet again, finally a bit more of that confidence blooming through from the kill feeds, through the player camps. At alam mong nag-enjoy na ang mga to dahil ang gaganda ng mga scoreline natin. Si Dam nakakapasok na mas malinis, si Soya Beancurd nakakapag-retrade pa nga, pero si Hydra Kid in that last round has picked up the most out of the frags from everybody sa Banta Black. At napadali pa nga yung magiging scoreline dito for Banta Black, especially with Orion now down to the eco.
Teka lang, si Dam naman daw, susubukan niya mag-alamix, pero yun nga lang it's not gonna work out. Hydra Kid to the rescue daw, susubukan niya i-trade yan at magagawa niya naman. Now, they're attempting to offer a sandwich here from Orion. Kael taking the clean shot onto Hydra Kid. All of the action just happening here at the same location we are seeing. But they are yet to inch further into the site. Babaguhin ata nila ang kanilang approach. A site na ang kanilang pupuntahan. Mukhang wala pang nakabantay dito for the time being. And they should be prepared though, just in case. And
Si Dos.
Dos? I'm not quite sure if they are aware. There might be a probability na mga corner muli sila dito. Magkikita na ang dalawa. Trade up ni Ray kaagad-agad, which is wonderful. Armageddon gonna be used here. Or never mind, the Garad Salvo. And they're now finally being able to secure the objective. Dalawa ang panggagalingan. One from main, one from drop. And they will just try to inch here further. Napakaingat itong dalawang to, which is nice. Pero yun nga lang nga, Ray, okupadong-okupado at bantay sarado ang dalawang anggulo. Wonderfully done here by Banta Black on the attack.
A crispy flick from Ray. Fully expecting Kyle, a bit of panic setting in para sa Sentinel. And you can tell that they really are losing their cool right now. You can tell that in the rotation timings, they really were banking on DOS to get themselves the denial of the spike plant because he was smoked off, because he needed some sort of presence from another teammate across the map. He was so far away. Kaya hindi siya makagalaw at all. 8-8. Full buys for both of the sides. Remember, we started this 4-8. Banta Black caught up 4 rounds in a row. Now, Orion will have to try to knock down numbers yet again. Luckily, they have all the stack in towards the A site itself. The Judge does not work out. The movement doesn't either. Damn. Spotted, and MD2 getting the double kill. A triple for MD2. An explosion in the kill feed has given Orion Esports that sign of life. Finally, the choking is over, and they're probably gonna get this game going.
3-5 rounds pala yung nakuha ni Banta Black. Hindi ko na malayan kasi mabilis nga yung mga executes nila on the attacking. Pero mukhang sinabihan sila ni Orion na kung pinatikim lang namin kayo, no, ng 5 rounds. Pero babawiin at babawiin namin yan. Ayaw nilang pumayag na may equalize ang ating scorelines, and as much as possible, they want to make the most for this. Pero ngayon, damn, available na nga rin yung overdrive sa kamay niya, pero yun nga lang hindi niya magagamit dahil si Migs lang naman ang mapapatumba sa kanya. May susunod pa ata, gonna be running into safety, trailing even. And there's gonna be some data being leaked here on the entrance. Alam na ata nila may mga trap wars dito at maaaring they can go somewhere else, but never mind. Tap onto Exotic, possibly taking another. Never mind. Quick disengagement, but Kael might possibly the one who will be killing Soybean Curd. And yes, it would happen. Ryan, hide your kid. They are gonna try to go under the tunnel because the spike is not within their reach. Orbital strike now being used. Not quite sure if that is the best time for them to do that, but they managed to take the spike. They'll be peeking together and almost gonna be a collateral, but Liku will be there to support.
And that's when you kind of know that they're kind of cooked this time around, no? Because it's not every day where you see an orbital strike being invested just to clear off one corner of the map, right? That's not going to be a strong sign moving forward. But for Orion, the fact that they're winning their gunfights, winning their early peaks, is finally a show that they're back in the server now at 10-8. Individually, they are present yet again. For Orion Esports, really, but for Vanta Black, really, at slow tempo, costing them their lives this time as a tactical timeout now in shoes for the Vanta Black roster, which, I gotta be honest, I can't really fault them for that. They need a bit of time para makonsider lang yung mga options sila dito. You know? They know that they're about to possibly get eliminated off of the last chance qualifier. They know that if they're not gonna be able to bounce back dito, they're gonna think about it for possibly the rest of the year. Pero malay mo naman, di ba, magkaroon tayo ng isa pang Predator event, and makikita natin sila, dun sila babawi, may storyline ulit tayo, malay mo, sila manalo ng Predator League, sila pumunta sa India.
Dahil na! Parang overthinker ka lang, boss, ah. Pero,
Tama ka dyan!
actually,
Tama ka dyan!
there's a lot of stuff that might actually happen. I mean, yun din naman yung maganda sa mga tournaments na inalapag ni Predator. There's multiple types. There's grassroots and there's ones that were dedicated for the OGs or the bestest, if I may say. But now, si Migs, mukhang may masisipat makikita pero siyang mapupuruhan during that encounter, which is quite of a bad news for him. And, of course, it is about time for Vanta Black to try and think what they should do. I feel like they already have a game plan and they're trying to execute it right here, right now. Someone's gonna be taken by the threat war. Pero kita mo naman, the intersection of the Armageddon and as well as the Rolling Thunder is more than enough. Pero still, Vanta Black, makakasurvive sila doon, and instead si Orion ang paparusahan, and it seems like the stars are not entirely aligning for them, and it seems like the timeout is all they need. MD2 makakapitas but is not gonna be surviving for long. At 10-9 on our scoreline, Vanta Black, laban
Laban kung laban, hindi pa tapos ang fracture map habang nakakapag-breathe pa ang Vanta Black ngayon. Makakalaban pa rin nila ang Orion Esports despite them seemingly becoming untouchable in the last opening second rounds. Vanta Black showing a bit more creativity in their lineup, even though it was a botch attempt at planting down initially. They're able to take control of that Sands position, overwhelm them from that rope side. And the Raptor players really, their heads were on a swivel. A 9-10 na ngayon. Judge in hand para kay Migs, and this is his hidden blade. I have to say so para sa Orion Esports right now. Both Neons have the judges in hand, and I believe they also have the overdrive, so maybe we see an anime battle coming into the future, Mochi? Now we're back into that 5 versus 5 slow start for both sides of the corner. A lot of that time invested to try to take control of that slow approach on Arcade. because they know that nobody's watching that corner. That's where they're gonna try to strike. Rolling Thunder already gotten themselves a stun on two of the anchors outside of the site. They know that because of the breach stun, nobody has to take control of that side of the map. The anchors are gone, but the retake is on.
The retake is on indeed before they even put the spike down. Pero ang dahil nang naglilipad ang mga utilities dito. Even nag-alisal pero hindi kumukonekta ang mga ito. Pero yun nga lang nga si Dam is quite in a really awkward position here. Somewhat predicted by Taf. Aftershock lang ang inilapag niya dito. And indeed connecting into him. And na yun, they're just gonna be setting up for a really good retake here for Orion as they try to march into the slide in. Judge connecting from Meg's overdrive now activated, building this part of the show, but now down by Ray. Ganon lang kami dito, mga lakaban dito. Ray's not gonna be connecting, and now Ludos will try to defend the remaining person of Exotic. Wala na rin namang oras, hindi na ata ito madedefuse. May oras pa, wala! Unfortunately, hindi ito sapat para sa Orion. At ngayon, 10-10 na guys.
Si Ray, naging superstar in the making, shuts down Migs, and even finding himself a concussed frag on the superstar himself. But Exotic really recentering, adjusting towards his spray down. And despite the half, because it was at a very sensitive time, they're not able to find himself that full stick on the defuse. Guided Stable still very much in the back pocket of Exotic, saving it the worst possible time against Orion as they try their best. Push on in. Soybean Curve will only get one. Tap. A perfect refrag. But will they expect Dust to be on the other side? Another attempt at trying to take that flash position. But in the end, Exotic is able to get that second frag para sa Vanta Black. And Hydrokid also in the pocket of that B site already. Orion Esports, they're already down in numbers. And they're getting their next breath down on the side of Vanta Black right now.
The turns has been tabled. Ata, ang aking tema for this map, hindi naman sa Jinx ko, baka lang naman, no, possible na mangyari yun kasi 10-10 na yung scoreline natin and they're just gonna be chilling here, taking their time of day, no? Lalong-lalo na lamang naman din sila sa numero and as well as the guns. But we are gonna be seeing Kael falling down the hands of Ray. Unfortunately, wala rin siyang chance. So, just a classic on hand. Dos, alam nila kung nasaan ang kumpare mo. Baka sabay-sabay pa sila mag-peeking. Si Hydrakid lang daw ang kailangan nila iron. And now, an 11-10 is right in front of our eyes. And you can see how decisive Vanta Black right now is when they try to commit into a specific site. Which is so far, buti is nagagawa na nila ito. Wala na yung hesitation na nakikita natin from Icebox at wala na rin yung mga failed trade-offs nila na or even them na naliligaw, kumbaga. And Orion were the people who were facing tremendous amount of difficulty. And boy, would you look at that. The timeout being possibly pulled out here by Orion. Yes, they did.
Siguro naman nainitan na sila dito no? And they realize wala din silang pera. So I think one of these players have picked up like 6,000 credits into the next round. So he's also thinking about how he's gonna segregate yung funds niya all across the board. I can think of a few ideas. Stingers for everybody. Maybe a fast push in from one side of the map, make that 50-50 gamble. But it is risky to say the least. But at this point, you'd try anything if you want to deny match point away from your opponent. Kaya I wonder how Orion Esports are going to try to handle this. A full investment in the operator para kay Migs. That's definitely going to be one heck of an ROI if they do hit the shot. But Vanta Black are on the other side of the map. And they're not going to meet this operator at all.
Medyo kinakabahan ako dito. Pero in Migs they trust daw. Sabi nga ng Orion. And hopefully that this is going to be an investment where we won't suffer some losses. Pero tahimik pa man din ang ating kapaligiran for now. Peace is still present. And later there will be chaos. The stack is wonderful here for Orion on A side, but the problem is hindi naman ata doon pupunta ang Vanta Black. Nakakumpol sila rito sa B side natin at sabay-sabay silang mamarsya, tatakbo, tatalon at pupunta sa B side. Napakasakto lang naman ng shot ni Migs doon. Sinusubukan pa lang sana ni Dam magpasiklab pero hindi niya na pagbibigyan ng chance iyon. And this is all the more reason for Orion to go and try and run all the way to B-side. Si Hydra Kid and may alternator din! I feel like that's some quick switch up, right? I am sure what just happened there pero parang pinagplanuhan talaga ng dalawa ito. Smoke's gonna be put in. Here's some shots being let out. Being caught off guard by Exotic. Saan kanya nakatingin?
Match point.
Papunta sa langit ang dalawa na galing sa flank this time around. As Vanta Black, our revitalized roster dito, started off really slow on that icebox map and promising that they find some form dito sa Fracture. Hydra Kid, that was his 25th kill if hindi ako nagkakamali. Joke lang, nagkamali ako. It was 24. Medyo naging excited ako for one more for this guy, but he damn well deserves more than that. With how well he has put up a performance of a lifetime. Giving another inch para sa Vanta Black, and this time Orion are feeling the desperation within their veins now. They go back to their old trusty push in towards the B extremity. As they push out, they find Migs. Na-stun pa nga siya. Exotic feeling the heat. Hitting Kyle with the flick, and now this time they push on in with the judge. Migs has nowhere else to run but to die, but tap still. Stinger spray. Will only give him just one kill. 3 versus 4. They still have the best work with that spray down. And with Vanta Black at the helm of gaining game number 3, it looks like an inevitability, especially with MD2 being the last member of Guardian in hand. Not the best weapon for the job, but still, maybe miracles can happen. Especially for the Teo, especially for the Phenom that is MD2. Starts off strong with 1, but with the Armageddon at his feet, there is nowhere else to run but to die against the last three of Vanta Black, now forcing game number 3.
Game number 3, right, gonna be delivered here in this broadcast. That is such a crazy comeback here for Vanta Black. Kung kanila na nakikita natin, nahihirapan sila. Parang bahay nila ito Fracture, no? I know a lot actually hate this map, but for them, it is quite the opposite. They love it and they thrive on it. And as much as possible that Orion has been able to start us off pretty wonderful, it's just like, sabi nila, wala rin forever, no? Vanta Black daw ang bumawi, and instead, there is 11 or 13-10 score. So, wonderfully done, and I'm really excited for our third map. Kasi si Vanta Black ay bumabawi. I wonder, ano kaya ang magiging performance ni Orion at magiging rebat, kasi mamaya maging reverse sweep to bigla.
Tingnan natin, di ba? But let's take a look at the highlights as we moved into this very eventful Fracture map this time around. Talaga nga naman kailangan ng time yung Vanta Black. Yun na nga talaga yung kailangan nilang gawin, di ba? Which really has become their shining grace. Orion Esports made the mistake of some unfortunate timings on the buy rounds. Kita mo yung sa mga times na kailangan nila mag-eco, nag-force buy sila ng mga Bucky, nag-force buy sila ng mga Stinger, which kind of hurt the economy moving forward in the long run. And even speaking about the economy, on the other side, Vanta Black has made the most out of the Bucky plays that we've seen from Dam, some Guardian shots that also fully invested in toward that, and Exotic finally finding his form. I had some doubt into what he can perform on this Tejo alone, but he has proven me wrong. And alam mo, sometimes kailangan talaga nating mag-shut up as casters, diba? Kasi ang hirap magsalita ng tapos.
One enemy remaining.
Ito yung patapos ang laban nila. I really love how Vanta Black is proving us wrong, and as much as possible, kung kaya nilang lumagan, ay papalag sila. And I really love the performance ng Mikael dito, no, sa Fracture map. And I remember there is even around the hold up, and he was almost the game changer. It's just unfortunate na hindi niya na-clutch yung round. But you can how good they are. And hindi nga lang niya nahawa yung mga kasama niya with the same energy he has. But let us check out ang ating statistics for Fracture. Wow, look at that KD. It's 24-16, sorry, a KD. And for the rest of the squad here for Ryan, yung nakapag-positive sa kanila. Ganun katindi yung naging glow up ni Vanta Black in this map. And we would love to see that.
Yeah. Saw a bean curd as well. Si Josh F finding
The
a bit more momentum into this matchup ngayon. And if you kind of exactly, right? I mean, if you think about the performance from Hydrokid and Exotic as well, it's kind of heroic and well, it's kind of poetic, excuse me. These guys have known each other for a while now as well, growing up in the scene together and coming back together now as a duo. We had some doubts on how they're going to be able to slot in itong si Exotic kanina, but now I think it's safe to say that he has slotted in pretty well as a Tejo. He has proven himself to be a very good tool laban dito sa Orion Esports, who honestly, sige na nga. Wag na nga natin i-doubt tong Vanta Black. I think this is gonna be a very good game to call upon. At kung sino man ang makakapanalo dito, sure na sure ako this performance will be one that we'll remember for a long time. I think if Vanta Black are gonna be able to close this out, then this is one heck of a reverse sweep, if I have to say.
And let us check out our MVP. As you have mentioned, the sino ba ang nag-stand tall during the Fracture match is no other than the Kid. Just gonna be flexing his muscles here with a Brimstone pick with a 2.13 KD ratio and as well as the 289 ACS. Grabe naman ang naging performance niya dito. Literally the captain of this team so far, spearheading all the power and as well as the objectives.
That's true. And that's been one heck of a performance from the kid himself. But then again, it's not a one-man army. It has to be everybody contributing across the board. And so far for Vanta Black, that's been the case. But for Orion Esports, they need a bit more of that sort of spice into their matchup right now. Will this dish be cooked up in some sort of a silver platter as we head on into this game number 3? But before that, we would like to thank our official sponsors. And with that, I start with the PC Game Pass. You can purchase any Acer notebook and you can get yourself a pre-installed 1-month PC Game Pass as well for free when you purchase your own Acer Predator notebook. And what is this? Why I ask you? Well, let me tell you very quickly. It is designed for PC players where you can play super high quality games na napakaganda laruin kapag wala kang magawa sa bahay. Makakuha ka ng napaka-different benefits katulad ng paglaro ng mga new games on day 1. You also get an EA Play membership where you can play a lot of different games affiliated by EA Play as well, and a lot more other benefits like Riot Games benefits. Kung naglalaro ka ng Valorant tsaka League of Legends, I'm sure that the more XP that you have with this benefit, I'm sure that it will be easier for you to get that favorite Tactibear flex that you want to get on the market right now. So check out ang PC Game Pass and purchase your own Acer Predator notebook na I believe Mochi has a very good recommendation for you.
Eto na yun, guys. Kung kayo naghahanap ng recommendation, check out ang Predator Helio 16 that pushes the boundaries of performance. Indeed, engineered for the elite, featuring the latest Intel Core Ultra 9 processor and a revolutionary mini LED display. Matic, this will deliver unparalleled responsiveness and visual fidelity, empowering you to anticipate and call up a productivity or gaming mania. This is going to be your best laptop. Ready to dominate? Order your Predator Helios Neo 16 today sa ating official Acer Predator website.
At hindi lang naman yun, di ba? Meron pa tayong mga payday promos that I'm sure everybody is gonna be excited about dahil nagsimula yan kahapon. It's still ongoing right here, right now hanggang April 16. Tapos meron pa tayo next week papuntang sa April 25 hanggang April 30. May payday promo tayo where you can get up to a 10% discount para sa lahat ng mga Predator notebooks natin, including the Predator Helios Neo 16. At kasama na dyan ang model na nasa screen nyo ngayon where you can get up to a 7,000 peso discount on that model, and specifically Pero may iba pa tayong mga discounts kaya check na yan sa ating Acer website if you want more details and if you want to get caught up by the next products that we have over at the Acer Predator online store as well. So yun lang naman guys, the game is not over just yet. We are down to the last and final round where we'll find out kung sino ang mas malakas between Orion Esports versus Vanta Black. I am Ramon, kasama ko si Mochi. This has been the Predator Kings of PH, and until then, we're gonna be going back into a short break. Sa sobrang init ng laban natin ay nakahamon pa tayo ng game number 3. Kung makapasok pa nga po ang Vanta Black dito, ay it will be that reverse sweep. Kaya tingnan natin kung ano mangyayari. Ako nga pala si Ramon, kasama ko si... Wait, nasa si Mochi? Naging lalaki ka bigla, boss!
Guys, I'm sorry if you're looking for Mochi, I'm gonna be here for now for Mochi. Kaya ako nagganto, Ramon, para hindi masyadong malaking adjustment kailangan magawin. If you notice, I'm wearing the same colors as Mochi para almost the same. Hello, I'm back.
I can't believe it, my eyes, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome, Daydom, to the broadcast. That is in a while. Last time we've seen you was Asia Pacific Predator League, all the way from Malaysia. So gusto ka lang kamustahin. Ano ba? Mainit ba? How has it been? Were you on vacation kaya ngayon ka lang nakarating with us?
Well, everyone knows how hot it is, right? It's a wonderful Sunday, sabi ni Mochi. Dadum, gusto mo mag-sub sa akin? Sabi ko, oo naman. Gusto ko makasama si Ramon. Sige. Gusto ko manood ng Kings of PH. That's why I'm here today. And that's why I'm here to witness this conclusion of this series. Kasi Vanta Black, Chris, I've heard they haven't had the best of starts, but they're starting to make somewhat of a comeback run against Orion dito.
I mean... 2-13 in that first game, and then in the second half, they started 4-8. Nakapag-comeback sila. They made it a 13-10 race, and this time, I think they're feeling the heat right now, and you could not say the same for the other side kasi ngayon, akala mo sila yung makakatapos kahit chinat ko pa nga sa GC kanina that this game was about to be over and that you should stand by for the second series, but no, you're standing by for the third game, my friend. Kaya are you excited for what's to come, Daydon?
Of course, I'm excited. Both of these teams, these players, we've been watching them for years, and of course, super excited to see who advances to later's final game in the qualifier. And of course, guys, if you're just tuning in, this is just the first series of the day. Meron pa tayong kasunod. We got 7 September crew going up against HOME later on, Team Homeless, and that's another banger, if I may say so, dito, Chris.
Talaga nga naman no? Alam mo, I just want to tell you it's April right now. Kaya hindi ko alam bakit sinabi mo yung September. So okay lang yan. It's kind of an adjustment for us.
Oh, sorry.
I remember those days where September din yung tawag ko sa kanila dati.
Sorry, I'm so sorry.
Pinagalitan ako ni Miss Ali Shoutout nga pala kay Miss Ali na isa mga closest friends ko. Tsaka jowa ni Borkum. Baka si Borkum pa yung magalit sa akin kapag nagkamali ka ulit. So, it's a bit of an adjustment for me, man. Pero ikaw, nakakain ka na ba? Did you watch the game kanina? Did you have a fun time having ano ba ginagawa mo kanina?
I was watching a movie with my family when I got the call, and I was like, okay, time to switch. Time to watch Kings of PH. Saktong-sakto kakasimula lang nung series. And I wasn't expecting to be a one-sided affair at the first map, right? I mean, I'm not even sugarcoating of that first series because I was expecting, as you said, Chris, I was expecting Vanta Black to put up a bigger fight, given that this is Vanta Black. This is a team that we've been witnessing in Kings of PH for years now, even in other tournaments in the National League. And I'm surprised at that first map score. And then when that second map came in, and that fracture, and that's when I was like, yep, that's them. That's the Vanta Black that I knew. And now we're going into map number 3. Remind me again, Chris, ano nga ba yung map number 3 natin dito?
I'm gonna have to roll back the years, see if I can actually remind myself what that map number 3 is gonna be. But before I delay that even further, I think it's also a good time for us to tell you kung ano yung mga win conditions natin. If Hydrocate is gonna be able to activate very early on, then that will be a good cause for them. I think that's also gonna be that has been the win condition for them right now. Nung nagtagal, talagang uminit bigla ang mga young guns natin as we take a look at the Lotus map. And Vanta Black now in that double Inicom that has been terrorizing both pro and the rank ladders. Teho breach combo just because they want to deny as much space, and not only that, just destroy as much utility if you are on the receiving end of that as a Sentinel as well. Kayel is going to have to do his best work trying to dodge away from that utility alone. He's also supported by their own double initiator combo as well. Migs back on his trusty Neon that we have been expecting out of him for this whole series. It started well on that first game on Pearl, but now in this third game, talagang kailangan niya mag-step up ulit kasi ang daming mga mistakes na nakita ko. Too many overpushes, too many made mistakes as well on the positions. Kaya if I'm expecting him to step up, it would be at a time where he needs to, which is right now. 2 or 9 na to
Let's go. Do or die for both of these squads. Speaking of players who are going back to their roots, Tap Tap back on the breach. I saw Tap Tap going for the Reyna earlier, which is a refreshing sight. Tap Tap usually playing the more supportive role, minsan on the Sage, more frequently on the breach. Now back on that signature breach. Always been the reliable utility dumper para this Orion. Speaking of utility dump, they have a ton of util. The Neon coupled with the Vice, Tejo, and Breach combo is a ton of utility dumpers.
And whoever is on the receiving end of it is not going to have a good time. As we start off this pistol round on the last game of this BO3, Orion Esports on the attacking side already have the rubble control that they've been looking out for to start with. As Migs, usually you'd expect them on the classic light shield. That is going to be the loadout he's going for right now. Early presence made. Door also opened, forcing them to play that cheap position as passively as possible. But because Orion Esports is just playing them around like a fiddle, they're all thinking about splitting up in towards that B main extremity. Look at the flank coming through as well.
Push towards that B site. It's breakable open. Migs pushing on. Aided by the Tejo util as well. Pasok na nga siya dito. Will be able to find a couple of players, but the right click's not connecting yet. Migs down to 22. The Tap Tap goes in for the plant. Spike is down and B. Ray pushes through. That's a trade of kills dito, Chris, but the Spike will be taken down. 40 seconds left. Migs gets another. And the Heaven spot is just a chokehold here for Orion as they mow them all down. Migs with 20 HP gets 3 kills. An explosive start for the Neon.
And opening the baby door is somewhat of a double-edged blade for them because that's also an easy entry without even thinking about the audio cue giving you the info if you are on the black side. Orion Esports with their patience paying off right now, splitting up the lurker on the B main extremity, and Migs, his willingness to fight them off at the short ranges. That is one of the pros that could have when using the classic investment. And because he was low on HP, he actually should have died, but because he had the light shield, his survivability rate was up by 5%.
Yeah, it's the value of that in the pistol, right? Even more important than in other rounds because of just how little damage these pistols make. But here we go again. Migs this time on the buck. He doesn't find anything. A little bit of space as MD2 pushes up. Double kill kagad pa rito kay MD2 as the players of Orion look to avenge their fallen comrade. Yun na nga, MD2 gets another kill. As Vanta Black down to the last 2 players. A bit of a correction pala kanina, no? Soya Bean is kill. Wala, not Josh F as Mochi pointed out earlier. So there you go. Soya Bean playing as the breach this time for Vanta Black.
Spike planted.
Actually performing really, really well in the series so far, no? This game still getting up to gripes with the way Orion sets up the tempo, but so far, no thrifty at it as it is round number 2 secured by Orion.
No, quick and easy, just like that, right? I mean, it's not perfect, but they at least keep up most of the guns that they got in their pocket. It's kind of funny. We witnessed Migs actually fully ignoring the player right very close to him as he comes out of that link position, or that main position, excuse me. And evening out just to get themselves the opening pickoff, but MD2 picks up the bucket itself, evening out the odds for them. Able to get the smooth transition in towards the plant on the A side to get the 2-0, despite the 2 picks given towards the Vanta Black side. Fully invest in towards that buy round as Migs, he gets stunned up by, I believe, his own breach. That's a bit of a mishap that I don't usually see from this coordinated team.
Bit of a scattered buy para sa Orion. It was actually just a Vandal for MD2. The rest of the squad just hanging on to those round 2 buys. Tap a Bulldog. The rest, no assault rifles on the roster. It's Vanta Black. Bit of a standard defense apart from that C mount push. Pero mukhang A site yung target dito ng Orion, Chris. They're gonna start and exert a bit of presence onto Ray. There's no defense. I think Vanta Black is just gonna go for the full-on retake. Ramon.
Yeah. Got it salvo just to try to see if they can buy some space and time, but they still plant the spike down. Objective confirmed, and with another guided salvo, also confirmed by the objective. Able to find a bit more breathing room, but because of the flash, that also puts him into Migs. A triple kill just from the judge, an explosive of frags. A 1v4, all up to Ray. Phantom in hand does get themselves to spray down onto DOS, but in the end, Orion Esports are happy to take this with minimal damage done towards Orion Esports, especially if they give Kyle an upgrade. Closes up. That's a triple. That's a 4K for Ray. Oh my god, now this becomes doable. If only the time wasn't his biggest enemy, then this would have been an ace clutch in the biggest play of today's tournament. But in the end, they will kill off Ray. But that's a lot of damage done to Orion. But I think that's still the bonus round. So I think it does not matter at the end of the day.
Yeah. And of course, Migs gotta give him credit for that triple with that judge. Let's see that one more time. Weren't expecting it. The triple swing was a good idea under any other circumstance, sana, Chris. But with the judge up close, it takes one bullet to put you all down, as is demonstrated by the young Neon main. There you go. One of the best starts that Riot has had in this series. A 3-0 to boot with. Meron pang ang overdrive dito, si Migs.
Migs is gonna have a field day this time around. Overdrive judge. Usually this combo is enough to make you some sort of an explosive dummy. You want to take control of the site even though you aren't necessarily expecting to be alive by the end of the round. Just want to get some space for the team, but in the end, all they need is that ult orb. Claim that utility for the team, and then rotate back to the other side of the map. While Dam is also setting up for what could be presence made on the other side of the map. They already used the sheer wall, so a flank could also be in the works in the later coming round, but so far, no more moves other than that for Vanta Black. They just go back to playing on their respective positions.
Yeah, which is a little bit surprising, you know. I would expect them to play a little bit more aggressive, given that they have a full-on eco. While they do have a ton of utility to work with, I think they picked up almost all of their utility abilities here. Still gonna play very defensively, very passively at that rate. Receiving a lot of noise. Actually has the only Phantom in their team as Hydra Kid nahanap si Tap Tap doon. Seaside execute in the works. MD2 somehow finds a spam onto the Cypher. And Orion still struggling to get their way into that Seaside. Migs. There comes the shots into the push. The judge kill only finds one. Orion still opens up that Seaside and dismisses of Vanta Black's eco and their players. 4-0. Orion with a continuous start dito sa ating map number 3.
And honestly, if you were here since the first game, this has been the story all throughout for Orion Esports. So you can't really, ano ba yung English nun? Hindi ka makakapagsalita ng tapos. you're on the attacking side because so far, yeah, it has worked out for the same story for the two past games now. But in the second game, you already seen the possibility of Vanta Black coming back just after really good plays coming through from the side of Kel and Hydra Kid. And if they're able to kind of reheat back into the game, then anything is possible for Vanta Black despite them being down 4 rounds in a row. They start off strong with a slow tempoed push up in towards the Seaside, into the loving arms of the Cypher setup. But Kyle on the other side does find a lurking timing over towards Exotic. A bit too close for my liking. Ray finds a shot, but it will be tap winning the gunfight instead. 2-0. Orion Esports making their way over to the Seaside. It was an uninvited entry, but an entry nonetheless for the Orion squad.
Oh, another kill here for Orion as Top finds the Omen. Wala nang smokes for this retake on Vanta Black. And they're down to the last 2 players. I think the best idea dito, Chris, just save these guns. Because their eco not looking the best. If you take a look at the remaining eco here, Soya Bean, 0 creds in the pocket, 850 para kay Dam. I think it's time to minimize losses at this point, but perhaps they're just looking for exit frags as Dam finds the first. Migs go down, pero Kael will fade. Top finds Dam as well. And there you have it, Orn. 5 rounds in a row. Vanta Black, mag-i-eco ba ulit sila? I think they have to, Chris.
Kind of have to, right? I mean, in this scenario, we're just getting fricks left and right. And even pushing them at the extremities outside of the site, it just becomes even more difficult for them to make the move. Can't push out of the guided salvo. And that's also kind of the reason why this double initiator combo has become a bit of a terrorizing threat all throughout the local scene. Able to get refreshive util every time that they need some sort of space to be made, space to be denied after the fact. This time, Dam
Lalim
does get himself that guided space and time as well. Supported by the Tejo itself, spots out 3. And because of that info, he decides to back off for now.
Yeah, Top meron na siya ditong ulti on the breach, so a little bit easier to contest this rubble area. Drone comes out. Aftershock to buy a little bit of time for the defense as Vanta Black still contesting rubble. Tap flashes in. Paranoia out as well with Migs aided, but Dam is undeterred. Gets the Bucky shot onto the enemy Neon. Gets si tap dito. Right under. Doesn't check the corner, but it doesn't matter. Dam takes him down. As Vanta Black, somewhat a resurgence in this round. 3 versus 2 now, with Dam still holding on to the Bucky. DOS still challenging. This is a very risky idea. Pays out, finds the kill. A 1v2 that DOS is in a bit of a pickle for. Ginamita na siya ng ulti dito. And DOS still somehow finds his way into the dark cover.
30
Up
seconds left.
against the smoke. Playing against Zoya Bean with a buck. He gets the headshot in the end, and Hydra Kid all alone now. 1v2. What can Hydra Kid do, Ramon?
Kyle kind of took a lot of time, but in the end, DOS only needed himself
Ayun nga eh.
to try to refocus around the situation. A good smoke does
10
cover him
seconds
up, but
left.
Hydra
Spike
Kid,
planted.
he has done this before. And he is in the best agent possible to clutch this up. Has the utility and a smoke to work with. 1 TP on hand, but what can he do with just that? Possibly everything for the side of Vanta Black. As a point will be a small brick, but with that paranoia, it could become disastrous. That is a 1-for-1 needed by Kyle. Trades off over to Hydra Kid, a 6-0, and despite a really nice flash coming through from the Kid himself, the numbers still overwhelming Vanta Black. But a good recovery from DOS really did become that saving grace against Vanta Black. Even though it was the invested Rolling Thunder from them, they couldn't guarantee the kill. They
Yeah.
can't find DOS in towards the smoke as well.
Exactly. And the way that Ryan challenged that rubble position, despite the fact that Vanta Black still is already advanced so deep, is I think what makes this team such a formidable one, dito, Chris. They don't hesitate. Whenever they make up their mind about something, they commit to it. Even if they've already lost a couple of players. Tap, this time holding the line. Dam goes down. Kyle finds one. In response, Exotic finds a couple, so it's 2v3. But Orion still come out on top. They pick up one more member than Vanta Black has. At ngayon, di na alam saan pupunta Hydra Kid and Ray, the only 2 left standing. While they do have the Omen ult to play with, I don't think it's the best idea to separate at this point.
Definitely not. Do have the info thanks to the Cypher Cam that's still held up on that seaside. Congrats, but for Ray, you will have to wait for the perfect time since Hydra Kid is all the way to the other side of the map. Does have from the shadows and decides to use it on the flank. Migs hears this. Is privy to it, but Hydra Kid, nice shot all the way from the mount position.
Give me a corpse.
1 enemy remaining. Last player standing.
Scatter.
30 seconds left.
Spike planted. Cover going out. Cover going out.
Standing. 1 enemy remaining. Spike down.
Cover going out.
I'm out of here. Wall trip. Perfect.
Flash out.
Ako yung nauna at sana makakaabot din dun si Matty Datum, but in the end, 7-0. Looks like still a dominating start for Orion Esports. 5 versus 4. A side in towards the execute right now. Finding Ray will be that winning condition, but they're struggling to even find a backside player. Even kill him off. Exotic fighting his back as well. Tap. You have to respond with that Rolling Thunder double kill for him, an expensive investment, but in the end, they still get themselves the spike within their vicinity, but they have to wait for Kyle to reconnect. They even have a lot of time to reconsider their options right now.
Good hold from Ray. Try to force that utility use from Tap. At the end of the day, Orion still 2 people left standing against the last 2 of Vanta Black as well. That flank from
30
Soya Bean
seconds
actually
left.
not netting too much because they have to regroup either way. And they have no clue. Saan nga ba pupunta dito ang Orion? 20 seconds left on the clock.
You can plant right now. They have some time to reposition. Plant for backside. That's not for the open spot, so bit of a risky attempt. This tells me that they're gonna double up somewhere. Maybe push on one side of this extremity on the C site, or maybe double up on the site itself. I don't know if Kyle still has a sheer wall up and ready, so it's not marked all across the map. And I think that Arc Rose is also put on the flank just to find out that they're gonna come from the backside of things. So it will be that 2 versus 2. Fault line in place for Tap, perfectly placed. It does make them mitigate their options, slow them down in the process. Triple through the smoke, a 1v1. Shorty pulled out, and it's perfect for Tap. Pictured at the right place at the right time, and I hope he smiled throughout that. Ryan Esports, a dominating first half so far, 8-0, 12 kills for Tap at the scene.
Yeah, and Tap just demonstrating that experience, that prowess in that end of the round there. Hindi na siya nag-reposition eh, alam niya. He was predicting that both players were gonna come in through the dark cover, and he was absolutely right. Pareho pa nga silang tinamaan nung concuss niya, you know. Tap. Of course, one of the most experienced players in this roster. Always has been a consistent performer across many teams. And now it's 8-0. The team he's leading up against Vanta Black. Ganda ng simula nila dito, Chris.
Talaga nga naman eh, no? Just, it's not only just being a dominating force, they really have their backs every time in those 2 versus 2s, in those multi-frags needed. As Migs, Nomad is an island, but Exotic just finds the lone member that is Kyle. He is able to take off that crossfire, but he has to take care of the other guy on the other side of the corner as they push in towards the site. Kel getting the perfect arms, but Migs just sprays him through the smoke, spots the barrel. Able to take advantage, Migs.
Good start again as Ryan pick up a couple. Get himself into that C site. Medyo mahirap na naman ang trabaho dito ng Vanta Black with Exotic down as well. That's utility down. Hydra Kid and Ray again. Last 2 standing players as Vanta Black fall apart like bowling pins. Nag-iisa na lang dito si Ray, and Migs looking for the ace now. Is this gonna be Migs' first ace if ever?
I don't think so. I think he already made his first aces in the previous couple of qualifiers.
That makes sense.
So maybe now. Now it's just gonna be more into the resume. He sprays him up, and it will be the ace for Migs in the 9-0 score line. Completely shattering Vanta Black's hopes in the first half so far, and forcing them on an eco round, maybe even a forced buy. Because at this point, you're willing to try anything if you're Vanta Black.
The amount of space that Migs just created is phenomenal dito. And again, Ryan, that unrelenting force. Whenever they push the site, they don't stop at all for anything. And Vanta Black, well, a bit of a forced buy. Last round, they had somewhat scattered eco. Dam has the overdrive to play with. Just contests that rubble area, but look at the amount of utility pumped. Migs goes in a little bit too deep. Goes down early as does TPs into the back end of these 3 players. What an aftershock. Tap finds a double. And again, Vanta Black, the defense falling apart, Ramon.
Making the utility speak for itself. Migs didn't hit the mark, but what did was that aftershock, a valuable piece of utility from Tap. Really has been carrying all throughout this series. And now it becomes a 4 versus 2. Where Ray is even thinking about someone around that rubble control to clear out every single corner before entering on into the site itself, thinking of the possibility of the corners being their biggest enemy itself. They tried their best to use as much time as possible, maybe even thinking about the save, considering the money in situation. But Bray's still going to try his hand at F, but it will be DOS. Kills him off in the process. 1v4 now for Hydra Kid. Spotted by 4, but it will be a one shot to the head onto Hydra Kid. Shuts him up, puts him to sleep into a 10-0 scoreline. Vanta Black really... oh, this game is a formality at this point.
Yeah. I mean, I hate to say it, right? I hate to say those kinds of statements, but it just feels like it's correct at this point. Look at that. The combination of utility, the flash, stun into the aftershock, on top of the triple peak as well. And Orion, you could feel just how much confidence they have in this map. Ito talaga, Orion, they thrive on these maps with a ton of playability, a ton of corners, Fracture, Lotus, maybe even Split. And they just look so confident, especially with that immense utility setup. And look at Migs. Umiikot-ikot lang around rubble without nothing to pay for. TP coming in, Hydra Kid. And of course, they won't be able to find anything off of that. And they lose their controller too. Vanta Black, his defense is just an impossible mountain to climb for VB.
And the mountain just keeps getting taller and taller. A little harder to conquer with every kill given up towards the attacking side of Orion Esports. As they now get themselves an easy 5v3 push on in on the C side. Open plant as well. Everything is falling into place into what could be a flawless post plant so far. They even invest that Steel Garden by a lot more time. For the defense up the spike. Vanta Black can't even set foot in towards the extremities because of the amount of util being invested to them. Fault line as well as that guided salvo on the backside of things. Invest their own to try to get themselves some cover, get some breathing space, but the Armageddon set up and knocks him down. The right click was also an attempt, but in the end, Orion Esports are happy to take this 11-0 scoreline on their way to what could possibly be the first 13-0 in the Kings of PH 2025.
Perhaps. It's not too late though. Vanta Black still has some room to play with. Maybe pag nag second half tayo dito, Vanta Black can pick up a pistol. But I guess it's just one of those things where Orion just are really prepared for a map. I mean, that kind of happens, right? Even when you have teams that are fundamentally at the same level, when you have strats prepared for one map, it really shows compared to when you don't. Kyle here already taking down Hydra Kid. Armageddon popped here by Vanta Black, but look at just how they push into the site. Ray Exotic pick up a couple of kills as Migs go down. But Dam goes in. Dawes takes him out immediately, and even with the Armageddon, Chris, 2 players left para sa Vanta Black in a 2v3.
They don't even know if the From the Shadows was for the spike plant or where the Omen is in the first place. So Orion Esports have all the time in the world to think about their options, and because they spotted multiple people on the B site, they're taking a chance at a 50-50. And on the A site, Exotic and Soya Bean are already privy to the fact that it will be towards that side of the map. So MD2 will have to try to win the gunfight. And time, it's not even a gunfight. It really is handed to him on a silver platter. Maybe not in the second shot as Exotic picks up the triple. It's down to a 1v1. And will this break the streak for Orion as Vanta Black are looking to bank on Exotic, their last minute sub to win the gunfight, but it's not going to be the case. Thus completes a perfect first half for Orion and are on the brink of history in the Kings of PH.
12-0. And look at this. Orion just decided to push in after the Armageddon forced them away from that mid position, from that B main position. And still they come out on top, Chris. Sila na yung napilitan. Sila pa rin yung nanalo. That's how good of a form Orion is at this moment. And as you said, about to make the best performance that we've seen so far in this iteration of Kings of PH, maybe even ever in Kings of PH.
Yep. And it starts with a perfect pistol round for Orion. If they are able to make the pack entirely, because they're not going to meet anybody from this extremity push on the C and B site. They're going to try to fight the top from the flank. Only one trip war is stopping them within their tracks. Maybe even Ray And watch the flank coming through. But multiple people coming on top of him. Too brave to even for the fact that as they're rushing on down towards him. Concussed perfectly at the right time, but it will be Soybean Curd. Starting strong onto Kyle. Finds out Exotic. Takes him down with one shot. Tap's gonna be able to find Ray, but the right click will find him. Dash on through. Ray in the perfect shot and down with a double kill. Finally, some breathing space for Vanta Black, although it is a slim chance. It is still that first round, so we're not making history, Datum. We're at least giving them one round.
Finally, the round secured for Vanta Black. All it took was a switch of sides and an early peek out from, I believe that was, who was that with the early peek out? I think that was Kyle, if I'm not mistaken. But Vanta Black, they strike back. They regain that A main control, that rubble control. And they put themselves on the board. Look at Orion. They're not picking up guns. Just a Bucky for Migs. So it will almost inevitably be another round after this. So Vanta Black, it's a good start at least. Making it a little bit possible. As they pump a ton of utility into that rubble position. But they decide to not risk it. They're just gonna rotate towards the other side. C-site naman. Yung mga puntira dito ng Vanta Black.
If I'm not mistaken, Kyle opted not to buy any sort of util except for the arc throw. Was already destroyed. As you can see from the cooldown timer, Ray kills off Migs. A little too strong for his liking. Pushes on in, slides on through, and Dam gets the first shot. MD2 will get the upgrade in time. A double kill for him. But Ray shuts down all his hopes and even claims a triple kill for himself on the flank.
Oh!
V1, and it will be Ray again. A 4K from him. For Old Orbs, a bit more confidence, maybe even a slight hope into a 113 comeback in the making, maybe 1-12.
Maybe. I mean, if I were the coach of Vanta Black, I'd even go so far as to go for a timeout at this point. So sort of cook something up just to make sure we extend the series. You gotta remember, guys, this has to be 10 perfect rounds in a row, and it seems like that's what Vanta Black is planning. Look at the guns, dito. 3 assault rifles picked up, and you could bet they're gonna contest these positions. A main, C mound, and well, alright, actually, not as aggressive as I thought they'd be, as Vanta Black sort of gear up for A.
Yeah, rubble already controlled by Vanta Black. The door already wide open. Have to respond to this DOS. Oh my goodness, not even needing a scan. Already knows that there's already the push on in. Kills him up at the corner. A free upgrade given up to one of the players on Vanta Black as well. So 4v5. Ray finding the perfect timing as well. MD2 had his back turned. And everybody else just coming back at the seam. Subi3, Kyle. The lurk timing was everything for him. But now that also means that he has to respond with Migs. Kills off possibly the last 3 players inside of A. But Vanta Black, even though they're kind of separated, it also puts them at risk of isolated frags. So Exotic has to be careful. Smithson 1 and Migs shut down entirely. That will be that 1v3 scenario for Kyle. And he does not have money, so the thought of a save is in his mind. Maybe some damage done as well, but in the end, it will not matter. Because all that they want are some rounds, baby. A 3rd round for Vanta Black. And Orion Esports, not really the best at closing games, no?
That's 3 in a row for Vanta Black, and what I tell you, Chris, they can extend this game. They actually have a chance, as long as they take it 1 round at a time. And I did say that these 2 teams fundamentally are not that far apart. It's just a difference in map prep that was at full show earlier. And Vanta Black showing us they're not slouches either in Lotus. The problem is it's no room to work with for them. I think it's is this a tactical timeout for Vanta Black or for Orion?
It has to be for the Orion Esports roster.
Maybe. Yeah.
Not a
It's their
bet.
eco after all. So, yeah, here we go. 12-3. Orion will not be making the perfect series, the perfect map today. And Vanta Black still might have a chance to turn this around, Chris.
I'm gonna try to play around the power of my caster curse again, and I'm gonna say this will be a 14-12 sweep for Vanta Black by the end of this. What are your thoughts on that?
14-12? Nah. There's no way. I mean, given what you said that Orion sometimes struggle closing out maps, it's just too many rounds. 9 rounds is just too many in my opinion. I think it's too many for Vanta Black to get perfect. Orion only has to do 1, and they have so many rounds to do it. So I don't think so.
I guess so.
Here's one more
12.
way to look at it. Vanta Black only has to slip up once. You only have to slip up once for Orion to close it out. And that's really,
true.
really hard to do. Thus, goes in. Migs finds a bit of space, but not any kills at all. So that's 2 kills for BB. Traded out by Orion. MD2, Kyle, last 2 standing. No upgrades, just a couple of sheriffs. And Dam's down to 1 HP. Pero magpipik pa dito si MD2. Spots out still the 2 players there outside of 3. But Orion really feels like they're grasping at straws at this point. They do take down 1. Oh, the up raise the 1 HP. Hydra Kid is playing right behind Ray. So actually, a headshot or 2. This could be a Vanta Black, or it could be an Orion closing it out.
One enemy.
No.
There you go. They spot him out. Kale finds Ray, and Hydra Kid has to run. Chris, I think Vanta Black's in trouble. Chris.
I definitely think so. At the brink of elimination, Hydra Kid has to be the savior. Has to be the saving grace. Has to be a miracle worker against the last 2 of Orion. Serving heartbreakers with the sheriffs in hand. 10 seconds. He really has to push this down on the B site, which is his closest proximity. But as he plants on down, remember, ladies and gentlemen, in the shade of Vanta Black, the shining star of Orion will always light up the darkness, as it will be 3 shots from ND2 on the back of Hydra Kid's skull.
Chris.
As it's a 13-3, and
Chris.
Vanta Black are knocked out of the tournament.
I think you're a wizard, Chris. I think you're a magician, Chris. You channeled your inner curse right there, and it worked. Like right at the round that you were saying it as well. You kept saying 14-12. That's my guess. And immediately the game ends with 2 sheriffs and a dream. Somehow they make it happen. Orion, well, they advance, and Vanta Black, well, I won't be able to make it to the grand finals of the qualifier this time around. So congratulations, Orion. And well, I have a guess as to who the MVP might be. But Orion, what a performance! What a performance, particularly on that last map. Beautifully done in Lotus.
Yeah, I think it's also like a good way to kind of recognize like who has been like the stars of the show, because really, and a lot of the teams for Migs, it has been him always being the only guy trying to contribute the most for the squad. But now Orion Esports have become a good blend of talent all throughout, where they can support Migs, sure, but Migs is not always the only type of carry that you need to rely on, because you also have Kyle, you also have MD2, and really Tap has been putting up one heck of a LeBron James performance all throughout the series, being somewhat of a nuisance on the first game where he picked up so much frags on the Reyna, even being a consistent force when he went back on the breach in the second game and the third so far. You can tell that everyone on Orion is pumped up to get themselves back in towards the grand finals after a disastrous loss against Oasis Gaming yesterday in the last qualifying leg. And because they have a second shot at life here at the last chance qualifier, then this might actually be their final grace at life. Will this be the chance for Orion Esports now that they don't have to worry about Oasis Gaming? All that they have to worry about is what to eat in the next 2 hours, because now they're waiting to whoever is going to be winning this second semifinal.
Yeah, Mabuto performance like this, I would argue they'd be feeling confident going into that grand final. Let's take a look at this scoreboard, Chris. 13-3. And of course, it's Tap at the top of the scoreboard. 18-8 KDA. Actually out ACS here by Ray on the other side, but you gotta come in Tap, man. The amount of setups that he makes with the breach util is just ungodly, particularly in these maps, right? The first map and here in Lotus as well. Tap just was a formidable force, even on the Reyna. I was super impressed by his Reyna.
It's one of those moments where you kind of feel yourself, in the server, and you kind of have a Reyna day. And sometimes it just gives you a lot of confidence, a lot more than what needs to be done. A lot of props to Ray, though. He picked up the most ACS in the lobby, but unfortunately, his efforts were not going to be able to convert through with the win for the side of Vanta Black. So I hope we see them on the next iteration of Predator events all throughout the year. I'm sure that we're going to have a long roadmap moving forward in the 2025 calendar. But nevertheless, ladies and gentlemen, we have to also give kudos to our MVP. I don't think we have the graphic for it right now, but this is going to be Tap's star performance all throughout this first BO3 of the day. His consistent performances have put them in tip-top shape. That Icebox game was well and done, one of his best performances individually, but you can't deny how much impact he has given on the next two games as well as the Breach. So congratulations to Orion Esports. We'll see them in the final matches tonight. But before we head on into that, we're kind of getting ahead of ourselves because we have a second BO3 semifinals. It's for 7-Step Crew, Borkum's team versus Homeless, which is kind of a really sad name for an organization, but I hope they actually find a home for themselves. What do you think, Tatum?
I mean, it's going to be a banger series either way, right? I mean, at this point, anything could happen. It's a qualifier. We don't know who's going to come up with what, and we don't know who the next big superstar is going to be. Who knows, right? Who knows? Maybe the next roster, maybe the next big players that will represent the Philippines in future iterations of the VCTs will be coming out here for Kings of PH. I mean, this is what's beautiful about Kings of PH, right? I mean, it's open to anyone who will be able to qualify, and it's sort of a spotlight to anyone who wants to take that spotlight for themselves, who wants to assert their presence here in our PH scene. So I'm excited. I'm excited for the next matchup. And of course, I'm excited to see who's going to come up against Orion, who by themselves are formidable forces. Let's see if it is 7C or Home who will be fighting up against them in this next coming BO3.
And well, because we're back on schedule, I hope you guys have a wonderful time. I think it's also a good time for you guys to get some snacks, get some water, because it will be a fiery hot BO3 for you guys up today. 7C versus Home into our next semifinal, and whoever wins that will face up against Orion Esports. So don't go anywhere. My name is Ramon. With me is Datum, one of my best good casters right here on the Predator Kings of PH, and we'll be right back after a short break.
Lumaparan sila dito, nagpa-blank laban sa Game Lab Alpha, and Game Lab is fully inside of B. Nag-aabang mga kala dito, sila Owen Beauty wins up dito for another
mistakenly kicks. Safeong. He gets shot by the Phantom and finally gets the one point.
Makikita niya dito, sila Exotic, sila Tan, and Rex, with just the red, with this, the play score, Exotic, with the all topic, and fully in the close to an 8.
This tournament is brought to you by Predator Gaming, Intel, and PC Game Pass.
Mid side of this. Ilang.
Yes.
Kalma. Mid side.
Goodness.
Nice.
What HP?
Well done. Wait, 10 seconds. Nice.
Let's go.
Hindi nyo na masising yung batin to. Infinite mana glitch na magugulat yung caster, ba't di tayo naubos ng pera. 11 assists. I'm LeBron James.
80 mo, 80. 1 HP ah. Nice.
Nice one. Secure. Hold, Gino, hold.
One bullet, bro.
Up, down, guys. Up, down.
GG. Ayun yung mga struggle natin, boy. Ayun yung mga bakas ng paghihirap.
Nag-stick up yan.
Tickman.
Nice, boy! Tangina yun, sa lakas mo, pre! Ang lakas na shadow ko, pre! Shadow! Aray! Lagad mo! Nice! Boy! Nag-cheater ka ba? Idol, pwede ba picture? Diba si Eman FPS ka from Laos and RRQ and all?
Baba.
Chill.
Flashing na.
Backside. Nice! 12-12, okay? 14-12, let's go!
14-12, baka masin.
Okay lang. Minsan pang map.
Kalma, up. Nice one! Sino ba sila, pre?
Basag yung pinto, basag na pinto. Nice skill. Katabi mo na.
Masaya.
Ikatabi.
Nice one, boy.
Puta dance! Dance?
Kalma. Tatlo. Nice!
One HP Omen.
Nag-force na iba, nag-TP.
Site na
Tuturuan
omen.
ka doon. Kalma.
Pasok na.
Uy, ready, laban kayo.
Flashing ako boy, flashing ako!
Okay.
65. Nice.
Nice.
Tang mga to.
You're back dun.
Medyo ang pick to eh, no? Kaya mo yan ba eh?
Nastra.
Inan mo, Yoro Deep. LOL. Swing nga tayo. 1, 2, 3, swing.
Nice.
Nice. Hello.
Last elbow.
Holy. Planting na dito, be ha. Iwanan natin yan, boy.
Okay, retake natin.
May molly ata dito, boy.
Sira flash recon.
Ako nga lang mag-isa dito.
Nice, mababaliw yan, boy.
Nasa box!
Sa yellow. Yellow pa, dalawa yellow. Isa lang.
Flashing ako, Doit. Screen. Si Ivy naming, serious.
Boy, defis niya, yung iba. Nice, boy! Grabe ka dun, boy!
Tek ka muna, pre. Tek ka muna.
Kunin yung gas.
Sinimuro kasi sobrang lakas.
Heaven.
Isang lane.
Matching after.
Chill lang. Isang lane na. Lane box.
Can you box?
Isa pang backseat ulit eh.
Boy, yung city na, be.
Flash mo yung backseat! Ayun,
Wala ako, be. Dito lang, boy. Default. Picking heaven.
Ito, heaven pa isa.
Oh, lang.
New box, 65.
Backside lang, backside.
Backside pa.
Nice! 7 last.
Nice one, boys.
Nice one, Ersa. Okay lang yun. Uy, good luck, KRN. Leon Cliche Super.
Hey, that's my love.
Yo, love!
Papalagay.
Left side, ma'am.
Flash pa.
Side na, guys. Ready, Sandrich. Ito, sama mo.
Stunning.
Marami daw because city. Parel.
Adjust ako eh.
Tanawa na ban. Wala, na-smoke out ko.
Link.
One more, nice. Good run.
Wala na shield. City out.
Let's go, what the hell, bra?
What the hell, bra? Cypher long.
Nel. Sided, long last. Tara, game. Tambahan na natin to.
Buhay, boys, buhay. Kaya atras. A-link ka, A-link.
Nice shot. Oh.
Bandal. Nice one.
Nice. Ako pipitas. Tangina kanina pa ako winawan. Tap neto. Magtago ka na.
Talon ka kayo pala. Ayun o.
What the hell?
Nice.
Let's go.
Good shit.
Uy,
1 HP na. 1 HP.
Well, nice.
Baka may magalit na naman. Handa ka na sumigaw ko mo. 3, 2, 1, nice! Ooh! 3, 2, 1, nice!
Sige, hawak ko left.
One enemy remaining.
Ba't adan?
Pawi lang.
Protocol lang. Our protocol will not betray us. Go.
Wait lang, ulting.
Balag, Sky.
Hindi mo makalabas siya. Side, guys.
One bend. Side.
Isa pa. Side. Wait lang.
Nice.
Nice. Kaya ba kumalma, guys? Dili ko rin kasi.
Nakakakaba. Wait, I'm stunned. I'm flash.
Walang shield.
Nice.
Surprise ko. Ano akala niya sa bikes ko? Ano akala niya sa bikes ko?
In the day with the 2-0, okay? Woo! Not 0-2, woo!
Wait ko. Pay pa tayo. Kaya eh. Lock in. Who's lock in now, marok?
Ay, dalawa. Top, Tara, art ako. Alam yun na, sino missing.
Ingat kayo likod.
Hopper. Tago.
Dalawa. Nice.
Nice low.
Ano?
Fighting long.
Pwede kumalmo.
Ano ba? Init na. Wala B.
Nice shot.
Wala B ah. Wala, hindi mo kailangan.
Ilagay TP. Sige, pwede. Alam mo na.
Tapusin na natin.
Wala tayong magagawa na DQ na.
Isa pa tingin, meron pa.
Nag-flash ah.
Count. May flash ako, magaling.
Isa pa.
Wala Sin City.
Elbow. Nice! Well played, boys. Good recovery.
Pwede ko flash.
Go na.
Flashing out.
Wait lang. Side.
Saan ako?
Box.
Patay niya.
Right side.
Nice! Oh my god!
Oh my
Hello! FB na naman, FB Reels.
Hello, FB rin.
Masira lang yung momentum nila talaga. Mananalo na tayo.
Pwede mo ito, Paul, yan. Pagkat Pilipunahan natin, no?
Diyan ka lang sa baba kaya, Gabidis.
Plan for aiming yan, Philip. Nakatutok.
Gago na rin sa inyo na naman, boy. Sayang.
Wala, na-stun ako eh.
1 HP ko yung bridge shot.
Alis ako sa
alis
Possible pa pa, Benz.
O, diba? Hindi ako drive pick, please.
Patay mo!
Oo po yun, no? Oh my God!
No time, GG!
GG play!
Sariling mundo po.
GG.
now that we're back on schedule, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back dito sa Kings of PH 2025. You're joined by yours truly, Ramon and Datum, and we're still having fun all throughout the day in the last chance qualifier dito sa ating fourth leg on the way towards phase number 2 para malaman kung sino ang mag-qualify papunta sa playoffs at mukhang tapos na ang ating first BO3. It has been one hell of a slobber knocker. First BO3 pa lang, umabot ng game 3 na napapabilis lamang papunta dun sa ating Lotus map. We're now heading into that second BO3 where 7-Sep crew will be facing up against, I wouldn't say a group of homeless people, but they're called homeless themselves. So what do you think about this, Tatum?
Yeah, it's an interesting choice of team name for sure. But they're no slouches, right? They took so many teams down to get to this point. But 7-Sep crew, they've had a ton of experience. We were talking about them off screen kanina, how this team have been grinding to get into the playoffs of Kings of PH, the next stage. And it seems like now in the fourth qualifier, they will stop at nothing to get there. Homeless, to them, I feel like 7-September crew are... sorry. 7-Sep crew, my mistake, sorry po. 7-Sep crew feels like on a warpath to get to that playoffs. So, Homeless, I think, are gonna have to work double time to keep up with the squad.
Kung munti ka na, malapit na ng batukan ng manager kasi nanonood siya sa stream ngayon. Shoutout nga pala sa mga viewers natin watching at home as we're heading on into the map veto selection para malaman kung ano yung mga comfort picks natin. I'm expecting a Pearl ban coming through for Homeless. If they have been watching the VODs, and 7-Sep crew have been very comfortable on playing that map entirely, but nevertheless, it will not be the case. They will get their comfort map, one of the highest win rate maps, if I may do say so myself, taking a map pick off of Oasis Gaming from that point in time. And they're going to have to face them off against Homeless in the Haven map on their own map pick as well. So the decider being Icebox will become a very chill affair. But will it be fiery hot as we head on into that game 3 if we ever do so? Because if you look at the map veto as well, it looks like 7-Sep are also have been also doing their homework since in the qualifiers. I think Homeless were banking on getting Ascent every single time because it's a map where Homeless have been getting very close encounters and still getting wins off of this. And because this is their first time to actually be on broadcast, this could possibly be their only chance at actually getting themselves back into phase 2.
Perhaps. But let's talk about the maps a little bit here. Pearl, Haven, and Icebox. All of these maps are really impactful when it comes to duels, right? You got the operators in full show at these maps. So I'm excited to see just how both teams are going to leverage that going into our best of 3. 7C being the ones that picked Pearl. And Homeless actually picked attacking side on Pearl. So 7C, they will be starting off on the defense. And on the second map naman, Homeless picked Haven going up against 7C. And in that map in particular, I think it's where trends will be set. If Homeless can pick up that map number 2, I think we're going to map number 3. But Pearl, the first one, it's really hard to argue how Homeless are going to create a big impact in that map. So in my opinion, wait, predictions. Chris, let's make some predictions at this moment. I think there's a bit of there you go, a bit of an update happening with the team names. I think this is going to be a 2-1 in favor of 7-Sep. What about you?
I think it's going to be a 2-0 in favor of 7-Sep, actually. I think all that grinding, all that practice will motivate them to actually finally break in towards the playoffs curse that we've always been talking about them, right? This grand finals curse where they finally gain some momentum, but shortly after, they actually lose a lot of steam, which becomes a big problem for them. I have noted a lot of mistakes coming through for a lot of key players, specifically Whitecat, specifically for Borcom. Sometimes the pressure does get to them in moments like these where you kind of need some rallying behind with your truth right now. So if you try to find a way to get yourself some sort of support system coming through, especially for consistent players like then you're going to be in a good spot for 7-Sep. However, for Homeless, since this is going to be their first time on the qualifiers broadcast, and I can imagine a lot of pressure coming to you because this is uncharted territory for them. It really is the farthest they ever gotten all throughout this qualifiers, and considering this is the last, it's do or die for them.
Yeah, all that being said, and we haven't even touched upon the players here, right? Who's playing for 7-Sep and who's playing for Homeless? The amount of experience in the 7C roster alone is enough to make me nervous. Paano pa kaya yung Homeless, no, na makakalaban sila in a grueling best of 3, no? So it's not just a battle of composure. It's a battle of going up against some of the best that the country has to offer, and it's a battle of keeping your mental in a pretty good state going up against these giants. So it is a 2-1 ang aking prediction dito in favor of 7 September crew. I think if Homeless can pick up Haven, they can stretch us into map number 3, but in Icebox, I don't think they're gonna stand a chance against 7 September crew. So I think Haven, since Homeless has picked it up, I think they have something cooked up dito sa ating map number 2. I think they're gonna win it, but when it comes to Icebox, I think 7 Sep will just close it out.
I'm pretty sure, right? I mean, that's always going to be the case if ever that the momentum just keeps going. But 7 Sep being that team that has been playing for so long now, I can imagine that this will make them even more fiery hot as we come right into the gates of this Aged Select in just a short while. For Homeless, now all that pressure just mounts up onto them, but maybe they aren't feeling any pressure whatsoever, right? Because if you remember, this has been a good affair for them so far. Maybe, just maybe, Homeless will have that sweet time heading on into our Pearl map whatsoever. As we lock in the picks, it will be that double duelist comp. No dashes whatsoever for Homeless as they have the ISO and the Phoenix combo. Not a very unorthodox, I would say so, in the choice of agents for them. But everything else looks very standard. You got Remake on the Tejo, which I believe is a last-minute substitute in for Homeless right now. A new face on the roster will be a fresh one on their side, but in terms of consistency is not really the best case for them. So we will pick up this Astra. They also have one of the strongest Sentinels present within the patch right now. Despite the nerfs, I think she's still gonna be a valued pick, while 7 Sep crew will invest a double Sentinel comp. That's still their bread and butter, and I'm expecting Tomix to pick up all the frags in the world. The last time that they placed this map in particular, Tomix has put up 22 frags. Will this be the same time around as we head on into this first pistol round?
Yeah, and I've loved the way that Yoru has shaped up the meta, right? I mean, I think nobody expected Yoru to be as much of value as he did, especially with the prevalence of interesting comps coming up now with the Tejo and the Vice combo, right? You got Astra taking a swing back into Pearl as well. So Yoru being present and being all present in the meta now is a refreshing sight, and it makes things interesting to witness from a viewer point of view. But Homeless, look at their composition here, Chris. They have 2 duelists, an ISO, and a Phoenix. So how they're going to execute that in a meta like this is something that I am excited to see. But it's a frag-heavy comp for 7 Sep as well with the Chamber, right? So they're kind of fighting fire with fire here. So it's two sides of somewhat the same coin here for both of these teams. Pero ito na nga, Homeless starting off on the attack, getting that B-long aggress, trying to push into that Vice utility. Puts up the wall as Tomix just waits to receive, but Homeless just gonna back off from B-long.
And a good thing that it wasn't even aggressed upon. They didn't continue their conquest over to the B main extremity thanks to the sheer wall, because the gate crash was also expired by Tomix, so he had no choice but to fight if ever that Homeless decide to continue in their initial push. They also have an option to push on towards the other side of the map as Slyans, excuse me, actually gives himself a chance with the rotate on towards the other side of the map. He also got White Cat. Right place, right time. Double tap does save him from the 1 tap, although I don't think it is going to be enough to kill him off, even with the weaponry. Zior backs on in. That's Homeless take the plant coming through, and that will be the objective confirmed. A 5v5 retake, very early on into the post plant.
Full 5-man strong team Flash, buying a lot of time for us to. But will not be able to shut down White Cat. Remake Simulator finds Tomix. Lions actually just makes it easier for Homeless to keep a hold of this site. Make it impossible for 7C to take this pistol as Homeless do themselves. What a hold on that A site as round number 1 goes to Homeless, Chris.
And a perfect timing again on the double tap for Vil, just opening up the space. And I mentioned the lack of a duelist that can provide space for the team with just 1 click of a button. That's something that you normally expect from possibly a Yoru, possibly a Jet, possibly a Raze, that you can kind of expect from a team that will start on the attacking side. But for the case of this team composition, all that they need to do is just to hit their shots, and honestly, that's one hell of a good way to make space for the squad. It's making an easier time to open up the space for the team to kill them off. Make it a 1-0 so far. An interesting choice for Vil and Slyans, picking up both pistols into this next coming by. Everybody across the board Remake simulator on the Phantom in hand as they make presence across that B main extremity as you got Ivan as well picking up the frag on White Cat. Has been a slow starter all throughout this first two opening picks. Little flash on in, double peek, and now one shot from Vil. Not able to get the adjustment in time. Yor gets that first opening. In the end, it will be a 3 versus 4, while Slyance successfully performs the lurk onto the A site.
4v2. A bit of resistance shown mula dito sa 7-Sep, but at the end of the day, it's the eco round for them, so yeah, Sheriff's doing most of the bidding, not necessarily finding a lot of marks apart from Vil. As Spike goes down dito sa ating A site. Homeless again. Remember, that pistol round, this is exactly where they're planted as well. And this time, the job is going to be a lot easier with their guns at the ready. Meron pang run it back si Asto dito on that Phoenix, so it's going to be a very hard task for Nightingale and Yor.
Just a pistol is to work with against so much damage that could possibly come in the future of 7-Sep. As you see Nightingale walking up, possibly to his demise. One shot in, and not able to get the second frag as he tried to reload the gun. It will be a 2-0 start. Then the plant coming down means that they also will have extra money into the next coming round. For 7-Sep, at least for their dying grace, at least they got themselves 2 picks. So some extra cash into their pocket. Also the buy round into the next coming round. Kind of like the presence from the side of Homeless, just easily taking frags on both the mid side and B. Very willing to split up the map. Split up all their players to get some openings from both B and the A side. A lot of map control, even though you're not pushing as a unit, Tatum.
Homeless, actually, may ano sila dito couple of Vandals. Particularly 3 of their players as to being one to watch in my opinion. Meron pa rin siyang Phoenix ult that can use. Sort of open up a bit of space in A main. 7-Sep actually a bit of an aggressive push towards that B long area. With the Yoru setup, TP onto the CT side. Here comes the push. Astu comes in. Borkum immediately shuts down that run it back. Will be the wall setup. Pero hindi sila makapasok. Good D coming through from 7-Sep. Homeless has to back off.
That Razor Vine providing so much value for them. They can't push through even if they did have the agent that could possibly dash on in towards the site just because of that utility. Push through it and it will inflict as much damage as possible, especially for someone like Vil, who is low on HP. Patience has to be demanded from him this time around. Slyance, he's for the perfect time, and he does actually find an open art position. That sheer wall becoming the only obstacle for them. I baited out, but I guess because they somewhat suppressed Borkum, I believe the sheer wall was also deactivated for them. So this time will be the open pick onto the art position. Nightingale with a double kill. Sprays on to both Astu and Remake Simulator. You can also put Slyance on the same opening kill feed.
Wow.
And Yor follows through with his own double kill. Everybody getting multi-frags. And possibly because 7-Sep are waiting for something to happen, they possibly got themselves the best case scenario moving forward.
Yeah. And I think Homeless, they can't take 7C by surprise anymore. 7-Sep, once they've adjusted, they could show what they showed exactly what they're made of. No one even falling down. Nightingale just single-handedly picking them apart. And Borkum was in the back end of the site as well in case Nightingale goes down. No? So even if they were able to get past the Sova, there was still a Vice to watch out for. So that's the first round on the board for 7C. Again, the 2-man setup in B long. Tomic's ready at the TP as White Cat swings out. That's the double. A decoy gonna be there, and that's already 2 kills for absolutely free. 7-Sep off to a good start in round 4.
We were looking for some precision from White Cat, some proactiveness from the Chamber himself. But little do they know, somewhat have the majority stack up onto the B site as well, while you also leave all that responsibility on Nightingale to watch the mid side as well. Some damage done onto Tomix, but something he can shrug off since all that he needs is to get that passive info. Dash on through. You also got the spray coming down on Ivan. He's so low, but thanks to that regen shield, he is back up to 110. If I can calculate it correctly. 40 seconds. As patient as ever. All eyes locked in towards B main. Let's push on through. Whitecat has a TP on down. Knows that the chamber is here. Tomix has to wait out for the wall to come down. Sucked on in thanks to the gravity well. He's also vulnerable up, so his position is expected. Vel comes on through. Entry on point, but Whitecat's with a double. Nightingale also follows with another, but Yor will be claiming the last frag for that round. It all falls apart for Homeless. Their entry in towards the site as slow as it can be. It's not as precise as they wanted it to, as the timing was not perfect. 7-Sep with a nice defense, taking this cool, calm, and collectively.
Yep. And again, the war for sight. Whenever it comes to the all-out battles, 7-Sep just so good at covering their angles. 2-2. Now, Homeless will be forced to an eco this time. Only one ult, that's a kill contract, but Vil, I think, will not be activating that anytime soon unless they get an upgrade. There you go, one kill onto Vil. Upgrade that to ready, pwede niyong kunin yung barrel ni Yor, and then activate the kill contract to get hold of that A site.
Huh?
Borkum still in the site, actually not hitting onto anyone. That's weird. And Borkum just takes him down. What? Yeah, I think they just walk. I think they just stay. Yeah, I think nilakad lang nila outside of that range.
Possibly.
And Nightingale with the tap. Oh my gosh, Homeless cannot push to this A site.
They cannot get a break at all. I don't know if it was a bug or if it was just dumb luck from Borkum. He gets a double kill. That's not luck at all. That was pure patience. Adjusting in towards the flick. They don't have the spike, so really they just let the spike the objective over at the T-spawn position. They can have Tomix and Whitecat to support them from all angles. They're in the site, but does it really matter since Borkum has already left the A side knowing that since they don't have the objective, they have to go back, waste a lot of time, 30 seconds, try to fight up Tomix first. That's plan A. Already down to dust. As to gone 2 versus 3. Well, actually, now that I count about it, it's 1 versus 3 right now.
Ivan in actually a bit of a tall task, but 1v3 is not too impossible if you think about it. Never mind. Tomix shuts him down. And I think what happened there, Chris, was Borkum and was that Nightingale was just standing at the edge of the kill contract. All you had to do was pace a few steps to the extremities of the ult, and out of range na sila. The thing you gotta remember about the kill contract area is, unlike the Rolling Thunder, medyo mahaba siya. It's more long than it is wide, so it's kind of easier to walk towards the side. And I think exactly that's what Borkum and Nightingale did.
Medyo unlucky lang eh, no? I thought it was at the feet of Borkum, but in the end, it was just at the right place. Lyan, so close. Would have been a free kill for him. He even gets himself the ult orb. Something that he was looking for from the initial lurk itself, so got a lot of damage done onto the smoker, but not enough to confirm the frag whatsoever. Astu pushes on in towards that link position, spots out, or at least just confirms the presence of the Vice in towards the side of A because of that sheer wall. But now that it's used, they know that that the art position is something that they need to consider now that everybody from Homeless is looking to try to get themselves an avalanche push from that link position.
Homeless taking a much slower approach this time as they say take that A site. Walls coming down, both the Phoenix and the ISO, as the one player in that Asta smoke. Nightingale picks up the first, pushes up into Secret. As you get Nightingale goes for a double. Mixing later, Astu finds a couple of kills for themselves, but Whitecat enters the site into a 1v1, and Astu, the perfect flash for the 3k. Homeless even things out, making it a 3-3.
Astu, welcome back. A perfect flash into the backside peak, controlling the spray on. But that recon dart was picture perfect from them. Able to dodge away from so much gunfire. And now he has so much more to work with in the next round because of the multi-frag. Pushes him up to that, run it back into this next coming round. I'm sure that he's going to be able to use that in the first opening pick. As even though it was a very costly round for Homeless, they're happy to take that third round win against 7-Sep, who really needs some adjustment this time. And it's going to be the push on from Astu yet again. The push on in, and Nightingale expects the Phoenix, but Does not expect the speed that he carries in toward the push out. Even using that double tap and that sheer wall is going to buy some time, but not enough. Sly Ants sleeps on in and even gets himself 2 frags together with Remake Simulator. Ace Sight in full control of Homeless, forcing 7-Step crew to play on their own terms.
Stomix and White Cat though. 2 exciting prospects. A 2v4. Scratch that, Vil is on a league of his own. He shuts down Tomix from behind. And now it's White Cat all alone. Has to be operator, so I think we'll just be saving the gun for now. Doesn't necessarily have to, because he does have the Tour de Force to play with anyway. But nonetheless, it's a good idea. Seeming as their eco is not at the best of shape. So this should be the round for for Homeless rather. As they make it the advantage for themselves. 7-Sept. Do you think it's time for a timeout here, Chris?
It should be. Should be definitely something that they need to consider now.
Yeah.
Especially with the investment of rounds for this operator to come forward. White Cat has been a topic on my mind for a few qualifying leg broadcasts that I have. A high ceiling player, but when he's faced up with pressure, you can gotta tell if he's not in the zone or not. And he hasn't been feeling it since his operator shots hasn't had any sort of presence on the map whatsoever, since he's been super focused, committed into that B main angle where Homeless have been dodging away from for so many rounds now, especially with the mid split.
4-3. And take a look at the ult economy here, Chris. Almost everyone's got their ults. Actually, scratch that. 7-Sept. Marami pa rin naman silang pera dito. We'll be able to fully invest into this round again. As players of Homeless assert a little bit of B-Link presence from mid. Nobody pushing up from 7-Sept, which is a good idea. A lot of discipline from the players of 7C. Tomix gets a couple after the smoke dissipates. Good start for the defense. As they spot the spike as well. So 7C have a vague idea of where the players of Homeless are gearing up towards.
Some energy injected back into the life of 7C so far. They now force players on Homeless to try to play a small approach. As to spotted, and White Cat finally damage done with that operator. Swans out the lurker. Some predictability in the side of Homeless. So many rounds now where Sly Ants has been taking a chance at that aim in extremity. Now a second chance at life for Vil. See Ult Orb, you're gonna try to wait out the shot, and because the broken double tap has commenced, White Cat hits the shot eventually. A double kill for him, a triple kill not on the cards as Astu. He's down the law on what must be a possible 1v4 clutch. Has to pick up the spike, but Yura is waiting passively with the angle. And because of the flash, that also gives him the window to get it down. And they have enough time to win out this 1v3. I think it's not possible. 8 seconds. So patient. Out from 7C. They could not handle him with just 1v1s. They had to wait out everybody to take their individual peaks. And eventually Yor will be the one to shut him down 4-4.
Yeah. Asta with the cheeky peek onto White Cat though. Just the crab walk into a headshot. Anticipating that op. And of course, Tomix with an explosive start of this round, making it impossible for Astu to close it out in the favor of Homeless. So there you go, 7C even things out again. And I'll tell you what, Chris, this is actually closer than I thought it was gonna be.
I'm starting to bite my tongue on that 2-0 prediction.
2-0, yeah.
I don't know. I think it's too early to tell, but this time, I think it's time for the run back to happen. Astu opening up the space. That's also the kill contract. Yor spotted. Will he win out the gunfight? He does. Eventually catches on to Vil. 1-for-1 trade-off. Astu has to go back to towards his original running back position. And because of this Cosmic Divide, they have to push through. But Nightingale spots out one. But Astu able to get the double kill. Dimensional Drift invested for Tomix. That's all 3 people lined up on a link. Cosmic Divide also invested from 7-Sept. They really want to get themselves inside of this ace site datum.
Astu popping off though, getting a quad to close this out for Homeless. Okay, that was an expensive round and a half, but it's Astu again to come up massive. That flash up against the Cosmic Divide to regain control of that site after 7C get themselves in. It's just phenomenal here for Homeless. Astu just creating a lot of space for the team. making it so. I think this Phoenix is being a big headache for 7C, and it's really hard to address because that flash is one of the best in the game.
It is. It doesn't help that it refreshes after 2 kills as well, which Astu really has been doing all throughout. But what is that spray through the wall? Almost like he expected Tomix to actually make that peek on down. White Cat relies on his tour de force, could not hit the first opening. And Slyans, let's be careful. White Cat's pushing up. And I don't believe he has his TP on down. He does hit within towards Slyans as well. Nightingale follows with a second frag as well. 3 kills in a blink of an eye. Hunter's Fury invested from Nightingale. Has to ping at least one of them. Lots of information, and Borkum hears the footstep. Vil has his back turned, and it's an easy frag for him. A double kill for Borkum right now. My favorite team secret player is coming back alive in the server for 7-Step crew.
Yep. Borkum. A man of few words. We both met him, Chris and I. And he's definitely a man who performs. He doesn't say a lot when he does. He's a man of few words for sure, but when you put him in the server, he's going to be as consistent as a rock, especially in those scenarios, right? In those clutch scenarios. I think he's one of the few players that's got a tagline, a phrase tagged with his name in it. I can't wait to use that. Can't wait to see some Borkum time in this series, should we get to that. As Homeless, this time will be rocking just the Sheriffs. They do pick up a kill, but Nightingale trades it out, so it's 2 for 1. They get a 3v, 3 for 1, a 4 for 1, and Nightingale with a triple. Denied by Remake Simulator. Another shot for the Tejo. That's good, but it's Borkum that's next. Going up against the Astro Smokes, and just no much for the Vice. There you go, 7C pull ahead, 6-5. In the first half, 7C starting to gain an advantage.
Wow, okay. Good shots through. Tom makes it well prepared for that mid-door swing, except for Nightingale, who is actually popping off at the seams. I mean, sometimes you can never underestimate the hand cannons. This time, I mean, already displayed by our pro players, Remix Simulator, who, again, he has been an unknown quantity for us. He is doing a really good job of showing an impact into this matchup as the Tejo. No assistance from a breach itself because there's no breach for Homeless right now, as they force Tomix and his gate crash to come back to safety where the teammates on the T-House position. They spot out everybody from Homeless. A lot of noise made on that B-mid extremities, prompting to rotate, but because of Slyan's presence, you can't really hold your breath right now.
Nightingale ready to receive again. Napansin niya kasi na laging may B-Link presence dito from Homeless. So this time, you're gonna reinforce that B site with 4 players. Best change of tune for Homeless. A 4-to-1 split. 2 of those in a bit of a lurking position, but 3 in A main. Operator in front of them. White Claw shot doesn't connect. TP available. And White Claw just goes down. Astu again with an explosive entry. As Tomix ready to receive, there's a lot of util getting pumped. As you're here for the backup. But Vale is there to back up the entry. Tomix go down. That's A site in control of Team Homeless.
It's Bill also popping off, eventually getting a triple kill as well. Picks up another Vandal. Right click could be enough for him. Armageddon, everything thrown into the kitchen sink just because they knew that it was the last round of this first half. But just after the kill onto White Cat, everything falls into place for the Homeless squad as they even out the odds in this first half so far. Fiery start for Astu as the Phoenix and Bill eventually catching up right to him. A mistake for White Cat. Forgot that he needed to put it out down the TP, fully committing towards his position on that A main side. It's not every day where you see an ISO actually have full value into this, because the last time we saw this, it was yesterday. It didn't have the best value from Exotic back then. But now we're kind of proud to see Vil and how well he can perform with this agent if he's always the second player or the second duelist coming into the site, right? Supporting Astu within his prospect.
Yeah, and I think that's the brilliance of this drafting from Homeless. I think they particularly brought this ISO just as a response to White Cat's chamber, and it's working out. As you said, full value out of the shields. White Cat, Vil finding a couple of kills. So speaking of those 2 duelists, they find 1 each. controller down for 7 Sept, so it's gonna be way harder to push the site. But look at the position of Tomix, deep into B long, and Ivan. I don't think he knows.
Does he really expect this to come through for Sada 7 Sept? Because his position does tell me that he's prepared for what is to come. Even if they do come from Link or from B main, he will be prepared on a passive approach, or at least passive position entirely. 2 stars available for him, puts down the star on B main, 1 on A as well. So he's prepared for anything to come towards his direction as he destroys the dart. Also knows that they're going to come from B main. They let 7 Sept have the time of day on the plant, as Homeless are going to try their best at their 4v4 retake. All sides covered up by the Homeless squad, but White Cat getting himself that first frag on the post plant. Looking good on the attack so far for 7 Sept.
Homeless on the retake, but the positions from 7C just too good. Tomix good kills. Lions all alone now. Ghost doesn't help him much in this scenario because 7 Sept have secured the post plant and the round. 7-6. A good start again for this half for 7 Sept. There you go. They lead going on to the attack. And the early contact here for Vil and White Cat was what started it up. But White Cat's kills and Tomix, of course, is what really kept the ball rolling in this pistol round. 7-6. And with the attacking side, I'm excited to see just how they're going to approach it with the Yoru in play.
Yeah, usually that's to try to counter Sly Ants or, I mean, any Vice player, exactly, because you'd expect that the Vice wall or the Sheer wall will be put down on the extremities. Tomix is going to put down the TP first and then follow through with his own fake out, but might be a little too early to tell right now, considering that his gate crash is also destroyed thanks to Sly Ants and his presence. I wonder if this is made to try to force the rotation out on B, because look at the amount of people here. 4 people stacked up from Homeless right now, leaving the ISO to be the only skeptic.
Out of charges.
Or maybe it's just going to be an all-out war.
It's hard to imagine how, given Homeless currently at least doesn't have a ton of guns. Lions has a sheriff. So does Vil. Tomix receiving a lot of that firepower from the Classic, which isn't much, so he's gonna push out. Satejo util coming through. The guided salvos making it impossible for 7C to get in. Wait, Vil! Calm down! He mows down all the layers of 7C, and Ivan does as well. What just happened? I don't know, but 7C go down and Homeless take themselves to 7.
The combination of the sheer wall and the guided salvo separated everybody from the pack, and it was a coincidence that 2 of the Vandals from the team on the attack as well were the ones who weren't able to double up in towards the entry. A bit of a disparity between Tomix and White Cat. Both of them, they needed to go in different directions. And just because of that, one of the first Vandals has been given up over to the Vil guy right now. That became what became a waterfall of results over to Homeless right now as he picks up that Vandal. He even sprays onto Tomix. Perfectly precise onto the head of the Yoru. 4v5 early on. And with every spray from the door, you know that the 7C crew are hesitating to even take a step in towards that vicinity.
And another big deficit here for 7C. Apart from their Yoru being down, they don't have the eco to fight this round with. Hold on, they might not need guns until Astu says no. The 3k from the Phoenix as again he takes the stage, and Homeless pull on ahead 8-7. 7 Sept, they have the dimensional drift to play with.
Neutralized.
But Astu rather has his own ult on the Phoenix too.
Spike down A.
I wonder how Haru feels about this, right? Because now Homeless are really thriving in their success so far. 8-7, contending against 7 Sept crew. Really, the story of this organization has been their highest and lows are able to recover at the best possible time, finding themselves at a semifinals, facing up against, at one point, was one of the best controllers in Southeast Asia. Now they walk in towards that E main. Yeah, that's true. Still could be. Launch on in. Phoenix Simulator does not expect Tomix to walk on through. Headshot found. Able to get himself to Tejo. And Vil, he still has that kill contract, but I don't think in his position is the best place to use that, especially with 7-Sep. Even if they lose a member, they could still try to get themselves going with the Dimensional Drift.
Tomix going in, finding a lot of info. Flash as Astu, the target for Tomix, but he's flashed on out himself as well. Goes into the site. White Cat, the most out of that util use, as White Cat picks up a couple. Nightingale opens up the site as well. Straight for Borkum to open up and get the spike down. There you have it. 7C. You're gonna get the round 8-8. The trade blows here, Chris. And actually, I don't think 7C expected this much of a fight from Homeless either, which is why I was expecting a timeout to come out sooner rather than later, pero hindi pa nila ginagamit dito.
Syempre kung commit lang dito. Of all people, you should know that, right? Because now it's been
what do you mean by that,
it's been an interesting fight, an 8-8. And with this recon dart, it's always been the priority for them to find some early info. If ever somebody from Homeless is gonna try to get some early space going to the B main extremity. Tagged on in over to Ivan, who really only needs to be patient with his position on the connector side. They've been triple stacking that B main extremity, or that B link extremity, excuse me, since they started over at this side swap. Astu is privy to the fact that mid side's very much wide open, and because of the smoke, it also doesn't give him the security that could be an open question mark for him. Lots of time bought, especially with the lure coming down on B main as well. You're spotted thanks to the arc throws, but they don't even know if it's yours. They don't even think that it's just one player. It's possible that it could be too many, but Slyance, the fake smoke from Yor has been used against him. A 4 versus 5, and with 40 seconds, they have to run away to the other side of the map. Slyance is just too precise.
Okay, Remake, good angle down from dugout. Astu here for the backup, and Remake Simulator gets the double kill to wreak havoc on the ranks of 7C. They haven't even used their Phoenix ult yet because it doesn't feel like they need to. Nightingale's all alone now. Recon available, but with 13 seconds on the clock, this round is almost undoubtedly in the hands of Homeless. 9-8. Going closer and closer to match point, but I'm still not sure who's coming out on top.
You know what? If there was a perfect time to use a timeout for 7-Sep, it would be right now. And I want to reference a comment that I've seen from Miss Manager herself. Shout out nga pala kay Alexia Ongpauco. Timeout 7-Sep. Because you have to listen to my strat right now, okay? Everybody listen. Everyone buy a stinger, go A-Link, and run and gun. 100% win rate. As an analyst on your own, Tatum, what do you think about that strat?
Do it. You know, the reason people don't do it is because it's OP. Do it.
A gentleman's agreement.
Pero wala. 7C. This time taking a bit of a slower approach. Down mid, either way. Bill. Unable to win the fight. Tomix just a sheriff, more than enough. We'll be able to pick up a kill onto that ISO in the contract. That's 2 players down for Homeless. 1 down for 7C. But the spike's still nowhere to be found. They're not pushing yet, but A site, look at the position of Borkum.
All the way towards the A site. Flowers position so deep and so far away from his teammates, but sometimes this position can be the perfect pickoff or the rotation as well. As Homeless, they are really taking the time on figuring out the situation all across the map. Borkum is already deep within enemy territory. It's calling upon the delivery of the spike, already spotted by multiple people on the secret position. White Cat also finding his own pick, leaving Remake Simulator and Ivan on their own 2 versus 4 advantage. Tomix getting the first, and Remake Simulator all alone. 1v3, special delivery, even getting a double kill. You're spotted, even could just, and could be a 1v1, but White Cat saves it with the tour de force. Saving grace for the squad. A 9-9. Called upon by everyone on 7-Sep. And when the pressure was on his shoulders, he finally delivers to equalize against Homeless.
Yeah, White Cats coming in huge with the tour de force. They needed that. They needed that badly, Chris. Remake has just been popping off in these defense rounds. This being one of a few rounds. Someone had to stand up, and White Cat this time up for the task. Thrifty nonetheless for 7C. As we're back into equal footing, 9-9 tayo dito. And back to square one we go. The difference between this round and the last is Homeless. Apat yung ult nila.
Thomas with that early fake out as well. He's gonna have to find out if somebody's as close as ever, maybe just to trigger the sheer wall on B main. Lots of presence, lots of noise made on B main, so they keep their positions on that side of the map, while on the A main extremity, double push shot by Vil and Remake Simulator. An interesting choice, considering that the only thing stopping them within their tracks is that sheer wall. And the choice is if they're going to keep going with that or just try to trigger that. Planted in the back of their heads that the flank is going to come through later on into the round. A Cosmic Divide invested on B main. But I don't think they're going to move an inch. Borkum's also a little deep in towards that A main extremity. Shades of what happened in the previous round. They also have to think about that A main split. And if Borkum is not careful, he's gonna have to be met with somebody on that link position. Maybe not even Borkum. Maybe Nightingale. Will be that Armageddon. Remake Simulator gets up one.
Oh,
Borkum, right place, right time. Finally, some miracles being made. Astu has run it back also. Denied by him, but Slyans makes it a 2 for 2. They find both of them on the main extremity. They can't return over to the B main extremity. Oh! With a triple kill! As close and that precise. He keeps going with a 4K! Homeless on their home turf. Finally getting some damage done onto 7-Step, stopping the momentum and getting that warmth of attrition.
Homeless, the players, each one just warming up, stepping up to the plate. Before it was Remake, now it's Lions. It was Astu as well in a couple of rounds before, and
10 seconds left.
it's just each one stepping up to the challenge here. Push themselves to double digits now. 7-Step has to find an answer back, but look at the guns here. It's just a Vandal for White Cat. Well, they do have a Dimensional Drift to play with. It doesn't feel like they're in control of this round at all. Homeless will be peeking out with Veil, but White Cat says no. Okay, good start for 7C.
High ceiling player. And a multitude of targets around that A main extremity. Everyone else decided to make or break with that second chance in that A main push, but decide to keep the push on in. The long range angle check, Atomics, Dimensional Drift, and that Sheer Garden. Now, Steel Garden actually, combination with that Hunter's Fury. I wonder how well they're going to be able to combo up with this. Dimensional Drift still in place, backside push. Comes out of it, then White Cat gets a double kill, a triple. No, it's going to be Atomics' first. 5 versus 2. Off of one Vandal. And a slow entry on a 7-Step crew. They made this work. They even gave White Cat a 4K. All that pressure, all that weight on his shoulders, gone in an instant. A round where he needed to step up. Now he shows everybody who's boss. 18 kills for White Cat for 7-Step.
I don't understand what's happening with this. Earlier it was players of Homeless popping off. Now it's 7C's what? Second Thrifty in this half? And you said it yourself, they only had one Vandal. White Cat popped off. That 4K, even using the Cosmic Divide to get themselves into that side with a bit of insurance. But we're back to equal footing, 10-10. And the eco of Homeless is in shambles. They don't have any ults either. I think they invested a lot in the last couple of rounds, so it's gonna be a hard Thrifty to match from 7C. But Homeless, they're asserting dominance, they're asserting pressure here. Markham coming in from behind, Yor as well, providing a crunch. And just like that, 3 players from Homeless gone.
Last 2 players. He's gonna try to reconnect from the other sides of the world, but Slyans is a lone man, but he does get himself one. Runs back in toward the safety of the site, but how safe is he? How long will he be safe? A double from him, but that's all that he can do. All the damage can be done. A 1v3 now for Vil. A multitude of targets for him. And hopefully he does get the opening pick in the post plant, because let's be real, this is not a post plant where I can imagine they'll get the 3 headshots in the instant 45 seconds as he spots him out. Tomix missed the shot, but he does deal a bit of damage done. Let's see if he can get Villa to make the mistake for himself, as it's White Cat with that one tap. An 11-10. The buy round in place for 7-Sep. They keep the momentum going, and they're able to stave off Homeless before they can even continue with the one taps from Slyans. And anything to build off of Villa, because honestly, both of these players could pop up at any moment. And any given shots to make this easier will just count into Vil and his chances to win, but I guess White Cat just decided to shut that all down.
11-10, 7C drawing closer to match point. Yeah, finding a bit of steady footing now, 7C, as they find a bit of a lead. White Cat detected. Oh, the spam from Remake Sim, actually traded out by Borkum. What did I say? Borkum. It's a 4v4 now.
It's not obvious that he's our favorite player on the server right now, isn't it?
Well, I don't think anyone's surprised.
Who doesn't love Borkum time?
Exactly. 11-10.
50 seconds. String of bullets on towards the B-Link extremity as they even push out with the Noble Pulse. And at the same time, they trigger both, but Borkum stands tall. He even walks away at the worst possible time. Astu picks up the spray down. 3v2, 30 seconds. Now they have to push on into the domain of Slyans. Destroys the Razor Mine. Meets at the perfect time as well. I believe he also has the perfect timing, but Nightingale, you can say the same for him as well. It cuts off Astu, 15 seconds. Borkum, he has to run. A site is wide open for them.
10 seconds left.
2v2, Borkum still up and kicking with Nightingale. Remake, about to challenge. Oh, they decide to back off from it, hearing the spike tap. But I don't think they have any clue of how close Nightingale actually is. Kinig ng 7C, saan sila manggagaling pareho. So Borkum, Nightingale, all you have to do is set up a 2-man. Vice ult doesn't connect. Oh, wait, it does! What?
Oh no! That's pretty stuck on the spike. The half comes through. Primary jam for both of them. They know that the spike's off. It's a 2v1, and Nightingale, he's been a clutch master before, has to peek on down, but never expects a double peek. They were ready and prepared for it, as long as they had the half. Time was on the side of Homeless in that 2 versus 2. A perfect placement of the Steel Garden. And just as we thought Borkum was safe from it, they needed an answer. They needed to peek off of it. They never had full confirmation on the spike and how far it was from getting fully defused on down. But once they had full control of the situation, Homeless just decided to double up. An unfortunate display for 7-Sep crew, but what a way to start with for Homeless right now. Closing up 11-11 against 7-Sep. And honestly speaking, did we really expect it to be this close? I don't think so.
Know, I not Pearl, at least. I expected Pearl, being a 7C pickup, to be a little bit more in control for them. But Homeless putting up such a good fight. Kill contract available for Vil. Just in time for White Cat's tour de force. That's going to be an interesting exchange should we ever get to it. But Cosmic Vibe will be the first to be pulled out by 7C here. What? Remakes him, gets a couple of kills, and Vil makes it 3. Just like that, 7C down to the last 2 players. Haven't even gotten the spike down. A good flash from Astu to get the kill onto Nightingale. You're in a big task. Steps up to the plate. A 3k for the Astra. But still a big task at hand. A 1v2. Spike yet to be planted. And up close the judge comes into play. And Ivan shuts him down. Homeless secure. Match point 12-11. 7C not far behind. But this is their map pick.
And just as you thought he would be the star of the show, before it even started, this guy, Remake Simulator, the heartbreaker for the squad, sprays on through the smoke, the Hail Mary shots all the way from backside, destroying the hope of 7 Sep crew before they lay down a foot inside of that A main extremity. And now it's a tactical timeout called, especially for the 7 Sep crew, because honestly speaking, from watching them in the first 3 qualifiers, or at least from the 2 broadcasted, where 7 Sep crew had an appearance, they really had this sort of issue where they would have had the momentum, they would have had the potential to close the game right then and there. But when it came down to the absolute minute moments, they fumble right before the finish line.
Yeah.
As Homeless are the ones not taking full advantage of that.
And it's a trend, right? It's a trend for a lot of teams to be having a bit of challenge, close out maps, close out series. And it's something that needs a lot of work to polish. And 7C, sometimes it's a thing with experience, right? But this squad has a lot of experience accumulated among the years. So I don't know what it is, but this time 7C gonna give it everything they've got. Tour de Force being the first one of that. Needed shutdown from Tomix. Good silence from the Vil, actually. Has to. Will be pushing up. Get a couple of kills. White Cat, Tomix both go down. No more duelists for 7C, so it's going to be even harder to push this into overtime, Chris.
This is not going to be a situation for 7 Sep right now. It's looking grim. It's looking a little dim for them. Unless Borkum can make a miracle, but miracles cannot work out for just one person. Laid down by Slyans. He knew the pressure was on, so he needed the Gibble peek. Knows that somebody is trying to lurk up in towards that art position. So with 50 seconds in a 2v4, 7 Sep crew are banking on Nightingale and Yord to isolate all 4 people from Homeless in 40 seconds. And because they're all playing the passive approach, this gives a lot of space for 7 Sep to walk up in with a link position. Really Simulator spots them both. That also gives the window, the opportunity for Homeless to flank them on from that B-link position. Guided Salvo, the back pocket of Remix Simulator, prompts him to use the utility. He's trying to peek on down, see if he can get himself an isolated frag so far, but Astu is already with Yor, but Yor's already caught them down.
Okay.
That will be the 2 versus 3. 10 seconds, has to plant them down, but Yor will not have this time of day. It will not be the case for 7 Sep, as Homeless are going to be able to close it out 13-11. And in a game where both of these teams would have the potential on the defensive side, Homeless are the ones to gain their first point.
Yeah, there you go. Homeless strike first in this series. And who'd have thought, right? Who'd have thought Pearl, a map where 7C looked confident in before, especially with their composition. But this time, Homeless sort of creating a counter strat to that particular comp with the chamber. They pick up the ISO, and you gotta give respect to that Phoenix from Astu, man. That first half, Astu just created so much space for Homeless to play around in, and it's so it created so much impact in this map in particular. So it's gonna be a bit of a big challenge for 7C to bounce back, especially in map number 2 that was picked up by Homeless.
And it's a little difficult for 7 Sep crew right now, right? Because honestly, we usually expect them to win out their map pick, especially for situations like these. It's not like they've been whiffing all their shots. It's not like they've been losing their strats. It's just that the proactiveness from the side of their opponents, Homeless, were really one step ahead in every affair. I mean, will you really fault them for making those mistakes? I mean, 7 Sep are proactively taking decisions that honestly, who else would it have taken, right? But in this situation, Homeless just able to find a way to wiggle themselves into an advantage. Astu triple, plus a lot of clutches into the way of Homeless right now, just seemingly becoming the bane of the existence of 7 Sep. Just good kill contracts from Vil, and a lot of good placements from the Homeless side, just seemingly feeding them to the line then. Honestly, for Homeless, it's just a good sign moving forward for the first map win, taking away 7 Sep crew's map pick. one of their comfort maps entirely. This is just going to be a very big thing against 7-7, who we're banking on that Pearl map win.
Yeah. But it's not the end of the day yet, Chris. It's still a best of 3. FNC definitely can still come back, provided that they win the next map, which is Haven. I mean, it could be worse, right? It could be worse. Haven, as a map, I would assume is a map that everyone is familiar with. It's right? It's one of the OG maps. And 7C, of course, I'm pretty sure Borkum is no stranger to that map, right? He loves playing Omen in that map. Let's see if they're gonna switch him back to that controller in Haven. I wouldn't mind him on Sentinel again either, but something has to change for 7C for that Haven map. Maybe they need to change of compositions, maybe switch of roles here and there, but it could be worse than Haven, right? It could be some niche map with some niche comp for Homeless. But starting off, I believe, on the attack as well, 7C. Right? If I'm not mistaken, 7C will be starting off on the attack in Haven. So they have some leeway in terms of how they start off, momentum-wise at least. But here we go. Let's take a look at the numbers at who provided the most impact. It's actually Sliance. Oh, wait, no. It's Astu. My mistake. It's Astu with the most kills. Sliance with the highest ACS of the map, but it really is just that close.
Yeah. I mean, 1 point difference. You could honestly contribute to both of them, really, for doing the best of both worlds. An aggressive push from Astu, always the guy to rely upon that sort of purpose. But for Sliance, not only is he really good into adapting into anything being thrown at them from 7-7, even on the defensive side, this most especially, because in a lot of situations, he's the one who is tasked on finding Borkum lurking around the shadows. And I think around 4 out of the 6 times that we see him, well, for that, Borkum has been actually locked away by Sliance. So a good job for both of them. And for Homeless, it's a good sign moving forward. Winning out that first map, taking away the map pick of 7-7 is going to be something that they've been banking up upon. Now, for 7-7, that comeback potential, winning out that second game now becomes an even bigger task at hand, because I know that they've expected to win that first map, but because it's taken away from them, well, things don't go to plan for them.
Let's take a look at who the match MVP is going to be. I have a feeling it's going to be Astu. But no, it's Sliance actually the match MVP here. Well, it makes sense. Provides a lot of that utility, right? And I specifically remember that one time they had a 2v2 and they won it with Sliance's ult. Very smart use of the Vice utility with a 238 ACS. Sliance definitely not cracking under the 7C pressure.
Definitely not. I mean, Sliance, an integral part into what Homeless had to offer to the table right now. But so far, that is just game number 1, ladies and gentlemen. If you're getting too excited for what is to come, then, you know, I think this is also a perfect time for you to try to take a chill pill, get some snacks, maybe some water, and maybe take a little bit of a short break. But before that, we would like to take a good chance to shout out our sponsors. So I'd like to start with the PC Game Pass. If you purchase any Acer Predator notebook, you can activate your pre-installed 1-month PC Game Pass. It is designed by PC players, where you can play high-quality PC games under a subscription, including new games on day 1. And with not just that, you can also get a lot more other benefits, like an EA Play membership for free, Riot Games benefits, like whenever you play League of Legends, you can get free characters, as well as if you play Valorant, you also unlock all the agents already available on the roster right now. So go check that out. That's a PC Game Pass right after you purchase your Acer Predator notebook.
Of course, what other Predator notebook would you buy than the brand new Predator Helios Neo 16? Push the boundaries of performance, featuring the latest Intel Core Ultra 9 processors and a revolutionary 4K mini LED display. This machine delivers unparalleled responsiveness and visual fidelity, empowering you to anticipate and conquer. You ready to dominate? Order your Predator Helios Neo 16 today at Acer Predator Online, and you get, as Ramon said, 1 month of PC Game Pass absolutely free of charge.
And honestly, I think I'm going to be excited to get myself a laptop right now, but I'm sure all of our pro players are hungry to get themselves into that second game. As we go back into a short break, my name is Ramon, with me as Datum. This has been the Predator Kings of PH. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Welcome back everyone to the Kings of PH 2025. Ako nga pala si Dom here with the one and only Ramon for our 4th qualifiers here in our day. It is the second matchup here between 7C and Homeless. Homeless just taking the map pick of 7C away from their hands. You think 7C can come back from this, Chris?
I don't want to be too optimistic right now, but I did place some in my predictions, so I guess I gotta put a little bit more bias sprinkled into it. I think they still have a chance. Maybe if they are able to kind of shake off a lot of that tension. I kind of feel like that slowness coming from them is really from the pressure of the game. Considering this is the last chance qualifier, if they are not able to perform in the second map, it is going to be the last time that we're going to be seeing them on the server right now. So I only hope that they're going to be able to perform at their best now against the crew of Homeless, because really this was a very unexpected result out of them. We only saw them once in the Predator gaming scene, but this was the only time that we've seen them come through with that much firepower out against 7-Sept.
Yeah, it felt like they had a tailored response to the way 7-Sept plays that Pearl map, right? And in map number 2, it gets even scarier kasi sila yung pumili ng mapang to, no? So 7C, even if they don't have a response prepared, they have to come up with one because they're fighting for their lives. Now, I mean, we talk about the storyline of 7C going up against the qualifiers, unable to breach to that next stage. This, as you said, it's their last chance. It's their last chance to stay alive, their last chance to get to that next spot. So they have to give everything they've got against Homeless.
Really, the lower thirds just tell you that the pressure is building, the stakes are high. This map 2 really should be anybody's game, but for the pressure, it is mounting up over to the 7C squad, because now really, even on their own map pick, they could not even adjust to the tempo as slow and as quickly as possible. So now, will this Haven map be somewhat of a surprise for them? Because really, I don't think any team doesn't know how to play Haven at this point, right? It's almost as familiar as it is on the Ascent map. It's almost as if everybody has scrimmed out this map at least 2 times during the week. I mean, for you, Datum, do you really feel like this Haven game is going to make that much of a difference? Is it going to be as slow as ever like we saw from that Pearl game?
If anything, I think could be even slower. Haven as a map, of course, is one where you can get creative on the attacking side, even more so than in other maps, right? And it's even more, it puts even bigger emphasis on those duels. And we know these two teams love to play those duels. You talk about the Chamber comp and the ISO, Vil playing that ISO, and of course Astu on that Phoenix. I think they could even play a very similar comp to what they did in that last map because of the way these two teams play. And Haven, I think, is going to make it even more of a stretch here for map number 2. I wouldn't be surprised if we go into overtime in Haven, is what I'm trying to say here, Chris. But what would you like to see? What is that one agent you'd want to see in Haven?
I may be a little biased if I say this, but I kind of want to see the ISO come through for Vil again. He's been pretty comfortable on that, and I believe in a lot of situations where Borkum was relying on that sheer wall for info, he gets affected by the incoming buff coming through for ISO, who, if you remember, the undercut actually also gives suppresses now if you are on the receiving end of it. So I believe that's also an easy way for you to counter any sort of sentinel. And on a map like Haven, where it's very easy for you to place down a perfectly placed undercut, a fault line, anything, will be a big detriment to the sentinel. So now it will be that time for that agent composition, as White Cat will be picking up that ISO, facing up against Astu, not Ivan or Vil. Vil will be picking up the sentinel role for the squad, which is a huge surprise for me, because if I remember correctly, Homeless is that type of team that likes to flex all their players around. Look at that, Slyant's now decided to pick up that Yoru instead of the sentinel that we usually are used to seeing from him. Lots of surprises across the server right now. And I think the challenge has been set for 7-Sept. They are not happy with how that first map went. So they are now doubling down on it, with the only difference being in the duelists that they have picked up. They have Tomix on the Neon instead of the Yoru this time around.
Yeah, no more Chamber as well in this particular map. So it's going to be the battle of 2 duelists. The only difference actually being the Neon for 7-Sept and the Yoru coming through for Slyants here in Homeless's roster. So excited to see just how this will transpire. Borkum this time playing the Cypher, And it is... well, I'm excited to see just how this will transpire. It's 7-Sep fighting for their lives, and Homeless one step away, one map away from the grand finals. Can they close it out, or will 7-Sep extend this into a map number 3? Let's see as we head into Haven.
I'm kind of excited to see who starts on the attack right now, because both of them are holding up somewhat of an attack position this time around. Double duelist for both sides of the map. It's just a different approach for the entry. On point for Slyans and Tomix. Starts off with the triple push upon C Long, which has been a staple for a lot of teams in the pro scene, but Homeless are going to be dodging away from the fact itself as they start off strong with their pistol round. Onto the mid side we go, split them off. Let's see if 7-Sep they're going to get some value out of this early push shot on the C Long position.
My mistake. Sabi ko kanina, 7-Sep starting off on the attack. It's actually the defensive side that 7-Sep picked up. You typically expect a team to pick the attacking side dito, no? So perhaps the defense is a strong suit! As As2 says no to those two defending players. White Cat, Tomix both go down to the hands of As2's Ghost. Yor gets pummeled down by the Paranoia as Ivan leads the charge towards the C site. And Homeless gonna get the spike down. It's another retake scenario for 7C with one player deficit, a 3v4 for them.
Nasu even waiting inside of that smoke. Good thing he's not touching the cage, so his position is not noted just yet. A perfect flash, but Borkum with the right click. Entry's on into the site, but he has to be prepared for what's to come because everybody's waiting outside the smoke. That's also a shot from Nightingale, and because there's so many people, they overwhelm them with movement. Yor decides to jump up and down, become that distraction for Borkum to pick up the 3K. And even then... even could be 4 ult orbs for Borkum this early on because of the ult orb, because of his own 3K as well. So very early on, if he gets that neural theft, it would be a wealth of knowledge for wherever the enemies are going to be for 7-Sep. So a good start for how their first half has done so far. And if this pistol is going to do anything, it's just going to leverage them forward.
Good read from 7-Sep. They knew that Homeless were planning a push down in that smoke area, so they just anticipated the corners of the smoke, and Borkum at the ready with the right clicks gets a double, easily turning the round in their favor. So 7C this time pick up the first pistol, get themselves a couple of assault rifles. Actually 4 of their players rocking assault rifles. That's Guardians, Bulldogs, and a couple of, or actually a Vandal onto Tomix's hands. Either way, a big gun advantage, hoping to translate this round number 2 into some early game momentum. As Ivan gets spotted, oh, good anticipation from Borkum. Shut down Science on that flank. As Tomix unable to find the kill onto Vil. For 7C, they're letting Homeless take that A site. They want to go for the retake.
This is the same mistake that Asus picked up from the previous round. Will it be the same result? Picks up one. It could be the opening frag that they needed in the post plant. 1-for-1 trade off. Double tap activated as well, but never expected White Cat to be that close. Kills him off. That's another double kill. And the double tap is still activated for him. A 1v3 this time. Vil does not expect White Cat to be this close.
Wow.
And brings the kiss of death into the retake scenario. A 2-0 start for 7-Sep, and the Vandal in hand for White Cat. And what we've been talking about from him, where he needs to step up. His performance right now has been a good start so far.
Yep. White Cat, an explosive beginning to this ISO performance. Getting the most out of that double tap. Let's see that one more time. As2 with a cheeky corner. But then White Cat just pops off. It's the one, the second, and then the third. There you go. 2-0 start for 7C. And we're talking about Haven, right? Homeless might have picked this map, but he might as well have picked, might as well be a 7C pickup of the map, right? Haven, the map being one of the most experienced, one of the most played in the Philippine server, in the Southeast Asian server for that matter. And 7C still hanging on to those 3 guns. Actually pick up the first this time. Slyans gets punished again early into the round, so that's 1 player down for Homeless.
Take flight.
5 versus 4 at the scenes right now, and the attack slowly down. And Tomix even picking up the second. This will be very disastrous third round bye for Homeless as they're getting picked apart slowly and surely. The garage control, lots of presence made on that side of the map as well as they leave Astu on an island. Unfortunately, he gets fed to the wolves, the animals. Very same presence. It's a 5 versus 2 right now. Already bundled up in towards that garage control as Nightingale also deals some damage done. 1v4 for Remake Simulator. And knows that the Cypher is this close, but Borkum will only need one bullet to stop that momentum. It's a 3-0 start for 7th Sept. It is a really strong showing on the Haven map so far, especially for Borkum. 5 kills, no deaths. I've been talking about that neural theft, and once they get that first blood going, it will be an even better start for them in the next round once they actually use that ulti.
Yeah, and this is what boggles me for when I'm watching 7 September Crew. They win these thrifty rounds. I think this is like the third thrifty I've seen in the past hour or so. But when it comes to just gun rounds, of conventional rounds, they don't find as much consistency in winning those. You know that you've got the pieces there for 7 Sept. They just haven't been able to put them in a sort of straight manner to perform consistently across the map. That's, I think, the biggest struggle for 7C is to address that consistency. But the pieces are there. The talent is there. The macro is there. They just need to keep doing it over and over again. And they should be good to go here. The good thing for them, though, is they're off to a good start. Actually, a really, really good start here by picking up round number 3. Means they have a big eco advantage, big momentum advantage already. Hence the early timeout from Homeless here. So, yeah, let's see how they make the most out of this early game momentum. Neural Theft available as well for Borkum.
I hope Alexia is watching, because at this point in time, they're possibly going to try to do something with the Stinger buys, but it's not the 5-man Stinger rush that you're looking out for, unfortunately. But this is the most that you can get out of this. Tomix wants out one, but will he expect so many people on the other side? Astu with a beautiful double kill. Disgusting and possibly revolting from him, but Yor steals it all back away. And Nightingale continues to be the heartbreaker inside of Garage. A 2v2. Drops on in after the scan. Borkum taking his time, and he even sinks his teeth in Anteville. 1v2 now, and Remake Simulator in a 1v1, potentially going to be the saving grace for Homeless. If he's able to rotate onto the other side of the map, plant the spike on down, but Borkum decides to swing onto Remake Simulator. And the veteran himself just wants to take this map right here, right now. 7-0 deaths. On the side of Borkum to start within this Haven map.
Still with explosive start, but making it shaky for 7C, but Borkum with the closure. A 1v2 with the Neural Theft, and Borkum makes it look easy. 4-0 start for 7C, as you said. And look at the ult board as well. Whitecat, Nightingale, Tomix, all one orb away from getting those ults. So 7C looks set in round number 5.
Very early on, we are seeing signs of life back into the defensive side at the back of Borkum, and a lot of consistency in his performance right now. Whitecat doubles up, and with Tomix being that second frag in, he does pick himself up over towards Remake Simulator. Yeah, so we're going to try to get a second chance at life with him to see if he can get himself a straggler on the mid side, but 7 Sep are contented with getting the kill onto Remake Simulator right now, as they give the A-site for free, play for the 5 versus 4 retake, where, again, A-site, as you mentioned time and time again, is a very hard place to retake if you are coming from the defensive side, but with numbers, maybe could be a different story. Astu to try his best to clear every corner of the site. The problem is, though, he doesn't have anybody to support them into this peak onto the mid side, as well as the spray does ring true, but Whitecat's still here and able to get himself the frag on Astu. That's also the kill contract. Double tap combo. See if he can get himself the frag, but it was on the fake out as well, so no value whatsoever. Light on 2 from Tomix as well. Ivan forced out the 3v3.
She's spiked down. Retake in full swing, but it's really hard to get past the first corner as Borkum finds the 1. That's a 1v2 now. Science just holds the line, and there you have it. A site impossible to retake in this case, and Homeless pick up their first round and get 4 ults in the process.
And it was just off of a good adjustment from Homeless right now, fully ignoring the fact that that B main push from 7-Sep would have set them up for success. But the danger of leaving the A site wide open was just because the A site really is a dangerous place to retake in.
Yeah.
As Homeless able to kind of set the odds despite the numbers disadvantage. And they start with the Dimensional Drift this time around. Slyan spots out 1 and 2 from the garage position. Locked off by the Omen. And finally finds himself on backside. Tomix taken care of after the first blood. And Slyan's making his presence inside of the C site. He decides to TP on back to safety. Vil inside of enemy lines because of the failed jump. I think they know that somebody's in garage at this point in time.
I think they heard.
Cutting through.
Vil asserting presence. Creating space as you are left all alone. Wait. 7C rotate towards that A site. Everyone's from Homeless still in C long, apart from that lurk. That is Vil. So you're left all alone, and Vil finds him. Pants down. Last C site secured already for Homeless. And I'm gonna have to be another retake here for 7C, but this time, different story, Chris. It's C site.
Take flight.
A little too early for the call on the rotate, no?
Yeah.
They had full info, and they also had a setup, if ever, that does bring on true towards the A side. But this time, they're going to have to catch their bearings, cut their losses, see if they can still win out the round. And Borkum starts off strong, and because he got scanned, they had to spray on through the smoke. 1 for 1, Nightingale. Look at that, another 1v1, and it's up against Vil, who Borkum swings on in. Feeds a Vandal shot to the face of Vil, shuts him up. 5-1, and 7-Sep crew. They mean business if they wanted to make it a 3 versus 3 retake. They really wanted a fight, even though we had a lot of doubt in their retake potential because they left Yor on an island. They left every corner of that garage for Vil to actually get themselves the space, but it was also 7-Sep who were willing to take that risk because they knew they could win out the gunfights instead.
Yeah, I don't think 7C has failed a C-side retake, right? They're somewhat C-side retake specialists. Hopeless, I think they should be taking notes of that. But this round, a bit of a struggle for Homeless to challenge these angles with just sheriffs as they make their ways towards that C site. Recon dart reveals no one. Tomix finds the lurk, that's Vil. Just waits for the peek out of the Cypher. Challenges him, takes him down as the spike goes down in that C site. The lurk, this time from Tomix, hoping to make it easier for the crunch. As it's down to the last 3 players here of Homeless. Nightingale shuts down 1. And yeah, it's just a C site getting swarmed by 7C again. The retake, they make it look easy here, Chris. 7C lead by 5, 6-1 in this first half.
And I believe that's 3 in the making for 7-Sep crew in their C-side retakes this time around. That statistic going stronger and stronger against Homeless, who really are grasping at straws this time. Proactive pushes from most of the duelists. As you can see that their shots are hitting this time around. Even the Hail Mary shots they weren't 100% sure about person on the other side, so sometimes luck really is shining on the side of 7-Sep this time, and in the 6-1, a breath of fresh air has been rejuvenated into the loving arms of the defensive side as they will start aggressively. Starts off with that relay bolt in towards the C lobby, or the A lobby control, excuse me. So much damage done, at least letting them fall for the trick of the C site execute. Very interesting that Vorkum wants to put the trip on back site instead of the entrance, giving Homeless a lot of time to plant on down and establish control on that part of the map.
Go, go, go.
The Homeless again try their luck at that C site. 7C willing to give it away. Alam natin 7C, lot of prowess in that C site retake. And look at the positions as well. Look at where Ivan is. Deep into mid. He's spotted, taken down by Tomix. Okay, a good start again as Astu finds Borkum this time. Could be coming in from two different angles. Here comes a bit of util. Paranoia doesn't connect onto Astu, who will be holding the line here, spamming away at that cyber cage. As Remake Simulator finds a couple of kills, Vil shuts down White Claw, and just like that, Homeless creates a fort in C site. No more retake this time, as Homeless find their second round on the board, 2-6 in round number 9.
Finding a home inside C, especially with that slow push, taking full advantage of Borkum and his unique setup on the C site, possibly to punish any over-rotation, over-pushes coming through for Homeless, but they weren't even thinking about that. All that they wanted was a way in towards the site itself. And with a no-contact push, it does give them a lot of breathing room this time around. As they go back to what started in the pistol round, the triple push out for Tomix. They spot out Remix Simulator. As they want to keep going through it, they want to see if they can get flashed on through, and they finally do so with full success. Remix Simulator isolated into the 5 versus 4, and just like that, they get away with murder.
They do. Remake goes down. That's Hunter's Fury out for the count as well. Remember, that was available for the Sova. There's Astu slowly making his way to challenge Garage. It's White Cat inside of it on top of Tomix.
No targets.
Easy takedown for Tomix, anticipating from the closed corner. Didn't even need for the double swing, and Yor just barely catches a whiff of Vil, takes him down. So Homeless, 3 players down, and the spike still near their spawn. Ivan has to come up huge with his flank. Gets spotted now though, and Borkum is not gonna let him get away with this. All alone, Ivan calling for backup.
30 seconds left.
His Lions comes in, so it's gonna have to be the retake, but will Borkum let the spike get down?
Spike planted.
Do we even count this as another retake success? Because really, it's bullying at this point. They're all sandwiched in between every corner of this inside extremity. It starts with Ivan, but an RKO out of nowhere. White Cat gets the double kill. And the 7th round for 7th Sep crew. Really, the story has already been built up for themselves. The second time that they attempt that scene long control just to overwhelm Remake Simulator, who could not afford any sort of mistake forced onto him. He was trying to dodge away from trouble. The trouble finds him when all 3 players are stacked up onto him. Blinds coming through, a dashing Tomix as well to try to get themselves the spray on through the smoke as well. So you thought that he was safe. That also becomes a butterfly effect for Homeless that gives them an opportunity to plant onto the A set, where they thought they were safe, but they weren't.
That Tomix pushing through. Kasalubong sila doon, but White Cat undetected. Kill contract active. Nahuli niya si Remake Simulator. A 1v1. And White Cat wins it this time around. Double tap will not save him against Lions' push though. A 7C down 1, Homeless down 2, a 4v3. But the spike is in Garage. They're making their way towards C this time, Homeless.
Vil is already inside of B site, and he's watching out for any sort of isolated frag. But Tomix, he finds a diamond in the rough. That's the spike within the vicinity, and Vil, one shot towards the dome of Borkum, and Slyans falls with a second as well. This becomes an even better situation for Homeless. Slide on through, but Slyans tracks the headshot. Tomix, his head on the chopping block. It's a 1v2 for Yor. Decides to TP on. So location where he thought that they were going to rotate onto the C side, but Homeless decided to rotate onto A. A chance at hand for Homeless to trail up against 7 Sep crew. They're already cutting their losses and finally getting back some confidence, especially after this win, if they do find Yor in the process.
Yeah, I don't think they heard that TP. Vil a little bit too far off to hear it. But he is covering the right angle. Oh, I like the play from Yor. Smokes his own entrance, but Vil is a little bit aware. Playing from inside the dark cover in the back end of the site. 85 HP for Vil. Lions full HP. And I think they know now. See, good shot from Yor. The swing, the adjust, and Yor gets the double and the clutch. 7C, even with one man standing, retake that A site and get the clutch. Yor, what was that?
You're an animal, man. Definitely something that they cooked up. And honestly, even if 7-Step crew at the initial execute, they never expected this type of play from Bill, opening up the space on the B garage position. Slyance with that flick, really, that was what did it for me. Thought this would have been around, especially with how composed they looked like on that A side push by the end of the day, but really came Yor, and it's time to shine, his moment to kind of break out as a star of the show. 8-2, 7-Sept on the brink of closing in on double digits at the first half. Really is unprecedented in the Kings of PH so far, Datum.
Early contact. Veil gets shut down by Tomix. It's a good trade of kills as White Cat goes down as well. So mid still in contest. But ace sights, well, smoke's laid out by Homeless. Yan, nag-neural theft na dito. And that's Vorkum picking up
Spike planted.
or finding the players. Spike goes down, so this time good positions from Homeless, even with the gun deficit. I think this is possible, but the crunch at the works for 7C. Look at where their players are coming from. Every possible angle.
The flank, and I believe they also have the paranoia to invest into the default position as well. As they push it out, that's where Borkum strikes. Tomix with the first on the post plant. A triple for Tomix. You were looking for the superstar, and he shows himself at the seams. 1v4 for Remix Simulator. But he's not long to win out this round. They give it up in towards the 9th round. They spray on down to Borkum. Possibly a consolation prize with a double as well. That's all that he hopes are. That's all that he gets as well. A 9-2 scoreline for 7-Sept. With the retake scenarios, you know, honestly, playing with numbers, that's always been the calling card for 7-Sept. They've been finding an identity, finding some sort of play style that could define them as a team all throughout the qualifiers, and that's what's been missing. And finally, in this form, they really are relying on everybody else to come together, stable as a unit. And this time it works out. A huge deficit for Homeless, forced on by 7-Sept and their teamwork. A desperate attempt at taking A site in full control. Dimensional Drift also invested for Slyance. Testing every corner of the site, but they haven't cleared the one tripwire on the right side of A. So you have to be careful about that.
And again, look at the big flank coming through from 7C. 3 out of the 2 players are going to be coming in from A lobby. There's one trapwire holding them down. Yes, they'll break it for a bit of info given towards Homeless, but they have no clue. There's 3 people coming from there. Really enough, Remake Simulator is going to be coming in from that cubby in long. Flash denied. Tomix find the kill. Markham gets to work, and Yor as well. What a retake again! It's as clean as it can get. As 7C get to double digits, 10-2. An explosive, flawless first half.
And would you believe it's the 7th retake win in this first half alone for 7-Sept crew? 7 times that they have won with numbers. 7 times that they have denied a Homeless. Despite them getting the opening pick, despite them getting the plant on the spike, they cannot get a break at all.
And even in A site, right? Talk about A site being one of the hardest sites to retake, and 7C, they defy those odds.
Alam mo, Matthew, parang napansin ko laging game 3 yung pumupush no, pag pumasok ka.
I know. Okay, number 1. Who is Matthew? And number 2, yeah, napansin ko rin, Chris. It's my first time here in Kings of PH this year. And immediately, we're at the brink of another game 3. All series so far have extended to all its games.
One enemy remaining.
And Homeless, okay, good start on this pistol. They pick up 4 kills out of the 5. Nightingale all alone, running for the hills. Just a ghost and a dream. Actually, just a classic and a dream as he picks up the first, but not the next. Vil takes him down. And Homeless pick up their third round on the board. Okay, at least a good start in the second half para kay Homeless.
Win condition, get the pistol round check. Win the second round conversion check, and then steal the guns in the bonus round, possibly. Which is a win condition for them. Normally in the 9-3 curse, you usually will expect that from the deficit, but they're coming at this with a steeper mountain to climb. And it's a good thing that Homeless were able to start with an aggressive push shot from the defensive side as well, crunching them up. And before they could even start anything on the attacking side, already halted before they even get to the extremities. It's White Cat undercut, possibly in the works for him. That's also a forced buy coming in the way of 7 Sept, which again is the second time that they've done this. First time was around the qualifying leg as Astu. The spray does not work out against White Cat. Thanks to the double tap, does give him extra HP. 1 for 1. Entry on into the B site. They can't plant because they know that they might pop out of smoke. And Ivan will be the biggest threat right here. Judge in hand, that's 1. Onto Yor as well. With the spray down, they know that White Cat is trapped on backside. 3v2. Homeless, they're able to stave off the attacker. Is now down to Nightingale, but even he could not save them from this encounter.
Portal closed.
A 4-10, and because it's a force buy, the circumstances demand that this could be an eco round coming into the next datum.
7C. Rocky start in the second half. I'm trying to bite off more than they can chew in that round number 2. And again, their same grievance from the last game haunt them to this Haven map. Unable to close out the map, unable to close out the series has been somewhat of a problem for 7C. So have to address that somehow as they go for a full force this time around. Look, stingers across the board, Chris. You're gonna try and challenge. I think B side is their target for now.
I know we've been joking about it in the comment section, but I think Alexia really is the coach for 7 Sept because it's a stinger buy for majority of the players.
Oh, yeah,
I don't even know
yeah.
why Borkum is not even using the stinger right now. It's not going to satisfy Miss Manager, but Vil sprays on through. That Samix down, only had the Bucky, so this force buy is not off to a good start. Jump econ from... The good thing for 7 Sept is that they're not taking the bite onto the P side again. Now they do. Flash on through. Has to solo on HP. Has to be careful. That's an open upgrade for White Cat, but he has to be careful. On the other side, there is going to be the Cypher Dink. That is going to be Borkum. Shut down by Remake Simulator. Pops onto the smoke, and Yor saved the day. But Ivan, for how long? How long will this be? The nightmare set in. As it's going to be that kill contract. Judge in hand. Remember, they're both full on HP, and White Cat saved the day yet again. The second time where they commit to the B push, it works out on the second.
Kaya na pa sinasabing mag-stinger ni Bossy. This time it works out. The stinger buy into that B site rush. White Cat picking up enough orbs to get to that kill contract to clutch it out and get 7C to that 11th round on the board. There you go. The anti-eco working out. And it's 11-4. One more match point secured. They've gotten just enough creds to pick up these guns now, 7C.
You know, now that I realize it, why does Astu kind of look like ISO right now? Kind of looks like it. Tomix starts off strong, but a double kill from Astu! I was joking about it, but maybe he actually is ISO personified. Did not activate the double tap. So it was an instant kill. But still, the impact is felt from Astu, from the Homeless side. Slyans, right place, right time, perfect crosshair placement. Borkum down, and with a flash as well. It buys him a lot of time, a couple of seconds. Spots out the Sova, but never expects Nightingale to be that close. Into the 2v2. An open lifeline for Vil. Does not adjust a shot onto Yor. And will force out Ivan in a 1v2. A perfect paranoia for him, but he decides to go back towards the heaven spot, so I'm thinking about ways where he can use his teleport to full effect, maybe on the default position. He doesn't know where they're spotted out. I think he's knowing. I think he sees that they're both on CT. Spots out one. Slice a drop on from heaven. Lots of damage done. Spots out one, but it's not going to be enough. York only gets a 3K, and it will be that match point. 7 Sept crew on the knife's edge, was this close to lose out the round, but because of their commitment on A, they're able to stave out this defense.
Yep.
No chance.
One enemy remaining.
That's
Last player
very
standing.
decisive round. Challenging everything they can, denying that retake to commence. As they get themselves to match point, and they break the bank of Homeless now. 2 ults at the ready as well. And this is looking done, if I'm being honest here, Chris. I don't want to count Homeless out yet, but 7C, they got their momentum, they got heated up. Aston's got something to say about it until Whitecap swings out. Here comes the Hunter's Fury from Remake. Actually gets a couple of tags, but no kill, so it's a 3v2. 7C gonna get the spike down in C. This might be it, Chris.
2v3. Possibly knocking on the door on a game number 3. And 7 Sept. They've been banking on this for so long now. But will it finally be reality for them? It's Homeless. They're knocked down, and with a triple kill from Whitecat, it is inevitable indeed. They needed all 3 games to separate both of these behemoths. And for 7 Sept, they're able to put it down to road to the finish line into game number 3, Datum.
Yep. There you have it. 7 Septs. Swinging it back, running it back. An explosive, decisive win in this map, actually. You wouldn't have thought they lost map number 1 with that kind of performance, but they just looked really good in map number 2 here. Haven, a map that Homeless picked up. 7 Sept steal away from them, so we will be having our third game for the day. I'm so excited how that's going to transpire, but all of the teams really are just giving it all they've got today, Chris.
I just love it when I'm casting with Tatum, right? It's always going to be a chill game.
Hey.
It's always going to be a long
Hey,
broadcast.
it's not always. Okay,
Hey.
it's not always.
Hey, I'm telling you, sometimes it does happen, and it's one of those times right now. So, welcome back to the Kings of PH, and I'm sure everybody's having a wonderful time, especially for 7 Sept crew who really wants to get themselves across the finish line, as it's going to be game number 2 for them, a win over Homeless this time around, forcing game number 3 on our hands. The Icebox map now demanded out of this best of 3 series. And if you can recall, that was 7 retake scenarios where they have been winning every single fight head on. And it doesn't matter where it comes from, right? It always has become their cool, calm, and collective composure that sets them across the finish line. Doesn't matter if it's from one person alone, it's people as a unit, but
One enemy remaining.
has been their calling card. Finally, they find their identity. And I've been very, very proud of them personally, because 7 Sept, they had struggles. They had their own personal struggles coming through towards the Kings of PH, but maybe this could be their time to shine, and maybe they could finally break through from their semifinals curse so far.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, with this performance in Haven, it certainly looks like they will. But Homeless, well, they're no slouches themselves. And as the first 2 maps have shown, maps really do have a big impact into the performance of both of these teams. Speaking of performance, let's take a look at the numbers, a deeper look into what actually transpired into that game. It's Whitecat with 20 kills here. Yes, what a performance from the ISO.
A complete switch up from what we've expected from him, who's usually going to play that sentinel role on the chamber. But now it becomes a really big challenge for Whitecat to set it across the finish line right now, because if you take a look at his performance all throughout the qualifiers, I definitely see him as a top-tier player. His biggest challenge has been his mental, but right now it hasn't been an obstacle for him, especially once he picked up that second duelist role, supporting Tomix, who is not too far behind them in the frag department. Although I do like that Porcom has been showing a bunch of what he can be capable of all throughout the series right now, right? I mean, it's not as obvious as the first, where he does actually get overwhelmed by Sly Ants, but in the second game, Porcom's been one hell of a force to be reckoned with, especially in those times where he needed to position himself in these retake scenarios, right? So congratulations to 7 Sept, and this does string true towards our second game, number 3. And I believe everybody in the comment section is excited to show what we have to offer as we reveal our MVP of this game. I wonder who it is, Datum.
I do wonder. Maybe it's the guy with 20 kills. I don't know. There it is. White Cat with a 293 accumulated combat score and a 2.3 kill death assist ratio, being the MVP of this match. The ISO providing a lot of value and a lot of kills for that matter, the most out of this whole lobby for Haven map. Excited to see just what Cat is going to play for that map number 3, and I can't wait if they'll be able to finally break the curse, as you say, Chris.
Yeah. They'll be able to break the curse. That is the question. They are this close on reaching the grand finals yet again. But they have to face one more obstacle, game number 3, and it will be, I believe, on the Icebox map as well, which I believe is 7 Sep Crew's experience map pick as well. Well, not really a map pick, but a map that they have played that time and time again. So, for Homeless, this will be a last shot for redemption for them. It was a decisive win, 2-13 in the way on the Pearl game. But it was a different story once we head on into that second game. So will game number 3 go back towards the winning ways of Homeless, or will 7 Sep Crew complete the reverse sweep as they start with this Haven win? Or maybe this third game will bring Crew towards their fate. We'll find out after the short break. But before that, we'd like to thank our official sponsors. And I'd like to start with the PC Game Pass as well. If you purchase any Acer Predator notebook, you are able to activate your own pre-installed 1-month PC Game Pass for free, as it's designed for PC players, where you can play up to 100 plus high-quality PC games, as well as have a lot of benefits up to boot as well, like an EA Play membership, Riot Games benefits if you play League of Legends, TFT, or Valorant for that matter. You'll have a lot of discounts, a lot of deals, thanks to just purchasing your own Acer Predator notebook. So with that, thank you so much to PC Game Pass for sponsoring today's tournament.
And of course, if you're looking for a laptop, why don't I tell you about the Predator Helios Neo 16 and push the boundaries of performance, featuring the latest Intel Core Ultra 9 processor. Guys, this comes with 1 month free PC Game Pass. As Ramon has just said, it's a revolutionary laptop with a 4K mini LED display, unparalleled responsiveness and visual fidelity, empowering you to anticipate and conquer. Ready to dominate? Order your Predator Helios Neo 16 now at Acer Predator Online. With that, we conclude map number 2 of this second series in the semifinals. It's 1-1 currently. Let's see which team advances to the grand finals after this quick break. My name is Adam here with Ramon. We'll be right back after this.
game number 3 on our hands, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you guys are having a wonderful time. I know me and Datum are having an exciting time right now here at the Kings of PH as we're breaching on towards our final map. And I know that 7-Sep crew are happy to take this across the line, but now Homeless also feel the pressure mounting on them. They thought that it was going to be an easy 2-0 sweep, but they got surprised by the smoke that is provided by Borkov and the rest of the squad. So will this continue as we head on into that third map of Icebox, which I've told you, Matt, that this has been a map where 7-Sep like to keep in their back pocket. So maybe this is something that they can surprise Homeless with, but in terms of what we can expect from the broadcast, it really is too hard to tell in that matter.
Yeah. I mean, we did lay out our predictions earlier, right? We said it was going to be, well, pretty much what our prediction said was it was going to be a one-sided affair. But no, it's not. It's actually Homeless fighting back. And, well, it has been not necessarily the closest of series in terms of the scores. It's a 1-1 scoreline now, so make of that what you will. But let's take a look at the agent drafts. Let's take a look at what both teams are going to play. If there's going to be any roster changes. Are we going to see any Reynas today like we did earlier?
Oh, we do! Oh my. Okay, I got a little jumpy across that because the last time that we saw a Reyna pick, it did actually dominate the server. It was Tap from that first opening BO3. Now Slyans, he's been showing off his flexible muscles right now, just showing that not only can he be a really good sentinel, but he's also a remarkable duelist in his own right now. So the question is if he's able to put that to the test, because Homeless, they're relying on getting these first opening picks, especially with the agents that they have, an ISO, a Reyna, both feast or famine agents that are demanded of their success. And if they're not able to do that, then it's not going to be a good look for them so far for Homeless, especially now that they were this close on closing out a game against this team of 7-Sep. But really, what reignited them was the rally that has been started by Borkum in that pistol round of Haven. And the heartbreaks just continue for the Homeless squad.
Wait, Chris, can we take a moment to appreciate that transition a bit? It was a picture in the middle of the two agents, and now it's the map. Wow, shout out to the production team of course. Doing a fantastic job, as per usual, in the Kings of PH tournament. And we're back into the game here. Last game in the series. And it is do or die for both 7C and Homeless. Who's going to come out on top? It begins here in B-side.
Revealing area.
Jordy push out for Homeless as well. Early recon dart. I don't even know if that's going to spot that. It does actually, especially. You see the sides too. Gain some distance between him and the recon dart. They put 2 of the passive rolls out upon the same vicinity as well. You got Borkum holding up that orange spot as he also gets a bit of chip damage done. Opens up with a strong position on Slyans to rain it down, silenced up. They can't let the spike on just yet thanks to the utility provided to them by 7-Sep, so they have to back off or commit to the fight itself, especially with Whitecat claiming the second frag for the team.
You're pushing up, trying for Snowman, trying to deny the spike plant for now, but it is a man advantage, 2-man advantage already for 7C. Make that a 3-man, a 4-man, and now a 5-man advantage. And when Homeless going down in 7C, strike first this time. And the last time they opened up a site with a pistol win, Chris, they won the game.
Oh, you can't remind me like this, man, because sometimes the caster curse is real. But I'm gonna hold my breath.
I'm just stating some facts.
That's why I'm holding my breath right now, because, anything could happen at this point in time. We already saw that happen in the first BO3. They lost so many rounds right after losing that pistol. I'm not even sure if it was 7-Sep in one of the opening qualifying games back then, who was on the receiving end of winning the pistol and then losing the second round conversion. So let's see if lightning strikes size for them as they spot out Borkum on the other side, and Tomix decisively peeking onto Ivan over at the other side right now. Double packed in towards Slyans as well, making this Reyna somewhat obsolete in the first 2 opening rounds as Borkum even sprays on towards Vil.
Yeah, I love the way 7C are playing this anti-eco. Just so much aggression. Look at the positions. Case in point. Everyone just converging on that position of the spike.
One enemy remaining.
It's a bit of risky strat to play, but if it works out, it makes the round even easier. Gives you a bit of momentum. Remake Simulator can't catch a Stomach's pants down.
I took care of it.
But that's the only bit of damage they find. The 7C find the round 2-0. Again, a good start here in Icebox.
I'm hoping to see a replay right now because it was an isolated frag, I'm a little confused on how they're able to kill off Astu with just one bullet from the outlaw itself. I don't know if it was from double peek. See, there was the presence from the double tap, but one shot from the outlaw was enough to kill him off. That could possibly be something that we need to consider later on, but I guess this time for Homeless, we're gonna have to settle with going for that buy round into the the third. Battle shots in, made some noise across that A main extremity as he wants to destroy drones with that one shot on the outlaw. Atomics has been impressive with this weapon in particular. We're gonna find out if he's able to ring that true into the third coming round as the entry comes through over towards Astu. Already on towards back site. Plant comes through and Remake Simulator plants on towards the spike. Vil also will get his own opening pick.
You're still holding on to that hero rifle, the Phantom. It has to be a retake this time. Wall being put up by the ISO as Lions with a cheeky angle from up above. Strikes down White Cat. Finds another. Lions making this harder and harder for 7C. Falling apart now. Still 3 people alive for Homeless. Lions with a 3K now, a 1v2, and Tomix making a 1v1. Lions goes down. Tomix still holding on to the outlaw. Doesn't know the position of Ivan. Time ticking out. Tomix spots him. And Ivan knows all he has to do is play time. Atomics gets the kill in the end. But that's the round either way for Homeless. Still, very good damage done. Nobody for Homeless stay alive.
We'll have to settle with that. A 4K for the guy. 6-1 with his KD. But Slyan's able to somewhat fight a resurgence in his performance right now. After a disappointing entrance in towards this Icebox game. Finally makes his presence known with a 3K. Atomic's able to one-up him in towards the post plant. Not enough to even get some time on down to use a spike because he had no time, no info. And with that 2-1, we'll give them the first round on the board. I believe it's also a costly round for the Homeless squad. Still gonna be an investment for them. Atomics pushes in, prime the dash, and he's able to get himself asked to White Cat. Double peek on down as well. They're still pushing, and a little too close for comfort. Vil, a headshot onto Atomics as well before the dash. A 4v3, Homeless fighting back, but it's still gonna be the numbers in favor of 7C until Slyans activates the Empress and takes off Nightingale into the 3v3 this time around.
Science from above again. Gets another target. This is the safety. Looks for the next target. A 2v2 as White Cat trades in response. Gets the Empress and the Sova as well. White Cat to close it out. And 7C 2 rounds ahead. 3-1 in this first half.
White Cat standing up and forcing Homeless to sit down. Just isolating each fight. A headshot for everyone inside of A. Look how fast this guy adjusts. You know he's in the moment. You know he's in the zone. He's not feeling nervous anymore. He's hungry for frags. He's hungry to get himself back on the grand final spot. As he knows he's this close to come back towards his personal best. In the Kings of PH, 3-1, an equal round for Homeless. Somewhat of an approach onto the mid side as well. Orcom gonna spot that Astu and a perfect flick from the veteran. Rolling back the ears. And Tomix able to adjust for the second frag as well. Slowing down the momentum of Homeless. As they're banking on the push from Vil in towards the kitchen area where he's cooking up what could possibly be an attempt at the flank.
Now, 3 people left standing for Homeless. But I do have a lot of mid control, surprisingly. You're getting caught by Vil. Opens up that B site for now as Remake Simulator actually gets caught. That's the spike, and this turns the round in favor of 7C. Despite the advantage of Vil's position, Now it's null. 4-1. 7C. 3 rounds ahead. They're gonna deny that thrifty round.
There's that timeout coming through for Homeless. Where is it? I'm looking for it. They need a reset. Especially after veterans like Borkum hitting shots like this. And despite Vil being in a very comfortable position on towards that kitchen spot, the wraparound over towards CT really was a bit too optimistic for the young gun on Homeless. Into a 4-1 scoreline. A full buy attempt out from the attack as they're now going to try to contest against the triple setup on the main. They're both hiding on corners. They let Yor be the anchor spot on that position. Because of that one way, won't they expect this crossfire to be in place? White Cat and Nightingale really cooking up a death trap on towards the Homeless side as they're not waiting any longer. They're hungry for frags, and that's a double in towards Astu as well. Because of that NDY, he wants to take the space given. And even though he's not long for this world, he just wants to let the last 2 players to plant the spike on down to make it an easy 2v2 post plant. But is it really easy, Datum?
That's the question.
It's
It all begins with Tomix.
He
barely dodges the contract.
One enemy remaining.
Borkum though shuts down Slides with 2 bullets. Sentry turret up as well, and now they're converging, and Borkum doesn't even need Tomix. That's a double for the Killjoy, and that's round number 5 on the board for 17. As you say, Chris, it looked easy.
Definitely, man. He placed the turret on a very difficult angle for the last player. Completely covers the left side of that yellow spot, so he had no choice but to push back in towards green. And unfortunately for him, it was in the loving arms of Borkum, who really had to run around the world trying to save Tomix at the right place at the right time. Timeout called for Homeless, I believe, as they want to get a bit of a reset in towards the matchup. 7C are a bit too precise, a bit too sharp for their own liking, so they're looking to stop that with a few seconds to spare.
Let's take a look at that one more time. Oh, it's not a replay. I thought it was timeout called by Homeless. And we were waiting for this, right? We were waiting for this because the momentum being garnered up by 7C. Hydrate check muna tayo dito, guys. For everyone watching at home, make sure to drink your water. You as well, Chris, of course. And of course, our broad team. Direk, inom ka muna ng tubig dyan. This heat is unbearable, guys. So make sure to hydrate regularly and stay cool in this weather.
Shoutout nga pala kay Sir Eric. Wala lang.
Uy.
Hindi naman siya nanonood. I just want to shout him out randomly. Malay mo, hindi pa kasi siya nainom ng tubig, so maybe this could also be a good time for him to hydrate for basically our boss coming through 5-1. Pashanen yet again from Tomix says it's everybody separated from the pack, but White Cat is thriving in this environment, knocking down the only smoker on the side of Homeless, seemingly cutting off all their options this time around, but Slyance providing another opportunity for them. Kills off Tomix. Even though a smoker is down, the Empress in the server is still alive and kicking despite the ulti not being commenced from right now. Astu providing another opening onto the mid side. Every single shot from the Homeless roster is knocking down a defense from 7-Sept, and they're forced themselves to play on the 2 versus 4 retake where both of them are separated from each other.
Spike planted.
Yeah, I think, in my opinion, that's a good idea. They have to stay undetected for now. Yor, just finds the 1. It's all up to Borkum now.
Borkum time?
1v3 could be. Is it? They hear him. They see him. Tap. No dice. That's Homeless with a good round. Slyance coming up huge. I believe Slyance was the only one with a Vandal in that round, but they managed to make it happen. Astu with a nasty shot as well. And Homeless pick up their second in this game. Good start from White Cat to deny the smokes, but Slyance was just even bigger with these kills.
Just really just willing to take the fights head on. Bad timing for White Cat as well. After the timeout, they're able to find an adjustment despite the somewhat of an iffy start into the round, giving Bill's life for the cause. Slyan stepping up where they need to. Now they faced up against a Viper Spit early on into the B main extremity. Tomix primes up the dash and possibly a double kill for him. A triple kill could be in the cards with Borkum assists the young gun in towards the mid side as well. And that Viper Spit from Yor, he's already on top of the crater. Into a 4 versus 2. Homeless walking into Tomix, but really it is Remake Simulator with that bait and switch setup. But will they expect Borkum? Sees him under the tube this time around, but they already crossed in towards the A side, but Nightingale waits for the out. Shoots it onto Remake Simulator. Into a 3 versus 1 for Ivan.
I got the spike. Recalling my bot.
Doesn't have ult. Does have the spike though. But Nightingale is at the ready. The operator. Oh, his swing barely misses, but the second adjustment connects. Okay. Ivan is down. 7C is up one more. 6-2. And that up from Nightingale just is a terror in this A site. Tomix with the perfect timing on the push as well. And Homeless has got to be careful of those early peaks. They've been falling to that ever since the game started. First it was the peaks out from White Cat, and then this time around it was Tomix. Homeless have to put a little bit more afterthought into that aggressive tendency of 7C because they're paying for it a lot.
May isa akong comment na nabasa kanina sa live. Maybe I can reference it later because something's happening on the screen. Tomix, he is knocked out of the sky. Astu, one shot over to the head of Tomix on top of the crate. And you thought that this would have been a confident position. Now it becomes the Armageddon. Both Killjoy ultis invested into the round. They have to run away. And White Cat spotted by Vil, but he's still the one who has the primary adjustment into the 4 versus 4. So thoughts on committing. Homeless, they really need an answer to this. And they start with Ivan picking up Borkum, but in return, White Cat with an adjustment! A triple ace for White Cat! Exploding in the A site! All that burden, all the personal problems from White Cat, he has forgotten everything! He puts his life, he puts everything in his game! A 16 frag for the side of White Cat right now! And in the 7th round win, this shows that this guy is not feeling any pressure anymore. And that's where he feels as most dangerous.
Oh, picture perfect too, down to the last bullet. Yeah, 1 bullet left in the barrel when he was fighting Ivan, and he did still get the headshot. What a beast, Ivan!
Right there.
Going down there means White Cat gets the ace, and it's just 7C back on the board. And Nightingale starting it off strong again. What is happening? 7C riding a high, and White Cat leading the charge. You're spotted out, Bill. Perfect execute. What are these shots, Chris?
Huh? Wait,
Okay.
what? This is the 2nd time that Borkum dodges the kill contract.
I know.
That's interesting coming through from him, but we'll have to wait and see later on. Vil with a triple kill, operator in hand. Remember, they started with the Sheriffs, but in the end, still a 4K for Vil. The operator from the Sheriff that he started from the previous round. A quick peek from both 1 taps all the way from that green position. Nightingale, he thought he started off confidently with that opening pickup, but in the end, it was Vil who really became a shining force into executing on the B site itself. A 4K for Vil. The only smoker stepping up for the squad as Homeless are able to kind of get themselves the 3rd round, despite them only coming at it with just sticks and stones.
That was impressive from Vil. I think it was a little bit overshadowed by White Cat from that last round, but not to take anything away. That was really good for Vil. Stop leading the charge again. Gets the first contact. Ivan gets the kill onto Nightingale too, so that's 2 kills down. Homeless pushing through. What is that angle from White Cat? Somehow finds the head of Science. Well, Homeless still pushing through towards that A site. Spike being paraded down into it. As it is Remake pushing it down. Haru. Vil will be taking the third and Astu the fourth. There you have it. Homeless 4-7. They're fighting back. Vil has been instrumental in this sort of comeback here in the first half.
Really, it has been two of the demons on the lobby. Has making a splash. And their mental fortitude pushing through after a brutal ace from Whitecat really has been even more impressive if you consider that. And then you couple that with Vil and his performance in the next coming rounds. It's just beautiful to watch for Homeless. Into what could be a 7-4 right now. They push on in towards the same site. On A. Whitecat on top of the structure has to fall down to the ground thanks to the drone. And Nightingale knocks down Sly Hands. No revive whatsoever. Hunter's Fury invested. Whitecat at the same spot where he just got an ace. And with an Armageddon, it starts off strong for him. Splits off both sides of the map. Tomic Smith getting shot at one shot. As Ivan falls through with a 1-for-1. Kills him off from the sky. Whitecat. Because of the thrash, it does ignore him. And Borkum, somewhat of a botch attempt at taking the flank coming through. The long-range tap from the Spectre, excuse me, does not work out in time. And Remake Simulator, it was a run and gun. Kills off that's the only anchor on B site. And look at how fast they rotate on towards the B site. Nightingale has one more usage from the thrash. Has to make it picture perfect from them. Vil's not dead. He's so low. And because of the ulti, he's not dead yet. Nightingale still has the ulti yet again. And they're trying to hold their breath on using that as Whitecat still popping off until Ivan and Remake Simulator denies their chances. 5-7 for Homeless. Finally, they find some momentum coming into this first half after a stunning performance from Whitecat and Tomix. Homeless are biting back with everything they have.
And just like that, Chris, we have a game in our hands. Boy, oh boy. I think this is the closest one we've had yet. Barring that first game. The Homeless finding some semblance of rhythm after that pop-off from Vil. That one round where Vil just had a Sheriff picked up the operator from Nightingale, and then the 3-round consecutive win from Homeless. They needed that resurgence of confidence after Whitecat popped off, and they needed it. They got it. 5-7 now. This pistol gonna be even more important for Homeless to try and even things out in the score. As they head towards the defense this time. 7C, a much different approach from Homeless. They walk up towards B main without really making any noise.
Astu's about to surprised by two players lurking on the other side of the map, but he hears the footsteps. Knows that there's at least one coming from the flank right here, while 7 Scepter will be comfortable with taking that B main extremity over at green. And stop one with Vil. That's a nice shot over to Nightingale. The trigger discipline and the jiggle peaks to get himself that first frag through. 4 versus 5. Not the strongest smoker in this sort of team composition on the map, but as long as he's able to pick up the frags, it doesn't really matter what you use in this team composition, right?
Yeah, actually, let's see. 7C, an interesting approach here. 2 players split up from the rest of the crew, but they have the spike here in A. Mid-rotate, they get caught by Vil, so Tomix will go down. White Claw as well, so now it's a 2v4. What was starting to be a good round here to split up the map is turned out into a tragedy with 7C down to the last 2 players. They pick up the first, but they run out of bullets. Yor finds the trade though, so it's a 1v2. Remake Astu both 1 HP left to the Sheriff. There's the first kill. Yor just have to hit the mark. And he does. There you go. The clutch from Yor. The 3k on the Viper and the 8th round on the board for 7C.
Good lord. Able to steal the round away thanks to the rotate all the way to the A site slowly as possible. Yor providing that opening and closing the game out with a Sheriff double kill. A triple, might I add. An 8-5 so far into this matchup. And a comfortable buy for 7 Sept. You really thought that Vil had the game in the palm of his hand after a quick double kill from the Clove, but he flew too close to the sun. Now it's a 8-5 scoreline for 7 Sept as they walk in towards the B main extremity. Trying to rotate on down towards, making a lot of noise on the mid side because of the presence of this Clove. Kind of thinking twice about how close he is so far. That's why you see some pot shots going through towards Vil into the mid side right now.
Atomic's moving up, poking and prodding as well. Knows there's at least one player on the other side of these craters. These crates, rather. Oh, the swing out from You're ineffective. Good thing White Cat is there for the trade. 7C have decided on that B side execute. Tomix dashes in straight into yellow. Still a lot of challenge, but Borkum pushes down into Vil. Azastu finds the trade for now. They're gonna get the spike planted at least, so it's a 3v2. 7C man advantage. And just a sheriff for Sliance and Remake. This should be an unwinnable round from the Homeless's point of view, but this team has been so willful in these rounds. They challenge everything, despite the odds.
One enemy remaining.
I'm never just gonna count them out like that. Sliance goes down, and Tomix will be taking down Remake as well. There you go, 7C. They pick up the pistol, they pick up the round after that, so now they're 4 rounds ahead.
Definitely, man. I mean, fully converting on their buy, their anti-eco. Borkum wanted to provide much more space on the side. Fully confident in displaying his talent with that bulldog in hand for him, but I guess they wanted to take a little bit more time before they could decide on pushing onto the B side, because remember, they put the smoke onto the mid side. You don't know how many people are coming up from that side of the map, but really 7C, they don't really have that much to worry about. In the state of the game that they're in, White Cat is in full form, then Tomix is always going to be somebody you can rely on, so no need to think about him right now. Timeout called for Homeless right here. I think they fully invested both of the timeouts right now, so they can't use it anymore. Fully using all their resources available. They find themselves really in an uncomfortable situation. Remember, they started off really strong on this first game. And in the second 7 Sept have fully found their identity. And now with White Cat and his presence demanded out of the 7 Sept crew, now forces the gauntlet out of Homeless. And so far it hasn't been working out for them. Because it's their bye round, it might be their best chance moving forward.
Yeah, pivotal round here for Homeless. Hence the timeout, actually. Look at the gun pickups from 7C. 3 assault rifles, White Cat on the Guardian, Borkum on the Sheriff, and a heavy stack over towards that A side. This is an opportunity for Homeless to actually push up, but knowing the risk of it being an eco on the other side is preventing them from doing so. So 7C taking full advantage. Cutting noise, baiting a bit of rotation, but it's Homeless doing the opposite. They're going towards A side instead of away from it. And now 7C, this might not be the best idea to push this.
Definitely not. They're walking to the Hornet's Nest. Almost fully prepared for this. 4-man stack on the A side. They don't know about this, but Tomix doesn't care. He peeks onto 2. Fully trusting in the momentum as they all obliterate the defense on A. Ivan in the 1v4, but he only gets down 1 as White Cat fully awakens. Arises to the occasion. A 10-5 for 7 Sept crew. Again, we thought about 7 Sept and their doubt in their ability. They pushed in towards the A side, fully knowing that it's so many bodies falling to the floor, but they expected it was going to be on the other opposition. Homeless really were not prepared for what was to come. A double kill from Tomix, who really flicked towards the upper side of that Raptors position.
Yeah. And the amount of presence 7C commanded in that side take was just awe-inspiring. Remember, they had a gun deficit that round. A couple of the players only had sheriffs and an outlaw, but they were still able to obliterate the site, as you said. Giving them huge advantage going into this next round. Sline's the only one with a gun. It's far away from this B site that 7C are pushing up on. Tomic's walking up, destroying every bit of Killjoy util. Hunter Fury pop, and Tomic's pops off, gets a couple of kills, dashes to safety, activates the Blade Storm, and Tomic's about to re-enter back into the back end of the site. Have to be careful though, it's a 3v3 now, and Tomic's can't afford to make mistakes. Dashes in, and Slions just decapitates that Jet. You're the only one left standing for 7C, and this assault has fallen apart. You're has to come up huge now to turn this around, a 1v2. Enough bullets in the tank, no ult though, just a single snake bite is what he can play with. He's about to push up against Yellow. Has the abundance of time, doesn't have spike control. Shock dart, headshot from Yor, thins the herd, but Remake just shuts him down, denying that clutch. And Homeless back up to 6. 4 rounds behind, Homeless. Strike back.
Yeah. And almost into that 1v1. He would have saved the day for them if it wasn't for a 50-50 angle on towards the Poison Orb. A trusty spray down coming through. And with this, it could have been anything for them. I like the presence from the Poison Orb because that would have planted in the back of their heads that he could have lurked on down towards the tall box. It's Lions knew better. Thanks to the Jiggle Peak. And with that, the Empress activated. And because of that Dizzy pushed on in from that belt position, it does deter the push. Does not deter them from ever actually using that kill contract. It does win out the gunfight. Astu stands tall in that 1v1. Nightingale destroyed Vil, having his own 1v1 against Borkum, and Borkum wins it out. 1-for-1 trade-off for both sides of the squad. And Tomic's also taking a chance at life, pushing a little closer in towards the backside, but hasn't spotted out Ivan. Communication not on point just yet. Tomic's in his own mission, gets killed off by Ivan as well. 3v3. Everybody having their own 1v1s except 7C are well prepared for this. Borkum always been lurking around the shadows. Kills off again. And Sliance also finding Borkum. What's happening all across the map? Sliance becoming the demon in the server. Empress activated, remind you, into this 1v2 scenario where they're banking on White Cat to clutch up. Remember, this guy's the golden child of 7-Step crew.
30 seconds
He's
left.
made some magic happen before. Has had an ace already today. Has the ult. Isolate the fight, but Ivan still goes down despite expecting the angle, and White Cat might have just done it. A 1v1. Swings out, fights the lure, fights the Leer rather.
10 seconds
Will be able to
left.
get the spike down for now. Challenges it fully. Sliance is the Empress, but White Claw is a god, it feels like. The swing out. It's not good. It's Lions to come out on top. No clutch for White Cat this time, as Homeless will be taking the round. 7-10. 7C still lead, but Homeless strike back on White Cat.
You knew the type of player that White Cat is. You knew what kind of caliber his player is made of. So you knew that there was a different thing in the air right now. When you knew that he hit that micro flick, it could have been over in an instant, but good patience from Slyans, knows that he could just try to play it out with that long range angle. The spray not ringing true for White Cat as he does win out that 1v1. That micro adjustment for White Cat, the one bullet, one tap from him as well. 10-7. Push on again over to the A side. Slyans, the star of the show. He's demanding attention from the crowd. Are you not entertained from the Reyna? As he wants everyone to have their eyes on him. Kills off Tomic, so that's the entry gone for 7-Sep. This Vil. He's waiting inside, or rather outside, on towards that window spot. Borkum, his barrel has been spotted as well. And with a single pixel. Trying to wait it out, but that possibly plants Vil in just this awkward position.
Oh, the angle from Vil finds one. MDY. Vil's not dead yet. Until he is. Okay. Ivan spots him out. Couple of kills to trade out that controller downed. And suddenly it's you're all alone. Homeless have done it again. They're coming back into this fight. And 7C, gotta remember, Chris, they still have 2 timeouts. Maybe they could use it after this.
30 seconds
Because
left.
they're losing grip of this game. There you go. Okay. Couple of kills down. 2 players left on this 1v4. Still has no control of the spike. Spots out both of them. And Remake will be taking him down. 7C. Where is that timeout? I think they need to use it.
Do it right now. Do it right now. I don't even know about the money situation. It's a little iffy. New Marshals, a guardian for him. Sly hands activating at the best possible time where they could cook up a comeback in the making. And despite Yor and his precision in the first 2 picks against Remake Simulator, it was a 50-50 angle. He was on a wide open angle as well. A 10-8 for them, and even Whitecat can't save them so far unless he does with this Hero Vandal. Destroys the alarm bot, destroys the Molly as well. So it's a red carpet all the way towards B main. Into the loving arms of Ivan is also so low on HP. I think it's because of the guided salvo as well, provided by Whitecat. Into the push in B main. No lurk, no nothing from 7C, except on the opposition. Homeless are cooking up a triple flank. That is possible for them. Thrash coming through. Clears up both yellow and that green position. They know that the front line is not going to be a probability. And now that they have the Viper's Pit, it becomes an even easier time for the 7-2 side. Except they have plant the spike on down because of the spray down out from Astu. Attackers are locked down also to try to prevent from any sort of silly business, especially with the kill onto Astu as well.
Yeah, lockdown Investidor Pit is up. Spike finally going down. Thrash gonna be activated again here just for a bit of assurance for 7C. Aggressive angle from Tomix. Works out, shuts down Science, making it a little bit easier to hold this site in the post plant. 7C, cheeky angle for Borkum. Oh, that's gonna be Armageddon invested as well by 7C. Everything thrown and the kitchen sink. But Homeless are powering through every bit of utility that they've got. It's Whitecat against the world. That's gonna be the concuss, but it is not enough. Homeless strike again. Whitecat go down. It's just 1 round this game.
Where is that timeout, man? I mean, we're looking for a reset to come through for 7C. Homeless really providing an opportunity in every single opening pickoff. Bit of an over adjustment in towards the Viper's Pit. They find out where the Viper is. Atomics a little too close to the sun yet again. Ivan becoming a dangerous person on that yellow position. Giving them the first 2 opening picks in that post plant for Homeless. Stringing together 4 rounds deep towards this 9-10 scoreline. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, this is still just the semi-final. We still have one more BO3 right after this one. Datum.
Yeah, it's crazy. There you go. That's the timeout we're looking for. It might actually be a technical pause here. I'm not sure, but there you go. It's a tactical pause for 7C. One that is direly needed. Nakabawi na dito, Homeless. 1 more, and they're going to be able to even things out. And take a look at the eco here, Chris. It's essentially equal footing. Whoever loses this round is almost guaranteed no creds next round. So this is an all-important round for both of these squads.
An impossible task at hand handed to them at the start of this first half, but the Homeless are making a meal out of it. A full commitment into the full buy for 7-step this time as they walk into the utility of Ivan. Has to find them with the silent drone, that turret, giving the early info. A triple push out on the mid side as well. And with the Hunter's Fury, all that they need to do is try to delay some time, buy some space for this mid push to work out for Vil. As he walks in towards Borkum, possibly in his crosshair, but even Borkum doesn't know what's coming to him. He decides to peek onto that 50-50 angle, but decides to join the fray this time around. So Homeless are going to have to rely on that first opening pick. Ivan also spotted, but Astu starts off strong with a double tap onto Whitecat as well. A 1-for-1 with Tomix, killing off Ivan, who was the anchor on the site. But now Astu has to provide some cover, but Tomix knocks him down with a second headshot. A triple for Tomix right now. A 4K for him at the seams. And this could be the end for Homeless, as it's Tomix time to shine. An 11th round for 7C. All showing who's boss this time around. It's Tomix, and it's time to grow.
Finally, find around here, Chris. After 4 dueling rounds of Homeless, just taking everything from them. Tomix find some leeway, find some confidence, and they finally break Homeless. Finally enter a site and get Spike ticking down, and force the eco out of Homeless. Lion's the only one with a gun. So this should be an easier round for 7C, but I never ever count out Homeless. Not when Lions pick up a kill like that. Tomix go down. No more popping off Jet this time, as yours a heightened position. Lee, you're gonna be there. Couple of sheriffs in the way of this B site, and I think it might be time for 7C to count their cost and go towards the other side, but they decide to challenge, and they lose 3 players in as a result. Make that 4. Nightingale all alone now and Homeless. They're almost done the Thrifty. Nightingale down to 7 HP. There's nowhere to run for this Gecko. Finds a kill before going down as a bit of consolence, but that's it. Homeless pick up the round. That's 10 to 11. We are back into the game here, and it's as close as it can get.
Only having shares in that round 2. Minimal investment in the round. Slyance, that hero Vandal. A dismiss back to safety, just baiting them into the B green extremity. It was a triple stack on that side of the map as well. So they thought they were ready for what was to come on the defensive side. Unfortunately, it was not their best case. Unfortunately, they were not safe at all. Not safe for anything. 11 to 10. Another lurking attempt for Borkum right now onto the A side extremity, while everybody else decide to push on down. Astu knocked down by Borkum early on with the Bulldog right click, I believe. So a 4v5. No kill contract, no nothing. It's a thrash coming through again for Nightingale, fully clearing off that yellow angle. Finally, it could be Tomix's time to shine once again.
They cleared up yellow, but not sight. So you're gonna have to wait for that thrash cooldown. If they even retrieved it. I'm not sure if they retrieved. If Nightingale was able to retrieve thrash, oh, there you go. You can reinvest that to clearing up the back of the site. Deeper into orange. There you go. Letting him up the spike plant, but Lion speaks out with the flash. Gets the shot down onto Year, and then goes for the reset. Lions with a 3K, dismissed to safety, and that's the 3K for the Reina into the round. Homeless plays around the thrash like a T. Get themselves to 11. We are all tied up. 7C, I think they should call for a timeout again, Chris. I think they should.
At this point, they really should, man. They lost all their momentum, all the advantages that they have built up. Homeless, they've been confidently peaking time and time again. We wanted this Reina to feast, and at the start he wasn't, but now he's feasting all throughout against 7-Sep, who are walking to this domain. 11-11, Tomix. It's a Blade Storm active for him right now, and he has to be the miracle worker for the team. But as one taps on the Blade Storm, so many times that they've attempted this B main extremity push. So many times has it also been a heartbreak for 7-Sep. At this point, they just have to cut the losses and see if they can try to force out a mistake for Homeless. But if you look at the discipline, you see the distance between them and the extremities. They really are just letting them take the space because they're confident in the retake scenarios.
Silence on the map. 7C have to be extra careful where they tread. Every kill matters, especially when you don't have the best weaponry here. Tomix got the Blade Storm, but that's it. Everyone's got Sheriffs. Lions. Uh-oh, someone sneaked past under him.
Left.
From behind, he might get struck. From up above, he gets Tomix. Borkum, there you go, gets the kill until Vil shows up, takes control of that site and the spike. Has to shuts down Borkum as well. It's White Cat again, who will not be able to survive a second longer than Vil can see him. 12 points on the board. Match point for Homeless. 1 round away from the grand finals.
And the first time ever in this very BO3, in this very third map, excuse me, Homeless have finally found the lead and match point at that as well. You remember those times when 7C really needed one more round to reach match point? Well, now they're fighting for their lives in the tournament with this next point in contention. And possibly to use up all the rounds in regulation right now. Vil, always a nuisance in the mid side, will probably continue in this next coming round. Push on again from Slyans, who never fails to become a nuisance. And Borkum never expects Slyans on the same angle time and time again. Vil bumps out another. It's Nightingale. He fails to find the adjustment onto Vil every single time on this angle. So now 7C have to recenter, refocus this time around. Now they go back towards the A side, fully trusting that Slyans is going to make a mistake this time around. But remember the last time that this guy held the same angle. Now he's not making any mistakes whatsoever. He's holding with more allowance to what he can see up below. He's just letting all of them pass this time around. He's already hunted up onto the bus position. He could not dismiss from the fight. He gets one, but Tomix gets a double kill. NDY activated for Vil. He needs to get in towards the fight yet again. Because in Molly, he has to push on back 5 HP and a dream. But I don't think he has time to even whittle it out. I don't think so. 3v3. A possible task at hand for 7-Sep. That Tomix makes a mistake, but Nightingale provides an opening. 2v2 now. Remake Simulator. 20 seconds. All the pressure mounting on their shoulders. All hold up on that generator spot. Yor and Nightingale holding hands over towards A side. 10 seconds. As2 and Remake, they're just waiting for them to make a mistake. A kill onto Remake. All falling apart until As2. They killed off the planter. And there's no time. A heartbreaker for 7-Sep crew. Has Homeless. All rounds in regulation have upset the odds and kicked out 7-Sep. It's Homeless in the grand finals.
Oh my god, Homeless. What a clutch from Astu as well. The 1v2 played perfectly, and Homeless kick 7C off from the semis. They advance to the grand finals, and what a way to do it as well. 2 13-11 games, 1 dominant win from 7C. And the penultimate game here in Icebox, clutched by barely a few seconds of a window here by Astu. Beautifully done, Homeless. What a game. But they're not done. They have to continue on to the grand finals.
That's not the grand finals? I thought this was. Considering the storylines, considering the stakes, I thought it was over to begin with, but I guess we aren't done just yet. The schedule speaks for itself. They will be facing up the previous BO3 winners of the semis. We'll have that confirmation later on, but what a way to end up that BO3 playing off of time. And honestly speaking, I lost so many years off of my life just from this match alone. But it's just a small price to play from watching good old Valorant from both sides. As we take a look at the highlights, you can tell that Homeless really struggled to have an opening in towards the first few opening rounds. And wasn't it ironic that after this 4K, after the ace, 7-Sep crew could not find any sort of opening right after that to kind of close down the game and even reach match point, man. That's just heartbreaking to begin with.
A phenomenal performance, just unable to close it out in the end. Did White Cat get 2 aces? I think he did. I think he did get 2 aces here, White Cat. Yeah. Wow, what a performance, but a big lead from 7C, just lost to the perseverance, the unrelentless of Homeless. Just refusing to go down, pushing us almost into overtime again, and pushing 7C to their limits and beyond. Homeless are your grand finalists. Are facing up against Orion. what did I say? We didn't expect this at all. Neither of us expected this, Chris. You expected this to be a 2-0 for 7C. But Homeless have a point to prove. And their night continues.
I know,
I'm
man.
so excited. I'm so excited for the grand finals.
Yeah. It's just so hard to watch, right? I mean, especially for somebody who's very close to the 7-step roster. I mean, this could have been everything for them, especially since they were touching distance over match point. But I guess it's a perfect time as well to cut off all their losses, because remember, this roster was also built together for 2 weeks, right? 2 weeks of practice.
Yeah.
And they're still very promising. I mean, they have the fundamentals on point. They just have to work on a few things. And hopefully, we'll get to see White Cat on for playoffs contention next time, maybe in another Predator event. But for Homeless, this is somewhat of a display of teamwork for everybody across the board. Individual performances from Sly Ants and Vil, dragging them towards the finish line as well. So this promising roster of 7-step crew, we'll have to see them in the next coming Predator events, as we know that we're going to be having a lot of that coming into this next year.
Yeah.
But do remember, our MVP has really shown us why they have performed like this for so very long now. And in this third game, it wouldn't have been possible without Sly Ants. The amount of times that he has forced the pushes in towards the extremities, dismisses out the safety to try to disrupt any sort of plan coming through for the attack on 7-step. Honestly, we're this close on even competing up against them. And Sly Ants really was just a wild card. And honestly, these Reina players really are just built different. Congratulations to Homeless, and congratulations to everybody who has participated in the semifinals, but nevertheless, still Homeless really deserving of their spot because of their resilience and because of their mental fortitude.
Yeah, and it just feels like Homeless is a more cohesive unit as a whole compared to 7-step, right? I mean, you know that the players of 7-step crew can perform. You've seen White Cat, Tomix taking the spotlight over and over again. But they just couldn't bring it home. For some reason, they can't bring it home despite being so far ahead. Well, did we start the series, the second half in 10-4, if I'm not mistaken? But 7-step, they just are unable to bring that small distance back home. And I think it's just a couple of minor tweaks to bring this team to a championship winning team. Because I gotta remember as well, Chris, with the little amount of time that this team has been together, their achievements are already very impressive. They're 2 weeks, guys. It's a 2 weeks old roster here, 7-step. There's a lot of talent undeniably for this roster, but they just have to come together more cohesively. For now, though, Homeless will be the one to be the more cohesive unit. They're the ones advancing to the grand finals, and I can't wait to see just how strong of a performance they can put up against Orion.
Honestly, man, I mean, this is a performance that we're going to be looking out for so long now. But honestly, before we head on into our grand finals for both of our behemoths, I think it's a good time for us to take a short break. But before that, it will be a shout out for our sponsors. I'd like to start with the PC Game Pass as well. If you purchase any Acer Predator notebook, you can activate your pre-installed 1-month PC Game Pass for free if you do purchase that Acer Predator notebook. So just for you guys to know, the PC Game Pass is designed for PC players, where you can play high quality PC games, including new games on day one, and get an EA Play membership where you can play a lot of games affiliated by EA Play as well, published by EA Play as well. So with all of that, you have a lot of benefits given to you by Riot Games, and discounts and deals and more by purchasing any Acer Predator notebook. And with that, thank you so much, PC Game Pass, for sponsoring today's tournament, and I'm sure that you guys are having a wonderful time. What about you, Datum? You want to tell everybody about this amazing recommendation of a laptop that everybody should get?
Guys, Chris already told you about the free PC Game Pass. That's if you get a new laptop from Predator. But there's no better choice, I'm here to tell you, than the Predator Helios Neo 16, which pushes the boundaries of performance. It's got the latest and greatest Intel Core Ultra 9 processors, and of course a revolutionary 4K mini LED display. It's got unparalleled responsiveness and visual fidelity, empowering you to anticipate and conquer. Ready to dominate? Order the Predator Helios Neo 16 today at Acer Printer Online. It comes with 1 month of free PC Game Pass. Guys, that's a lot of games. It's a lot of power.
Remember, we also have a payday promo as well that started yesterday, April 12 up to 16, also around April 25 at 2:30. And with this payday promo, you can get up to a 10% discount on buying the Predator Helios Neo 16 as well. Remember, up to 10% off on the Predator Helios Neo 16. A big example is this Abyssal Black model of the Predator Helios Neo 16. We have a 7,000 discount at that and a lot more in the Acer website. So do check that out on your own respective payday promos. Malay mo, dahil meron kang a lot of money to spare at kailangan nyo ng mas maganda or mas beefier na gaming laptop, eh nandyan lang ang Predator Helios Neo 16 for your gaming benefits. Kaya yun mga kaibigan, tapos na ang first two BO3s of the day, but we're not done with the job just yet. It will be Orion Esports versus Homeless for our grand finals. The last seat at the table in phase 2 of the Kings of PH will commence. My name is Ramon. With me is Datum. We're the casters for the whole of the Predator Kings of PH right now for today's qualifiers, and we'll see you after this short break. Don't go anywhere.
Lumapara sila dito, nagbablank laban sa Game Lab Alpha, and Game Lab is really inside of P. Nag-aabang mga kala dito, sila Owen Beauty wins sa Matino for another
mistakenly kicks. Same fall. He gets shot by the Phantom and finally gets the one point.
Wala, makikita niya dito. Sila Exotic, sila Dan, SRX, with just the red, with the play score, with Exotic, with the long topic, and fully in the close one.
This tournament is brought to you by Predator Gaming, Intel, and PC Game Pass.
Mid-side of this. Ilang.
Yes.
Kalma. Play ko, Nes. Nice!
1 HP!
One down.
Kalma. Wait. 10 seconds. Nice!
Let's go.
Huli si Pangay.
Hindi nyo na masising ang map. Ganito. Infinite mana glitch na magugulat yung caster, ba't di tayo naubos ang pera. 11 assists. I'm LeBron James.
80 mga 80. 1 HP ah. Nice.
Nice one. Secure. Hold, Gino, hold.
Load. One bullet, bro.
Up down, guys. Up down.
GG. Ayun yung mga struggle natin, boy. Ayun yung mga bakas ng paghihirap.
Nag-i-stick up yan.
Stickman.
Nice, boy! Tangina yun, saan lakas mo, pre? Ang lakas na shadow ko, pre! Shadow, haray! Likod mo! Nice!
boy!
Nag-cheater ka ba? Idol, pwede ba picture? Di ba si Evan FPS ka from now and RRQ and LOL?
Baba.
Chill lang.
Flashing na.
Backside. Nice! 12-12, okay? 14-12, let's go!
14-12, baka masin.
Okay lang.
natin.
Up.
Kalma, up. Nice one! Sino ba sila, pre?
Basag yung pinto, basag na pinto. Nice skill. Katabi mo na.
Masaya.
Katabi.
Nice one, boy.
Puta dance! Dance?
Kalma. Tatlo. Nice! One HP omen.
Nag-force ba yan? Nag-TP?
Site na omen.
Kalma.
Pasok na.
Uy, ready laban kayo.
Flashing ako, boy!
Okay.
Nice!
Nice.
Mga to.
You're back dun.
Medyo ang pick to no? Kaya mo yan, boy.
Nastra.
Nice! Inan mo, Yoro Deep. LOL. Swing nga tayo. 1, 2, 3, swing.
Nice!
Nice. Hello.
Last elbow. Holy.
Planting na dito, be ha. Iwanan natin yan, boy.
Retake natin.
May moli ata dito, boy.
Sira flash ray gun.
Ako nga lang mag-isa dito.
Nice, mababaliw yan, boy.
Sa box!
Sa yellow.
Yellow pa, dalawa yellow. Isa lang.
Flashing ako, Doit. Screen. Si Avin Naming,
Boy, defuse niya, yung iba. Nice, boy! Grabe ka dun, boy!
Teka muna, pre. Teka muna.
Sinimuro kasi sobrang lakas.
Lane.
Haban.
Isang lane.
I'm watching after.
Chill lang. Isang lane na. Lane box.
Can you box?
Isa pang backside ulit eh.
Boy, ako city na, be.
Press mo nga yung backside.
Wala ko, be. Dito lang, boy. Default. Picking heaven.
Ito, heaven pa isa.
Oh, lang yun.
New box, 65.
Backside lang, backside. Ay, backside pa. Nice. 7 last. Nice one, boys. Nice one, Ersa. Okay lang yun.
Uy, good luck, KRN. Leon Cliche Super.
Hey, that's my love.
Your love. Papalagit.
Left side, man. Flash pa. Side na, guys.
Ready, Sandrich. Ito, sama.
Stunning.
Marami daw, because city.
Parel. Adjust ako eh. Tanawa na ban.
Wala, na-smoke out ko.
Link. One more, nice. Good run. Masal yun,
Wala na shield. City out.
Nice.
What the hell, bra?
What the hell, bra? Cypher long.
Nel.
Sided, long last.
Tara, game. Tambahan na natin to.
Buhay, boys, buhay. Kaya taas. A-link ka, A-link.
Flash. Nice shot. Oh. Nice!
Nice one.
Nice,
Fist bump. Ako pipitas. Kanina pa ako na. One. Tap neto. Magtago ka na. Talon ka kayo pala. Ayun o. What the hell?
Nice!
Let's go!
Good shit.
Uy, 1 HP na. 1 HP. Nice! Baka may magalit na naman. Handa ka na sumigaw ko mo. 3, 2, 1, nice! Ooh! 3, 2, 1! Nice!
Sige, hawak ko left.
One enemy remaining.
Bawi lang.
Protocol lang. Our protocol will not betray us. Go.
Wait lang, ulting.
Balag, Sky.
Hindi makalabas siya. Side, guys.
One bend. Side.
Isa pa.
Side. Good lang.
Nice.
Kaya ba kumalma, guys? Dilikuran tayo.
Nakakakaba. Wait, I'm stunned. I'm flash.
Walang shield.
Guys.
Ano akala niya sa bikes ko?
In the day with the 2-0, okay? Woo! Not 0-2, woo!
Wait ko. Paipa tayo. Kaya eh. Lock in. Who's lock in now, mother?
Ay, dalawa.
Top, eh.
Tara, art ako. Alam din na, sino missing.
Ingat kayo, likod.
Upper.
Tago.
Dalawa. Nice.
Nice low.
Ano?
Fighting long.
Pwede ko malmo.
Ano ba? Init na.
Wala B. Nice shot. Wala B ah.
Wala, hindi mo kailangan.
Lagay TP. Sige, pwede. Alam mo na.
Tapusin na natin.
Wala tayong magagawa na DQ na.
Isa pa din, meron pa.
Nag-flash siya.
Kalma.
Race na ka.
May flash ako, magating.
Isa pa.
Wala Sin City.
Si Elbow. Nice! Well played, boys. Good recovery.
Pwede ko flash.
Go na.
Flashing out.
Wait lang.
Side.
Saan ako?
Box.
Patay nyo.
Right side.
Nice!
Oh my God!
Hello, FP na naman. FP Reels.
Hello, Emperor.
Masira lang yung momentum nila talaga. Manalo na tayo.
Pwede mo tapult yan. Pagkat Pilipunahan natin, oh.
Diyan ka lang sa baba kaya, Gabidis.
Plan for aiming yan, Pilip. Makatutok.
Gago na rin sa inyo na naman, boy. Sayang.
Wala, na-stun ako eh.
1 HP ko yung bridge, oh.
Alis ako sa
balis
Possible pa, Vince.
O, diba? Woohoo! Hindi ako drive pick, please.
Patay mo!
Oo po yan, no? Oh my God!
No time, GG!
GG play!
Sariling mundo po.
An event that we thought could not end any later whatsoever. We are finally at the helm. The final, grand final para sa ating Leg 4 qualifier para malaman kung sino ang deserving makapasok sa Phase 2. And this time, it will be a banger of a showdown. My name is Ramon, with me is Datum. This is the Predator Kings of PH Leg 4 qualifiers, a grand finals between Homeless versus Orion Esports. And honestly, both of these behemoths are deserving of their own right. In all games, going 6 games. How much more can we expect out of this day? Kasi feeling ko, Datum, ever since you started casting back here in the Kings of PH, I'm not saying you're the problem, but I'm saying everybody's in tip-top shape right after most of 3 days.
Oh yeah. You can look at it that way. I'm the lucky charm of the players, right? Because ever since I've come, everyone's been performing at a top level. Here we have the map Vito for our grand finals. Here it's gonna be Homeless going up against Orion. So we have the first 3, or rather the last 3 maps to be played of the day. We got Lotus picked by Homeless, Fracture picked by Orion, and the decider of Icebox should we ever get into it. But I gotta say, Chris, I'm a little bit surprised of how well Homeless performed. I think I speak for a lot of people when they say that Homeless just went above and over their expectations, because I would not have expected them to get to the grand finals. But here we are. And they're going up against Orion. One more hurdle for them to prove their point and get into that stage 2.
And in contrast, you could say the same as well for Orion, an unknown quantity for the squad, but this is a band of players that actually have a lot of experience playing up against together in towards the VCT as well. So you could tell that both of these teams are rearing to fight up against each other to get on into that grand final spot. Really, it is a contest of whoever is going to come out on top. So I hope everybody is here para ma-shoutout yung mga nasa comment section natin. Sana masarap ang inyong ulam at sana masarap din ang mangyayari dito sa BO3 natin as we head on into our live predictions. I'm gonna say 2-0 Orion Esports. I'm that confident. I'm sure that this will be one for the stars. What about you, Datum?
Here we go again. I'm gonna say 2-1 Orion, but we've said these exact same predictions earlier, Ramon. I don't know exactly what happened. Neither of us was right. I mean, I got the score right, but the other way around. And we have some expectations, right? I mean, Orion as a team, as you said, have been playing together a long time. And this is a stack of players that have a ton of experience, not just playing together, but cumulatively as well. Talk about top, Migs as well, DOS. These players have proven themselves time and time again, not just in the VCT leagues, but also in the Predator leagues, in Kings of PH before as well. Granted, they haven't necessarily claimed the Kings of PH title. There's still a lot of experience and a lot of composure under this belt. Let's take a look at the Agent Select as we go into Lotus. And we have our compositions. It's pretty standard, it seems like. Homeless with a ton of... Actually, yeah, it's a mirror composition between these two. Both teams having a ton of utility to throw.
I'm just going to ignore the double initiator combo because really that's been the play of the tournament so far. I'm looking at the performance of what could be Slyance and Kyle's swan song into this BO3, because really this is do or die situation for both of these squads. They know what's at stake. It will be that last chance qualifier in this final BO3. Everything is up for grabs. We're finding some consistency in Kyle's form, but Slyance has been on the up and coming ever since we started today in towards this final leg of the qualifier as we start with this Lotus map. Pretty curious to see who is going to start on the attacking round, as that will be a big factor coming into this last BO3 right now. I think something that we have to really talk about today is the neon for both sides.
Oh yeah.
And if Migs can actually come up where he needs to right now, because really he's the type of duelist player that sometimes can be a little too overconfident. But what type of duelist player isn't overconfident, right?
Exactly.
Especially in the grassroots scene where they're just trying to prove themselves right here. I think Kings of PH is just a platform where you can't get any other kind of like this, right?
Yeah, that's true. But I want to talk about one duelist in particular. It's actually Ivan He's gonna be the one playing as the Neon, if I'm not mistaken. I think he's gonna be the one playing as the Neon here for Homeless, which is, I think, the first one we've seen of Ivan playing the Neon. Earlier it was who was playing? It was Slians playing the Duelist, and also Astu. So I was playing a sort of double duelist role here for them. They haven't played a Neon yet today, so that kind of makes sense. Homeless being a team that we've already established as a squad that throws around those roles. Ivan being more of the supportive utility kind of guy. We saw him on the Killjoy earlier, more on the supportive. So him on the Neon this time being the sole duelist as well, supported by a crap ton of utility, is going to be exciting to see. But he's going to have some big shoes to fill. Migs, on the other hand, we've seen his Neon before. We've seen his Neon wreak havoc in this particular map. So Ivan's got to step up to Migs, if I get to say in this argument.
I mean, you have to. It's Migs we're talking about.
Yeah.
A Lanimal in his own right. A superstar in the making as well. Everybody knows Migs. And whenever you're on the broadcast, he kind of has like around 3 to 4 fans. Yeah. You know, a lot of people are backing him up so far. And sometimes that support is more than enough. Kaya I'm thinking about how this is going to be able to affect the performance coming through for the Homeless squad, because they did just come out of a very exhausting BO3.
Oh, that's true. That's true. You gotta take that into consideration. I'm sorry to cut you off there.
It felt like a grand final for me as well, considering the stakes at hand.
Yeah, you gotta take that into consideration as well, right? Homeless literally just came off an almost 3-hour bout, right? So Orion has the advantage of rest. They have the advantage of having that 3-hour break time between their play times. So it's a battle of composure as well, right? And that's where most of the time experience come into play. And Orion Esports undeniably have a ton of experience. I mean, they played alone here in Predator League multiple times, gotten to the playoffs multiple times. Homeless, it's the first iteration here in Kings of PH, right? So at least the ones that made it to the broadcast, right? So it's gonna be a test of time here for them, and it's gonna be a test of endurance as well. Guys, do bear with us. We're just trying to give you the best broadcast possible. We are experiencing some technical difficulty, so we're just trying to give you the best show possible. Meanwhile, let me remind you guys that it's a little bit hot. Why don't you grab your drink and drink some water? Hydrate. Check your posture. Chris, check your posture and hydrate.
Okay. I would like to show everybody that I just took off my jacket. So if you kind of realize that I do feel or look a little different compared to how I started on the broadcast, I gotta remind you that I live in the Philippines and it's pretty hot in here. We just casted 6 games in a row.
6
and
hours.
I'm sure this could possibly be honestly, I did. You casted only like 1, 2, 3, 4, around 4 of them, right? So really,
hey man, don't take any of.
I am not.
Okay.
Hey. The experience is mine as much as it is yours,
okay,
right? So
that's true. That's fair. That's fair.
Which honestly just makes this one of our canon events together, Dado. Don't you feel a little closer casting with me as much as possible like this?
Listen, I feel as close to you as I can already. So, not really, Chris. Not really. We've already spent a lot of time together, my guy.
That's true. But we'll say the same as well for Homeless. They spent so much time grinding back in towards this grand final. They start with the rubble control. Astu with the flash. Perfectly timed not to tap at Migs and Dus. They're able to make it a 2-for-1. Remake Simulator has got its Savos also been used in that push on rubble, but unfortunately for them, Orion Esports are able to get themselves those 2-for-1s as Remake Simulator. He's tempting fate. The right click in hand. Not the perfect adjustment. Not the Dus, who's able to kill him off before he can even deal some damage done. 4v2. And Homeless back on that 2 versus 4 this time around. Vil has to wait for his teammate to come by him, but he's so far away from everybody across the server.
Yeah. Signs coming in from main finally to aid their teammate as ton of shots being hit onto Vil. Decides to push, will be going down as Vil leaves his teammate alone. Slimes in a 1v4 will not be able to find a single kill. It's Dus with 3 of his own. And Ryan with the first round on the board just like that.
It's just as clean as that. Something that we expect from Orion Esports is their patience paying off every single time, even though in a lot of the rounds that they are forced upon on the Rumble control, they sometimes are usually the ones who are going to be the ones taking the full forward position on the attacking side. But now they're kind of forced into a situation where they have to respond to the utility. It is a double initiator combo. We make with the very early guided salvo plus the comboed up fault line in place. Does not work out, so this is going to be a 4-man stack on the A site. They make some noise with that door opened up. Ryan Esports privy to the idea that it could be an aggressive attempt from them. The other side, as Mig spots out one, and it could be a bait and switch. They kill off Remix Simulator. They thought that nobody is thinking about the A site, but once it came down to the absolute seconds, they got surprised at the seams. Migs also isolated from the rest of the pack.
Migs pushing up again. Vice wall go down as Migs pushes up with the Bucky. Relay bolts, buys a little bit of time as Aster shuts down, tap. But here comes Migs onto the back end of the site. The Bucky in play, and MD2 just popping off. Getting 2 heads at once. And now it's all up to Vil. You can see the difference in tempo already. Okay, Vil, hold up. 2 kills in a row. 2 headshots, Migs up close, and the Bucky seals the deal. Orion taking a bit of damage, but they take round 2 in the end.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta be honest. Bit of damage done, but in the end, you're willing to take anything in this grand final. 2-0 start. Bucky in place for Migs. Honestly, are you even surprised? Because of the neon performance he's put up in the past few qualifiers, and he has been instrumental in these types of rounds where he's relied upon getting the space for the team with just a Bucky. He will succeed in a lot of the given moments that you give him this Bucky. And we'll make the most out of it. It's 2-0. Double control yet again, set up by Homeless. They push on in from Migs as well. An early investment in the Razor Vines. They know what was to come, and Migs stopped within his tracks thanks to the utility, but that just tells you how big of a threat he is as a player. But Vil knows when to peek on towards B main extremity, kills off Kyle. The IGL down for the count. That forces Orion to kind of rethink their choices.
Yeah, Mr. Vice down. Flank watch out. So Orion have to be more quick when they decide to push a certain direction. They detect the presence of Ivan here. Forced away by the flashes, as a bit of time being bought by their own flash. Paranoia being brought out. DOS. A bit of an off aim there on the TP. As Astu pushed up against the Bucky. It's just a little bit too hard for Migs to get more than 1 kill. As everyone else fall apart for Orion. That's Homeless picking up their first round on the board, 1-2. And each and every round, man, feels so quick, Chris.
Flies by. Quick freeze moving towards the Lotus map. I mean, watch the push out from DOS with that TP on down. Remix Simulator. Using his utility against his opponents, just wreaking havoc all across that Rumble control. Provided support from the whole squad. And it's now going to be that 1-2 scoreline. They all have that full buys in the next coming round. This Migs, again, making a lot of presence across the map, only destroying one of those Razor Vines. Have to be careful about at least one of those mollies in hand in towards the side itself. The Sly Ants trying to play around the smoke provided on default positions. As Kyle even getting a double kill, waiting on the B main position. And Homeless flying a little too close to the sun. Burning off 3 players against Orion, who really were just patiently waiting for Homeless to make the mistake themselves.
I'm out of here. One enemy remaining.
South push shot, and Migs already providing more comfortability. And the push shot again towards the site. It is going to be that 1v5 for Remix Simulator. It's going to be the push shot for Migs as well. Half HP, not enough. 1 tap from Remix Simulator. DOS is here to save the day into a 3-1 scoreline. Orion Esports just able to get themselves that 3rd round, make it a lot more expensive for Homeless to invest in towards the next. And it's even more impressive to consider that Kyle was concussed
Yeah.
when he was getting flanked on by 2 people. So that double kill really, it's made a lot more noise than we kind of realized initially.
Yeah, you can immediately see the difference in playstyle that Homeless have to adapt to when it comes to their opponents. Orion play at such a speed that is so commanding, so quick. Homeless given so little time to react. This is not what they're used to when they were playing up against 7C earlier. And now they're kind of paying for it. They're running a little bit behind in the score at the start of this round. At the start of this
There.
Two suppressed.
Kill again from Kyle. Starts off strong onto Vil. I believe that's the only rifle that they had from the previous round. Ivan. Bit of a gnarly situation for him, but will he make the most out of this judge?
Uh-oh.
Oh! Kills out 1, kills out 2, and the judge really cuts off the numbers in half. And if you think about this, half by, not only did he make the most out of this, he really has disrupted the odds for the side of Orion Esports, despite them having the better guns into this next round.
It gave Homeless a little bit of a lifeline. In this
Hopeless.
DOS actually shuts down As2, opens up the A site so quickly again.
30 seconds
and they do
left.
have the Omen ult to play with as well, so set up a big flank after that. Spike going down now.
Spike planted.
Or they could just play tree. Oh, there's the Armageddon ready though. I think they know that.
2 guns.
Picking up an upgrade, Science picking up his own as well. So they're gonna have to steer clear of that tree position because of the Armageddon being ready.
Not ready yet.
Doesn't spot any information with the Vice Flash. There we go, retake at full commence. Paranoia doesn't connect, so DOS will be taken down easily. Meanwhile, Kyle pushing down from the heaven. Armageddon used up, tap, pick up the first. Remake will be all alone now. Top at the ready with the concussed. Yap, the shock there as well, and there's no way Remake can defuse the spike, so Orion pick up the round again. There will be no Thrifty this time, but that is a ton of damage here.
Yeah, I mean, the best that they could hope for, considering the situation, but again, Ivan really did make a meal out of this double kill from the judge. And Orion Esports caught with their pants down. And I think it's also because they were fully focused on waiting for the B main push shot from Homeless, knowing that it was going to be the eco round for defensive side. Pushed on the other corner though, and that will actually make a lot of damage on the numbers, but not be around to convert into bonus. It's another attempt from Migs, spraying on towards Lyans, low on HP. Remember, he does have the regen shield, so it's not the best case for him in terms of protection, but it will at least nullify some of the chip damage that he was received from Migs in this initial encounter.
Yeah, I want to talk about that a little bit. Regen shield, it's my favorite shield to buy in the game. You the same?
Really?
Yeah. I mean, it's effective in my elo because I'm gold. And when you play nothing else
say
but
that. Nobody has to know.
But I'm just saying, man, it's effective when headshots are few and far between. It works really well. Anyway, going back into the game now. Orion trying to challenge Rubble as Migs gets taken down by As2. Good crosshair placement. Some of that headshot. C-site this time is going to be the pivot for Orion. Everyone else making their way towards here. TP up above. Flash is good. Sliance gets pushed on by DOS. That's the site getting swarmed by the players of Orion. Thorns activated as Vil goes in with that rolling thunder. And the defense retake just really quick. DOS making his way from the long way around as MD2 still has the Armageddon at the ready. DOS going down means it's all up to MD2, who will go down right after the fact. 2-4. Well, let's find a round.
2-4 this time around. And a good rolling thunder could have possibly made more damage if Orion Esports were all at the same place, but and actually also was the reason why they kind of had a bit more of a disruptive position for everybody on the pre-plant. With a bit of confusion on where they wanted to plant the objective this time. I think the presence of the KO also made it a bit more difficult for them to confirm the objective this time around. That guided Sabo really has become a nuisance, not only in the post plant. Is this a technical timeout called for both sides of the squad?
I'm not sure. Maybe some of the players experiencing an internet hiccup too, like I did a few seconds ago. But
no, you didn't.
And I didn't. Orion though, Eco still looking good despite losing that last round. I mean, Migs doesn't have a gun, but does have an overdrive at the ready. Kale has the ult as well, on top of actually 2 more ults. So we're getting word now that it is a technical pause. So bear with us, guys. We're just trying to give you the best broadcast possible, and we get back into the game as soon as we can. Yeah, back on my point earlier, Chris. I was talking about regen shields, right? I think regen shields are really, really good when you are one in pistol rounds, and two when you're at an elo where not everyone hits headshots. Which is why I think it's really good when I use it. And as a Reyna player too, like it kind of becomes like a second layer of a devourer, if it makes sense. So it kind of gives you that extra level of survivability, and it can absorb the most amount of damage, by the way.
It does.
Yeah, up to what, 75? Up to 75 in total. So yeah.
I believe so. Yeah, the science does tell the numbers, but that is if you. That is if you survive. That is if you survive, especially. Yeah, You already took the words out of my mouth. There's Ivan. Jean in just after the pause. He really wants to get the lead ongoing. Already invest a lot of util from the Tejo. Has got its salvos on both sides of the squad. And that Bucky from Migs. Also the Bucky out from the effective Neon as well. Pushes out with that overdrive. Starts off strong again over to the other side of the map as Kyle starts off beautifully with that outlaw. But again, Ivan and Astu, they have knocked down 3 players over from the Orion side. They keep going. They want to invest this right here, right now. But Kyle and MD2, they're both blinded from the paranoia. Perfectly timed by Vil. And in this 3v1, Kyle has not long for this world. A triple from Astu. And a 3rd round win coming through for the side of Homeless.
Well, there you have it, the adjustment for Homeless. I was talking about how quick Orion played and Homeless having to adjust. This time, they take the driver's seat. They take the fight to the enemy. And it's Orion having to play the back pedal. Obviously haven't been able to adjust. They just, how quickly taken aback they are. And Homeless take the round just like that. Nullifying that eco advantage I was talking about. So Orion this time have to settle for just pistol. Do still have 4 big ults at the ready. Migs coming through. Overdrive activated. Will be taken down as Ivan wreaks havoc. The double headshot, netting a double kill. Here comes Sastu as well. And Homeless will be mowing them down again. MD2 only finds 1, but will be taken out shortly afterwards. As Homeless pick up 2 quick rounds in a row just like that.
4-4. And an aggressive rubble control really has tipped the scales, the balance over to the Homeless squad, seemingly finding a territory on that side of the map. And back-to-back rounds, Orion Esports are playing on the tempo of the opposition. And Ivan picking up 2 in the opening. Just as clean as that, he's upgraded his own mentality into trying his best against Migs, who we touted as the premier duelist all throughout the bracket. So far, we've seen a standout performance from him. Even in the previous game, now he wants to step it right back in towards the site. Migs, there's a lot of noise into opening up that door. Has to contest against Alliance's utility. And with the smoke trying to dissipate his chances, Migs just actively hacks on through towards the sheer wall. Finding a lot of time for Homeless to rotate on with a triple flank all the way to the other side of the map as well. So Orion Esports, they have to be prepared for this, Datum.
Oh, this is like a rough crunch. Couple from 3. Paranoia being used up, and Ivan coming in from behind. Kyle just goes down in that fight. Migs, however, pushes down to heaven, finds Vil. No more smokes here for HB. As Rolling Thunder will be used up in 3. Ivan gets thrown up to the heavens as Mig shuts him down. Tap holding the line from main. Both players accounted for. 1 from 3, 1 from main. And Orion just waiting to receive. Mig's a little bit too antsy, pushes up. The aftershock buys a bit of time, but the swing out from MD2 is just so patient as it gets us to remake an impossible task. I doubt he's even going to attempt this, but does have the creds to spare, so might as well. Time ticking away, could get a couple of kills for some exits. Decides not to, so there you go. Orion strike back. Get the spike down just as quickly as Homeless pushed them earlier, and they get the round.
Third time's the charm, at least for the Orion Esports roster.
He's dead. You're welcome to try.
One way to describe it is a stubborn push out for them, but if it works out, is it really stubborn for them? Well, Neon's popping off at the seams as well. As Mig's already demonstrating that this Neon pick is only his and his for the taking. As he's about to take over towards this 4-5 scoreline. Judge in hand for the Neon player himself. It's going to be that 4-5. They destroy the baby door early on. Migs attempting a fast push back in towards the seaside yet again. The Judge reminding everybody that this is not the best weapon if you are trying to come at them at long ranges. But Vil, speaking of long ranges, he keeps winning the gunfight. A double for him. Destroying the split attempt coming through for Orion. And because Migs wants to get the guns for himself, he wants to take the fight from long range this time around.
It's down to 3 HP. Activates the Thorn Rose. And he's slowing things a little bit here, but still gonna eventually fall down to the wallbang of MD2. Astu will be rotating towards Waterfall. Gets a stab, or gets a concuss out to Tap, who will take him down as well. Orion down to 2. Really creating a little bit of space for themselves as Tap takes down Remake Simulator. What a swing out. Gets himself back to safety. Tap
Ooh.
Barely misses the shot onto Vil as they rotate towards his B site, Ramon.
They haven't had time to reconsider their options now. Settle on towards the B site plant. There's a possibility for a sandwich push, but instead it will be a frontline attack coming through for Homeless. Ivan and Vil. Operator and Vandal in hand. And Vil, right place, right time. Back shots on towards MD2. 1v2 now for Tap. He's been instrumental, and this time could be the same story. A perfect concuss, but it's not enough against Vil, who stands tall in the 1v1 scenario. That is going to be the 5th round. And Homeless making their mark on the B site defense. On the retake scenario, they trust.
Wait, hold on, Chris. Hold on. Remember our predictions in the last game?
Yep.
And how we were both wrong? And remember our predictions from this series? I'm starting to think there might be a pattern here. 'Cause listen, we again expected a one-sided affair in favor of Orion. But take a look at what Homeless has done.
We have to stop expecting things at this point. This is going beyond our expectations.
Homeless are on a home run so far. They've been taking down. I don't even know what to say, Chris, because this is taking me aback. I know it's just 10 rounds in, but I'm not expecting them to. I haven't expected them to sort of start a comeback run this early on, and gotta remember as well, this is Orion we're talking about. Lotus is one of their favorite maps.
It is.
And it's 5-5. What is happening today?
It's just so weird, man. It is so weird.
I'm loving it.
And sometimes,
from Homeless.
just like this, we just don't have any complaints. It's just too fun to watch.
Yeah.
The
We talk
story.
about Ivan. We talk about sorry to cut you off. Talk about Ivan if he can live up to Migs. I think he's even surpassing Migs at this point. Migs is forced to adapt. Migs is not even buying shotguns anymore. Well, barring this round because it's an eco. But Migs is playing more standard, more safe, and that's an achievement in and of itself.
I know, right? Forcing somebody like Migs to adapt to you now?
Yep.
Really? That's just unprecedented coming from the young duelist himself, right? So I think this is going to be an interesting BO3 to take a closer look at, as we're going to have to take a little bit of time to take a chill pill right now.
I think it's going to be a long best of 3, Chris.
Are you prepared for this? Is your schedule cleared up? Do you have anything to do?
Yeah.
You don't, don't you?
I'm always prepared for 3 games in a best of 3. Always. Heck, bring out overtime. Bring out triple overtime for all 3 maps. Why don't you?
Why don't we just change this to why don't we make this a BO5? Let's make this a BO5 now. You know what?
Why
BO5.
not? Hey, why not?
Predator Gaming, if you can hear this right now, I'm officially making this a BO5, and you have nothing
Hey,
to
you
do.
can't do that, Chris. Hey, wait, hold on, guys. Guys. That's a joke. You can't do that.
Joke.
He can't do
I have
that.
a big red button right here, and I'm changing this to a BO5. I'm gonna click it. I'm gonna press it right now.
Man, Homeless is just all jokes aside, Homeless have surprised me in a very good way. It started off with 7 Sep crew, and okay, sure, that's impressive, but it could have been a one-off, right? But now they're actually giving Orion a good run for their money, and it's not even the second half yet.
That's true. Isn't it wonderful to see something like this happen? We have a clear underdog.
It is.
We have a Cinderella story. We have Orion Esports, really. We put them on a high pedestal. We even predict them that they were going to win this whole BO3. But now, Homeless really making us think twice about our predictions right now. So as we commence back into towards this game, it's a 5-5. We're back into this, ladies and gentlemen. We're worried about it. We're back into this. Migs, lucky in hand. Remember, this is their forced buy, so he loses this. It's a detriment towards his economy into the next coming round, as he is and tried to make a lot of noise with that open door towards that B side itself. But the amount of time that Homeless is investing into this, a lot of resources, the amount of people claiming up from the rubble control, they're going to try to fight them back. Migs, he's not going to be a factor, as Tap's going to be one. Shooting the shots onto As to even surprising Ivan with a double kill. Remake Simulator has to run back to the hills, provide support with his teammates, especially with an open A site just like that. You cannot afford another mistake against the side of Orion Esports, who have been watching and wanting every single fight to commence at this point in time. An upshot commences as well from Kyle and makes it a 2 versus 5. Orion Esports back in their form, as it seems.
Yeah, back in control. 5 versus 2. Orion pick up 3 free kills. Everyone's still at full HP, actually. Here comes Migs again. Phantom in hand. Pushes up away into B site. Gets a tap. A snap onto Ville's head. And Tap making it a 3K for the flawless Orion. A performance that's really good in this round. 6-5. Let's start off with Tap.
One enemy remaining.
Ends again with Migs this time yet again. 6-5. The lead comes through for Orion. A very, very clear lead, especially with the economy not favoring Homeless at all at this point in time. The 2 hero rifles coming through for the Homeless roster, as they're going to try to aggress onto them from the mount position, as Ivan starts with that ulti, but Das coming through with that one tap, stopping Ivan within his tracks, but he still wants to fight. Kyle knocked off Slions with a double kill as well, coming through from the flank. 3v3, equalized numbers. Will they expect Das on the other side? No, it's Vil. That even clips off Migs, pushing a little bit further. Tap wants to even the odds, and he does with MD2. The double push shot works for Orion Esports. They commence with that Steel Garden. We open up with that fault line. They can't use any guns except for the pistols. They see a shorty winning in the arms of this tree area. And you need to make the most out of this Steel Garden. Already expired from the push shot. It's one tap from come through. 1v1. And it will be The Rolling Thunder set up by Tap Tap. Buys him a lot of time, a lot of space. With that 1v1, Remake just has to hit the shot. He only will have the sheriff, but it's not enough. It's Tap Tap claiming the last frag for the 7th round win. Orion Esports bouncing back after an eventful first half, especially with Homeless Esports, or Homeless, taking control of that first half entirely.
Love the way Slimes played that mid control push. Almost felt like he was back on the Rainer. End of the day, just wasn't enough because of just how calculated Tap Tap was on this 1v2. A lot of patience, didn't even need to swing that, but the confidence oozing from Tap Tap. Gets him the kill, gets him the round, gets them the advantage. 7-5 as we head into the second half of this first map. And Orion go on the defense this time.
Maybe a swap of sides will refresh both the minds of both Homeless and Orion. As we're back in towards Kyle, and him being the sentinel will mean a lot. Especially for Homeless, who really want to take the fight to him right now. Orion, he starts off strong with Tap Tap, naming the first, and a double kill for Tap Tap right now. He was concussed. So it is a beauty to see him perform like this, but Vil will equalize the numbers. A funny situation happening for both sides as we do have a bit of equilibrium.
Homeless, a bit of respite down in mid. Silence falls on the map. Kyle and Dos coming from separate angles. Only a matter of time till they hear the spike being tapped down in mid. There you go. Rotates coming in from both A and C link. Dos has to be careful, has to be wary. Players coming his direction. The headshot connects. But Remake's gonna be there for the trade. It's Kyle down on a 1v1 with Remake. The Tejo versus the Vice. Both running the ghosts. No utility. Actually, just their signature abilities charge. One for each. Flash for Kyle. Guided salvos for Remake. And it's a good position for Remake. Kyle's got so many angles to clear. Can use the flash to aid a bit. But he might not be expecting the angle. Coming through from behind. Salvos used early. Defuse gets tapped. And here comes the flash. No info gathered. And Kyle will be swinging. What was that? Anticipated the angle. And Remake goes down. Orion pick up their pistol. It's 8-5, Ricker.
What a flick coming through for Kyle. Able to find himself a bounce back in performance right now. And seemingly Homeless were able to run away with that, especially with the right clicks from Vil. A detriment to the situation. And when you thought DOS was good for the double, you're able to readjust in time. And in the 1v1, it came down to the absolute margins, but Kyle always reliable, leading by example of the IGL. An 8-5. Migs on the Bucky yet again. How will he perform with this? They couple that up with a relay bolt, the flash, and Migs already seemingly behind enemy lines. A double kill for him. MD2 through with everybody on Orion. Floating outside of this anti-eco right now. That is a night round as quick and easy as that datum. Blink and you miss it.
And this is the way that Orion likes to assert the dominance, right? Just taking control of the tempo, pushing up deep in you, going all in at the start of the round. Homeless, they're taking a page out of the Orion playbook, doing the same thing every now and then. But it's hard to fight fire with fire, especially when you're on the attacking side. So, pistol now secured by Orion. As they put some Vandals. Actually, no, just a Bulldog and a Guardian in the hands of MD2. Vandals in the hand of Homeless this time. As we're gonna be slowing down a little bit from Mount. A bit of info gathered. The Slions will be playing for Rubble. Migs, no dice this time. Slions good for 2. Small adjusts. Not good for the 3rd. That's an upgrade in the hands of Orion. We have 2 players down from their side, so gonna have to play the numbers game this time a little bit more effectively, a little bit more efficiently. Hill forced to back off from the site. That's C-site secured for Homeless. They should get the spike down for this post plant.
Razorvine actually does a lot of damage to them, so this Marshall by might actually work out, be a little bit more valuable thanks to this. And it's a 4v3. Ryan Esports not on the money. As Tap finds the first in the post plant. A double kill for Tap. He really is showing up when he needs to. With a perfect flash, Remake Simulator has the perfect crosshair placement. Makes it a 2v2 this time around as Vil reconnects with the squad. Kills off MD2. A double coming through again. And this time, Homeless are able to bounce back to the situation. You thought that Tap was going to be the saving grace for the squad. It was actually the reconnection of Homeless as they have reunited in the post plant to assist the teammate hold up inside of C and even killing off MD2, which really made a difference this time in this round.
Yeah, and it was the movement from Remake and Vil that made it unstoppable in this 2v2. Just a micro adjustment of position, enough to throw off the aim of the enemy, giving them that round. Orion was off to an upset, but the duo, Vil, Remake, making it happen. Pushes them into just a 3-round deficit, but Migs pushes out again. First kill this time for Orion. Make that a second, and Spike control as well. Mound getting swarmed by the players here of Orion. They use their breach ult as well to catch Ivan Pants down, and suddenly Homeless again, nowhere to be found. DOS in a fight against the enemy Omen forces him out with the peek, but Spike still swarmed by the players of Orion. Anyone peeks, they're gonna go down. Slions will be the first one to do so. Vil finding another route, but DOS is right there waiting. 10-6 Orion finally with a definitive lead.
Double digits coming through for Orion, seemingly back to their form, finding more identity late into the game, and it has always been to set up Migs in a very, very aggressive position. Pushing outside of Mound, even investing that Rolling Thunder from Tap, fully trusting in the process. 17-11 assists coming through for Tap right now. And since you missed a bunch of the qualifying legs of the Kings of PH, ladies and gentlemen, this is a normal day for Tap, even on the supportive role.
Yeah, I don't need to see the qualifiers to know that that's true. Over the years of seeing Tap play that breach, I know he will frag out every time. Timeouts used by Homeless. This is the first time that Orion has somewhat gotten away with a big lead, so this kind of makes sense. They are 4 rounds down. Homeless have to dig deep, find something else to throw at Orion.
I mean, that is going to be the case for them. Timeout might be valuable. Maybe something they have cooked up in the seams as well. Or maybe just a mental reset needed. Take the 6-10. Try to run away with the game this time around, but it is not looking good for their chances. 4 rounds to try to equalize against Orion Esports. As Ivan failing to catch up so far to Migs. Really has been on a tear thanks to assistance from Tap. Vil, lots of damage done. A dink onto DOS, who really is a dead man walking. 1 HP from the Omen. Pushes on towards B main, and Orion Esports willing to bank on this risk. Finding Remake Simulator, but a really nice one shot from Remake. Makes it 2 bullets towards the head of Migs this time around. Knocks him down into a 4 versus 5. They're happy to take a lot of damage here. At least give it to them.
Still pushing on Vil with just a Marshall. And you gotta remember as well, Homeless doesn't have a lot of guns. Marshall for Vil, Sheriffs for 3 of the players, Ivan with a Bucky, that's it. So DOS, if he does go down, it is an all-important gun. This time he's receiving a lot of info, but he gets a kill onto Remake with a beautiful spam. So that thins out the herd here, but it's still a 3v4 in favor of Homeless on this retake. And without guns, it's gonna be hard, but they've got good positions here, Chris.
Very good positions right now. Triple flank, something that they couldn't have actually predicted at this point in time. The post plant for Homeless in their guns right now. This is definitely a really good shot for them. Paranoia out despite the opening kill from MD2. It's a perfect TP. A Paranoia comboed up. Kyle down. Tap gone. 2v1 against MD2. And I think the guided salvos was also invested into this. So with the half, it's not going to guarantee victory against Lyance's Sheriff and everyone from Homeless. Knocking down the empire of Ornn brick by brick by brick.
They break bank. They break the players too. What the heck was that round from Homeless?
30 seconds left.
Didn't have any guns, but they still took the round, still took the kills. And what is this play from Bill? How did that go by unnoticed? The TP to Rubble. To the back lines of Orion. Homeless pick up their thrifty. Orion's got to bounce back somehow. Does picks up the operator, but the pummeled utility down Rubble prevents him from getting a kill. Oh, the dink onto Dos. Very risky stuff, but Dos still alive and kicking though. As Orion unfazed. A 3-stack down in B. Homeless. They're stacking down B main. They're discovered. They have to rotate away.
Gotta be careful about that then. A position from DOS that is not going to be their first thought right now. Maybe not for Astu, but thanks to him being the Omen, he does have the From the Shadows, escapes from death. And because there's no smoke on the stairs position, Slyans opens up a window on what could be a fast push in towards the A site. Homeless takes off the controller from Orion Esports and full confidently taking the A site for free.
Ivan gonna get the spike down, and Orion one player down, but crucially it's their controller, it's the Omen that's down, so they don't have any smokes going into the site. Migs about to lead the charge here. Still has all the utility in the world as the Neon, except for the overdrive. Oh, Device ult comes down, buying a lot of time for Homeless. Hell coming in from the flank. Look at the positions from Orion. They're all huddled up. Armageddon used to disrupt that position a little bit, but Kael takes down Bill. The Silence opens it up by just taking them down one by one. Homeless have held this fort. Orion can't enter, and top go down as well. Homeless take this into a 2-round affair, 8-10.
Taking the rounds one by one, slowly as ever, and even knocking Orion Esports down to the eco. Forces on the timeout. And at this point, really, this is where Orion Esports really feel the pressure mounting up, stacking against Homeless, who, let's be honest, did we really expect this team to come out swinging throughout the semifinals nonetheless? And now that we're in the grand finals, stepping up to another behemoth of a team, Orion Esports.
Yep. And just when we thought Orion was going to start running away with this game, Homeless start to come back. It was 6-10 the last time out that was pulled. It was Homeless that did. And now the score is 8-10, Chris. It's Orion this time who gets a tactical pause. Bit of a breather. But they gotta remember as well, they still have this game in control. 2 rounds away from match points, Orion. They have to stay focused on that fact. They're closer to winning.
That's true. Inching closer and closer towards their destiny. Unless Homeless are able to change fate this time around. The buy round in check, Orion. Let's pick up a storm. And if you look at the ulti, a very important one from Migs will have to count in this round in particular. It will be early Rubble control set up by Orion. In an instant flash, you know that Homeless are not gonna try to tempt fate with that, as they will have a slow approach in towards the extremities of the map, split up 2-2-1. It's Orion who really are just trying to play for scraps. Lions, for some reason, is low on HP. And I think it's going to be a field day for DOS if he does take down at least one of these players with the Sheriff in hand. But it's a fever dream nonetheless.
Bit of an off timing for the timeout, in my opinion. They could have saved for either the last or the next round, but perhaps they're gonna attempt something with just the pistols. They do have the overdrive available. Armageddon used up already by Homeless. Oh, here comes the breach ult as well, but doesn't quite hit the mark on anyone. Push on through, and Ivan just goes to town, gets the triple. All of them falling to the hands of the Neon, and Ivan just catches them all off guard. The 4K done. Kael's the only one left standing. Oh, he's on the hunt. Ivan looking for the ace, and Kael says nope. Gets the shot in. Kael will be biting the dust afterwards. Homeless though. They don't get the ace, but they do get the 9th round on the board. 9-10. Oh, and it's feeling a lot like that first series, like that semi-final series.
Oh my. Gonna have to remind me twice. The setup for Ivan here. Just from that rolling thunder, and you combo that with more concusses from the relay bolt. Really has stacked up everyone from Orion Esports to give him a zigzag 4K into the round. That is a 9-10 this time, trailing up against the demons that are Orion Esports. Homeless, waiting for the perfect time, patiently waiting, knows that DOS is on the other side, but the op orange true. Does not hit the shot, and because of the smoke, will put some doubt into the mind of DOS, who is willing to take the fight through them shortly out as well. This op is not going to be the best case. As Tap sprays on true. Ivan down. And they're trying to play around the smoke, but Tap still continues to contribute. Another for Migs as well. As Orion Esports, they regain control of Rubble. They never lost any of it in the first place. All left up to Slyance, who was on the other side of the world. Into this 1v4 where they're all crunched up to protect the spike. This is one hell of an up and down angle. A high-low setup and an unbeatable one thanks to DOS and everybody else from Orion Esports. You cannot spray transfer off of that one. An 11-9 for Orion to start with.
It's the challenge again for Orion that keeps winning them these rounds. The push on that rubble position. Again, the brute force working out. Orion, that signature move, just unmatched by Homeless for now, keeps them 2 rounds ahead. It's just 2 rounds, but at this rate, 2 more, and it should be more than enough to win them this first map of the grand finals. Ivan pushing in, playing around that ton of utility pushed by both sides. Opens up tree actually, and Ivan just to poke and prod down A site, but DOS finds the lurks. Lions go down. A site has to be the commit here for HME. Mig still inside of the site. Shuts down Ivan. Cuts the head of the spear. And again, HME had to adjust. Top as here. Mig's headshots. Remake simulator. Just dashes into the side. Tries to knife him down. What was that? Orion get themselves to match point first, and now they look unstoppable.
Migs has been trying that all day, concussing all of his opponents, trying to knife them down with the Kuronami blade. And I don't think he's been successful in his conquest so far in his attempts. But now with his impact, now that the patience has been paying off for Orion, the operator shot all the way from the C site, just halting the lurk potential from Slyans, who is having a slow game so far. And if they couple that up with Migs activated at the seams, it's a difficult task at hand for Homeless. They've done this before. They have to do it against a different beast. A 12-9 match point given up over to Orion. Vil, TP done, expected and spotted, but he kills up Migs. But MD2, it's the 1-for-1 trade-off, equalizes the numbers. But it's a bigger deficit if you think about the agents given. The smoker for the side of Homeless will make it even more of a taller task at hand to execute on the site, especially for Kael, who really is prepared for what's to come against Orion. But Tap, a shot all the way towards the lurker as well. Goes from bad to worse in the situation of Homeless.
Overdrive activated. That's Ivan. Pushes in. Running past the Vice ult. But Overdrive now deactivated. Nice judge on the short corner down in Waterfall. They expect this. Is Orion slowly poking and prodding. They do have a couple of flashes available. And the judge swings out. Tap go down. The sheriff doesn't have enough shots in it to get the kills it needs. But Orion just mow down players of Homeless. Remake on a lone task to defend the spike from getting defused, but it just feels hopeless from two different angles. Orion come in, and that's it. Lotus will be taken away by Orion. Homeless taken down for now. And Orion 1-0 in the grand finals.
And then the map pick as well of the side of Orion Esports. The stars are continuing to align for them on what could be a 2-0 sweep on the way towards phase 2 of Kings of PH right now. Congratulations on that game 1 win. But really, is it really a lie to say that the Homeless roster made them sweat for it? Because it did not look easy at all, man.
Not at all. Not at all. That was touch and go for a few moments. Orion had to invest all of their timeouts. And I think they had to dig deep at the end of it. They just found some semblance of rhythm by the end of it. But before that, it was really touch and go. It could have been anyone's game. So that makes me excited for map number 2 because I don't think Homeless is done just yet. Remember, this is the team that's got the most to prove, in my opinion, out of all the teams in the semifinals. And they've already given Orion a run for their money, so I don't think they're going to stop there.
Definitely not, man. This team proving to become one of our grassroots teams who really want to get more experience in the scene so far. As we take a look at the highlights for how well both of these teams have played so far, you can tell that Migs was in his element right here. Even though he wasn't the one who was carrying the kill feed, it was Tap. He was the tip of the spear every single time. The front runner for every moment that they want to try something aggressive. And when Kyle calls for something as quick and easy as that, he is quick to call for it. But when they need a very flexible player, Tap will always be the one to reliable upon. Not only that though, right? I mean, you gotta give credit as well to Remix Simulator. Sure, he wasn't as contributing as much on the fragging department, but at least his utility was on point. I think it also speaks to how tuned Teo is as an agent right now on our patch, coupled up with a breach. But that doesn't really downplay what he can rely or what he can offer to the table. You couple that up with the aggressiveness coming through for Ivan, who had moments of brilliance all throughout this game. And we would have been in for a longer contest, but in the end, Orion Esports were able to drag it towards the finish line. But they haven't won the war. It's only the first battle to come, as it's a 9-13 scoreline win for the side of Orion Esports. And that Lotus map really have shown the mastery for Migs and the rest of the squad for how well they have performed in this Lotus map.
Speaking of good performances, take a look at the top of the scoreboard on the right side of your screen here, Chris. Who's rocking it? It's Tap, of course. With a whopping 285 ACS. Man, Tap always deserves that recognition. And I hope we get to see Tap again on a Duelist Pro. We saw him on the first series today on the Reigner, right? So I do hope we get a glimpse of that again in map number 2. But I doubt it. I doubt that we're going to see Tap back on the Reina. But one thing's for sure, I'm pretty sure Tap will perform again. Migs, of course, right up there with him. And Orion with, well, it was a bit of a struggle to get back up to the top. But they did get there in the end, with Homeless taking a bit of a step down. Now, let me ask you this, Chris. Who do you think the MVP is going to be?
I'm going to show you my keyboard right now, or maybe just push it up over to the keyboard, because right now I'm tapping in towards the MVP, and it will be tap over from the Orion Esports squad, who has shown so much flexibility every time that he needs to be the second person to support Migs in the process. Not only was he just a support, he was carrying everybody across the server with a 2.69 KD ratio, a very nice statistic, in fact, for Tap to show that he will be a threat coming into the second game, where they're now up 1-0 in our series right now, where Orion Esports are this close to seating down on the last seat towards our phase number 2. But the job's not done just yet. It will be one more game until Homeless are at the brink of elimination. but I'm sure that they will come out the gates right swinging as well as we head on in towards a short break. But before that, we would like to thank our official sponsors, and with that is the PC Game Pass. If you purchase any Acer Predator notebook, then you have a pre-installed 1-month PC Game Pass for free. So if you get that, you also have access to 100 plus AAA titles on the PC Game Pass as well. And you can also have multiple benefits like the EA Play membership, as well as some Riot Games benefits if you play League of Legends, Valorant, as well as TFT. You can also get a lot more coming out just by purchasing an Acer Predator notebook. So get yourself that PC Game Pass right here, right now.
Yeah, and if you're looking for options as to which notebook you're gonna buy, let me tell you about the Predator Helios Neo 16, which pushes the boundaries of performance, featuring the latest Intel Core Ultra 9 processors and the revolutionary 4K mini LED display. Well, this laptop delivers unparalleled responsiveness and visual fidelity, empowering you to anticipate and conquer. You ready to dominate? Order your Predator Helios Neo 16 today at Acer Predator Online. It comes, of course, with a free 1-month subscription on PC Game Pass.
And not only that, if you are looking to buy this Predator Helios Neo 16, we do have a payday promo coming up to you that did start yesterday, April 12, up to April 16. That's right, guys. There's an ongoing payday promo where you can get up to a 10,000 peso discount for the Predator Helios Neo 16 as well. So if you did miss the first payday promo time frame, you can also have another shot at it at April 25 to 30. Or you could have up to a 10% discount for the Predator Helios Neo 16 as well. So check it out over at the Acer website for more details on this payday promo. That is it. We're wrapped up on that first game, Lotus map, where I believe it was going to be the Orion Esports picking up their first map pick as well. But when we return, we will find out if Homeless will come back in towards this game number 2. So my name is Ramon. With me is Zadam. We'll be right back with the Kings of PH.
What's up, hotshots? You know, you've been running mind on a non-stop. It's giving me vertigo. Just like Migs, I'm amazed he's not getting vertigo from playing all of this Neon. Welcome back to Kings of PH. This is the 4th qualifier, the last chance qualifier for these last 2 teams we have today. My name's Adam here with the one and only Ramon. And it's a 1-0 already for this best of 3. Orion Esports one step closer to getting into stage 2.
And a surprise for us, since we were informed that it was the map pick of the Homeless roster to get that Lotus map going, but it wasn't coming up to plan for them. So it will be a bigger problem once we head on into that second game where Orion Esports are not going to be facing themselves on that Fracture map on game number 2. But before that, we would like to thank a quick shout out to our sponsor, the PC Game Pass. If you purchase any Acer Predator notebook, you can activate your pre-installed 1-month PC Game Pass right here, right now for free. Once you buy yourself a notebook from Acer Predator, it is designed for the PC players. If you get yourself a PC Game Pass, you can play up to 100 plus AAA games. Kaya be sure to check this out para makuha ninyo ang inyong sariling PC Game Pass. Huwag nyo nakalimutan ng Acer Predator notebook. Pwede nyo i-purchase sa kahit anong Acer Predator online stores. Kaya yun lang mga kaibigan, tapos na ang sponsors fields. Pasok na tayo sa agent selection right here, right now. May schedule pa tayong kailangan i-follow. Kaya kailangan natin ipasok papunta sa agent selection for the second map in a row. Fracture for the Orion Esports map pick. The double Inicamp and Migs back on his trusted Neon. You know it's gonna be fiery hot for the Orion Esports roster, especially knowing that they're gonna be starting on the attacking side.
Yeah, not just Migs going back to their signature champ, or rather agent, but Tap going back to the breach as well. This dynamic duo has just been deadly for this team, and this gets even scarier, Chris, because you gotta remember Fracture is a map that was picked by Orion Esports. Homeless this time going more towards the fraggy side with the jet on the hands of Vil. So we go in-game into Fracture now. Okay, potentially the final game of the day, potentially that game that gets Orion into stage 2, or not. Here we go, Chris. Let's get into it. Fracture.
All right, guys, get ready for game 3. Just Matthew Datum just jinxed it. This is not going to be the best case scenario for everybody who has a tight schedule.
I hope it goes into game 3. I hope it goes into triple overtime, man.
Me too. I hope it goes to quad overtime, honestly. Quad overtime, game number 3.
I hope we break the longest.
This.
I hope we break the longest game on record. I hope we go longer than that.
Really?
52
like
rounds?
30 over 32?
Yeah, we're gonna go 70 rounds. Mark my words.
70 rounds. We're gonna finish by the end of tomorrow. By the end of things, right? So we'll see how it goes. Will this be a 2-0 sweep for Orion on their defensive side? As Homeless are gonna start with their attack on the other side of the map. Remember, this was their calling card when they started on the qualifying rounds. Attacking from the arcade position. Slowly walking in towards Cypher setup, but it's very interesting that Kyle is the type of Cypher that will not put it on the extremity, but rather on the site itself.
Yeah. I was hoping for that kill, rather than that security, that defense.
Caught one.
Here we go.
Triggered.
Homeless gonna push themselves into that B side without any resistance at all.
Spike
Plant gonna be there in the middle of the site. His retake gonna be in full swing from Orion. The push from Astu doesn't really net them up much yet. Sky Smoke's gonna be there. Ivan pushes into the smoke, will be at a bit of a risk. Skel goes down, hold up. Dos go down as well. As Lions will be able to find the kill as well. The double for that fact. Homeless thin the hurt to just 1, and MD2 running for the hills, gets a couple of kills, but that's it. Round 1 secured by Homeless. And there you go.
Surprising them in the post plant as well, just not waiting at all for Orion to make the space for themselves. It's Homeless that even used the sky smokes against the enemy, pushing in towards them and taking them by surprise despite the double investment into the flank all the way from arcade. You thought it was going to be a good call for them since Orion wasn't even willing to start off the retake from the CT position. It ended up slowing them down Giving all the tempo up towards Homeless, who start off strong with that first pistol round, as now it will be anti-eco coming through for Homeless. Starts off with Vil, Marshall in hand. A Sky Smoke invested early on just to prevent them from early push on towards the B main extremity. So Migs has the Bucky in hand. That's the only investment that they have in this pocket right now. But I think he has enough to buy the Vandal into the next coming round. So in terms of money, it's not going to be a problem.
Migs has a Bucky, but there's no one walking in his direction. His A site seems to be the point of interest for Homeless. He did mention they do have a couple of assault rifles already. Ivan's a Bulldog. Lions on a Vandal. So this site take should be easy for the Homeless squad. There you go. Gonna get this spike planted without really a lot of trouble. Salvo gonna be buying a little bit of time for Orion, but spike will go down nonetheless, courtesy of Ivan. So full on retake for Orion. Just some pistols to work with.
Just a swap of roles even. There's 3 players coming through from the door position as they want to overwhelm Bill. Marshall in hand. Caught with the flank as well. Spots out one, gets the headshot through. Orn gonna have to slow down their momentum. Migs even displaying some confidence in the movement. MD2 with the shot. It's a 2-for-1. Have to go back towards the flank position. The Sly Ants and Astor are able to deal a lot of damage done, as it will be Homeless forcing the 2-0 start onto the map pick of Orion Esports, who really are slowing down in terms of what they can offer towards the squad. They saw the Bucky within their vicinity, so it's a good thing their quick decision making led towards them gaining some distance between them and the enemy into the 2-0 scoreline.
Homeless off to a good start here. Are they going to reinvest? I don't think so. Yeah. I think they just force bought actually no, they just already had 2 Vandals in the works here. So much slower take here for HME. MD2 at the receiving end of things. Migs coming in from main, the push on, perfect timing. Will be concussed for now, but the backup from Tap is good. Ryan meeting them with open fire, and they get the 3K onto Migs. Okay, 1-2, Ryan on the board.
It ended up being a shopping experience for Migs as he swaps the skins out. And again, the deadly duo that is Migs and Tap making a lot of noise on A main. Thanks to the guided salvo, the Sky Smoke combo, and the fault line, they can push outside of the extremity. And Migs even willing to take it a step further, sliding on in towards the last player alive into the 1-2 scoreline. Thankfully for Homeless, they're able to bank a lot of money to actually provide that firepower into this next round. But they won't have the best protection. That means body shots will definitely be of notice for somebody like Kyle, who can't fight back against these light shields, these regen shields against Homeless. You have to be careful about this. They split everybody apart. A 4-1 setup. A lot of early info by Sly Ants thanks to this possible camera. And just as after he puts out the cam, that's where he gets spotted by Migs, but Sly Ants able to hold his ground. Double push on because of the cage. It's also buying him some time and space. Isolate the frags, but a double push shot does not work out. Double kill for Sly Ants and a possible third, but Tap able to adjust in time. But in the end, it will be that damage done, and Homeless seemingly getting that 4 versus 3 without breaking a sweat.
Certainly feels like so. It's Homeless. Oh, even make it harder for Ryan with Tap down. What are these shots? Kyle winning that fight against Ivan, but
right there,
have to do it 3 more times in a row. I won't even win the first. Homeless. 3-1 start. Chris, what's your prediction again?
I'm saying a 2-0 for the side of Orion Esports. I said that. I remember saying that.
Okay. I'm just asking. Just for a bit of recollection.
What did you predict?
I'm just saying I hope we go into 3 games with triple overtimes. I predicted a 2-1 in favor of Orion, but
all 70 games, all 70 rounds played.
Yeah.
Okay. We'll find out.
Vil.
Sharp invested. Vil dashed on in, but never expected that. Double peek on down. Dusk gets himself a double kill as well. Migs follows through and tap. He also shows that he is a sharpshooter in his own right. 3v1. All the guns picked up on an instant task at hand for Slyans, who really had to run to the other side of the world. A Vandal to invest into. And a one shot to make it count for Tap, to make it a 2-3 scoreline. Matching up, trailing behind against Homeless, who I might say some legwork required, but at least they made it work.
Well, they did win the round, right? So it's round is around. At the end of the day, 2-3. Somewhat gaining a little bit of that momentum back from HME. But the thing is, Homeless, they've got 3 ults to work with this time. One of those being the Armageddon, so it can be particularly easy to take control of one of these sites.
Get out of my way.
Migs pushing up. Oh, what movement is that? Getting up the top of the high box in B main. Something I would never be able to do, Chris.
You know the funny thing about that? Every Neon player that has played in the Kings of PH has attempted that, including Ivan, including Dam. But they could never get it as flawless as Migs has done right now on the stream. He did it in one try.
Yeah. To be fair, I think out of almost all the games I've casted Migs at, he's played the Neon, so it makes sense that he's good at that particular agent. Okay, here we go. HME leading one round. Oh. Let's go down because of that contact. Vil with the Blade Storm, though. Trades back with one, taking down the enemy Tejo. Arcade getting pummeled by a ton of util as
30 seconds left.
gearing up to use the Rolling Thunder. From up above, Migs watches.
Oh.
And Vil does go down. Migs find a double just like that. And Astu will be coming in to nothing. He will fall down to his own death. And Orion, this defense is just unstoppable. Migs finally gets his knife kill. Okay, Migs. Okay.
Finally does it. He attempted that for the 3rd straight time today, and he finally does it. As the 3rd time's the charm for him. An audition in the first 2 opening kills for that guy. And then in the 3rd, he slices his opponent open like a fruit. Cutting open what could have been the hope inside of Homeless this time around. And a 3-3 scoreline. You know that Mix is activated when he starts playing just like this. Ignoring every respect that he has for his opponent right now. As they have used the guided salvo to kind of delay them from taking that A main control. Making them think about the possible aggressive setup on the A main extremity. Spots out 3 thanks to, again, that silent drone. But in the end, Migs just wants to fight because of the relay bolt. He's going to try to stop this, but Slyans able to adjust in time. MD2 will kill off the 1-for-1 setup. He's gonna try to fight back against Lyans, who even gets flashed off. Tap. He has been disgusting with these flashes. It's so hard to run away from a breach like this, where Doss is gonna have to fight against his own counterpart. He does spray onto Ivan. And a good thing he also has a Sheriff to actually back himself up, so a double kill for him, and another for Tap as well. So it's a 4-3 scoreline for Orion. Individually, every person from this team is stepping up where they need to the most.
They're so relentless too, the way they pushed. Was that Slyant so deep into Dish? It was ruthless. They just wanted their prey. They were smelling blood. And they got it in the end. 4-3, Orion. Swing back up to the lead. And they will have, both teams to that matter, will have enough creds for this next coming round. Big ults up for both squads. Both Brim ults up. But the Armageddon and the Rolling Thunder up for Homeless here. As we head into the first timeout of the game. I believe this is Homeless's timeout, seeing as a bit of a lead already being built up by Orion. Their momentum gone now, so Homeless have to have a switch up.
Kind of need some time to think about their next decision now. If I'm not mistaken, that was also a fall buy from the previous, so does actually bring a lot of effect into their economy in the long term. If I'm not mistaken, we've already gotten some momentum, so Orion Esports are going to be happy to take these picks and able to at least stop the bleeding for now. TapTap has been super instrumental in these sorts of refrags as well. And sometimes you kind of forget that at one point TapTap was also a duelist main in his own right, so he is not a stranger to danger right now. So we're back into this game. Tactical timeout also called off. Migs. This is his favorite position. And if you think about why he's doing this lineup, this is a perfect way to use himself as relay bolt. But because he's stunned so many people, he saves himself from dangers. Lion starts off strong. Ivan catches up with Kyle, able to adjust in time, but Ivan still continues his rampage. Hunters, well, Rolling Thunder, excuse me, and Ivan jumps to the fight. A triple kill from him as well. 1v4 for MD2 this time, and now he has to cut his losses, possibly even makes himself useful in this 1v4 clutch. Save maybe fight off Ivan, who is on the high roll so far. Starts off strong onto Slyant, but it's still a 1v3. He has to hope for a mistake from Homeless. But so far so good until the smoke bang all the way from a main. Well, B main actually becomes a 4-4 scoreline, and Homeless are able to bounce back.
You know what I'm wondering, Chris? I wonder what Homeless talks about when they go for a timeout. Because I've been noticing a trend. Every time they go for a timeout, almost 100% of the time, they will win the next round. Whoever the IGL is or the coaching staff here for Homeless is doing a phenomenal job. Especially in those timeouts. Whatever they talk about, it's effective. A case in point, this one. The last one as well. In that last map, Homeless, after going for a timeout, immediately wins the round after that. No matter how far behind they are. But still, have to keep ahead. Get themselves even a bigger lead. Ryan, a very deep push into attacker side spawn. Already up into the entrance of Dish, or rather A main. But the players of HME going the other direction into arcade. What is going on in this map, Chris?
Everybody's just pushing, trying to find the target. The problem here for the Homeless roster is because everybody is on the north side of this map. They're not aware that they're ready for that aim in extremity. Even if they try to clear off the site, there will be a looming threat on the main position. And Vil, designed to be able to get the entry on time, but Migs will find a straggler. Flyant's down for the count. That will prompt the push out. The Lurker down. Triple flank coming through as well. And since they killed off Slyants, nobody's going to be able to watch the flank unless they're going to try to invest into that. Guided salvo, orbital strike, and a perfect spray through the smoke. They have upset the odds so far, but they need to deal some damage done. 12 seconds. That's a plant committed into the fight. He dash on through it. Bill gets the double kill as well. 1v3. And thus, he perfectly starts off strong in the post plant. Makes it a 1v2 clutch attempt. As he sneaks on through, uses the smoke to his advantage, but he does not add any util whatsoever. Has to play the high ground and hope that someone's going to come to his crosshair. It's not planted for them. So now they will have to try their best with the double peek, but Astu does it individually. Not even needing the assistance from Remix Simulator, not even needing the Armageddon, possibly just for a last resort. That is a 4-5. Homeless, after on the receiving end of an orbital strike, a guided salvo, and a perfect concuss from TapTap, they all just relied on their guns, and it worked out so well for them.
Yeah, realistically, there was no way that DOS would be able to clutch that with that ton of utility available for both Ivan, or rather Astu and Remake. So Ryan playing from the back pedal this time. be going back to their roots of aggression. But it seems like Homeless have read exactly the tendencies of Orion. That B main position, not even paid attention to by Homeless. Tap is trying to clear that tower position from down under. Keep control of the site. Good shots, connect. Tap going in for more. Anticipating the back position. Oh, what a 180 tap. Just waiting for anyone to challenge the Sky Smoke behind him. Cyber Cage used up. Reposition is good from tap. Good for one more before biting the dust. Might just be enough damage until Slians enters the fray. It's Kyle on a tall task. A 1v2 here, Chris.
Chewing his gum as well. So he knows he's chill. He knows he needs to win this out. This 1v2 has all the stakes written for him, but Slyans puts all the weight on Kyle's shoulders and even doubles down on it. Despite heroics from Tap, he can't really do it alone, can he? All the assistance needed for him. And this time, all that pressure mounting upon everybody from the flank itself. The perfect Armageddon separating the pack. And the guns just speaking for themselves. A 4-6 for Homeless and a perfectly timed timeout called upon by Orion Esports. Now exchanging their first timeouts in the first opening half. That's when you know they're feeling the heat. That's when you know that their backs are against the wall, Datum. You know that the Orion Esports are not going to be willing to give any more rounds towards their opposition.
It makes sense too, because Tap had a big round. But even then, they lost it. 3K for Tap. But afterwards, they lose control of the round of the site. And again, I have to give credit to the strategist of Homeless. Anticipating that B main push. Putting all of their players to rotate towards Arcade. Just denying MiGs of even any contact. Forcing them to play reactively. And I think it's the bread of butter of Homeless. They're so good at recognizing patterns from their enemies. And Ryan obviously struggling.
This goes here, that goes there.
A beautiful story from the Homeless roster. You know, at one point, they were part of the Horror Esports roster, right?
Yep.
Their first attempt at the loss. Decided that they want to individually take control of their own destiny, not play under an organization any longer. Now playing with their same teammates from their first encounter, but now it is within no name. It is just gonna be the Homeless to try to hold down their ground, see if they can get some early info, working around that aim in extremity as MD2 is trying to see if he can get a patient kill, especially on towards the Homeless roster, who are just banking on a mistake from Orion right now. And MD2 could possibly be the closest victim. MiGs also right here with him. As they open up the overdrive, a Tap also commences with his aftershock. Sky Smoke invested, A main becoming some sort of a fortress to deal with. But because MiGs has already invested his overdrive, it expires as quickly as that.
Homeless still playing from the other side of the Sky Smoke. MD2 concusses their teammate. Oh no, he was blind. And MiGs just in the crossfire. Pays for it. And Orion again fall apart. This defense non-existent. Kel on his lonesome. Neural theft is ready. But I imagine it won't be of any use. Kel this time around, 4 people right in front. Guided salvo, flash, concuss, swing out. Everyone jumping across. And Kyle, someone still finds a kill, but it's Homeless. Just across the board here, 7-4. So last round of the half, Ryan have to try their damnedest to take this away.
They have to. They definitely have to. Their fate seemingly slipping away from them at a second's notice. Especially for the heat of Homeless. Really have displayed patience, and it paid off. They really just waited for that overdrive to expire. That aftershock did not help the cause as well, since MiGs wanted to push that far. But Tap seemingly not in the best communication with MiGs. Now they want to start with that operator, which honestly, it's the first time I've seen Migs hold that weapon so far in Kings of PH, and it works out for him. Better late than never, I say.
Go.
Kills off Vil. 5v4. It's also the operator down for Homeless. Possibly surprising them as well. Not expecting that he's going to challenge him at the same angle. And early Silent Drone also invested just to see if anybody else is going to catch up to the corpse that has been supplied over to the T-spawn position. MD2 just waiting in the perfect arms. Good jiggle peek, and that also gives him info. So that will be a secured attempt at MD2. Even wins out the fight against Lyan's. Lurker down. It's a 3v5. And finally, Orion, some sort of haven inside of this A site.
Ryan, theft activated. They've seen where the positions are. Look at where they put Migs in. About to crunch in on the players of Homeless. Stuck between a rock and a hard place. Here comes the Oats. As tap Migs come in. The operator in play. Dust from behind. And that's almost another knife kill for Migs. But Orion pick up round number 5 on the board. Giving this game a bit of a closer odd. Or closer odds, rather. 5-7. Ryan still behind, but that win gives them somewhat of a fresh start in the second half.
At least, right? It'll be easier for you to translate into the next coming half. And you could tell that Migs really wanted to have the last lap in this with that operator by. MD2 and DOS finally showing up where they need to now. The supports finally putting the leg up into the matchup. And now that they kind of have an idea on the playstyle for Homeless, they are masters of adaptation. And a 5-man sack on B, where Orion Esports really were given a lucky hand. They dodge away from it.
Again, look at this rotation from Homeless, even on the defensive side. A heavy stack. It feels... They feel like they're on the attacking side this time, pushing down Arcade. And rotate quickly towards A as Ryan make a bit of noise with the drone. Not spotting anyone, obviously. So that should give them a bit of an idea that A site is clear. Should push up right now with smokes. Exactly what they do. Migs leading the charge, getting straight up into the second floor of that site. What? Tap. It's a headshot onto Slyans. Tap gets taken down, traded out in response by the guided salvo. Here comes Vil coming through. Kale in a tough spot, but DOS, MD2 find one apiece. And Orion almost securing this pistol round. Asu, bit of fire left in him. Actually a good double kill. Forces Migs to play safe. Not playing down in dish. So the last two players here of Orion up against the only one of HME. Tap on the spike. Swing out. Migs with the headshot. There you go. 7-6. Ryan pick up the second pistol of this game.
Ano ba, magtatagalog na ba tayo dito? Kasi parang medyo nakakalimutan na ata natin yung saan tayo nanggagaling. Yung pinanggalingan natin. Ayun, yun yung reason kung ba't hindi tayo nakapagtagalog.
Yes. Yes.
Yes! Oo!
English pa rin eh.
Kaya nga eh.
Shoutout sa mga viewers natin dyan. I hope you guys are having fun. Hope you guys are having fun in this wonderful grand finals.
Ano oras na, Matt?
It's 10:42 p.m. Aga pa. Kaya pang mag-best of 5. Di ba sabi mo best of 5?
Oo nga, best of 5 na nga natin to, di ba? After manalo ng Orion, may isa pa sila pakatapos nito eh. So.
Yes, sir.
Alright.
Uy, prediction yan ha? After manalo ng Orion? Prediction yan ha?
Uy, di mo alam. Oo nga naman. Kyle, Marshall Tap, keeps them planted. Their feet doon sa loob ng B site, o di ba? Taglish. Pasok agad si Migs, shotgun in hand.
Hawak niya
bilis, diba?
Ano man Tagalog ng shotgun? May Tagalog bang shotgun?
Google ko nga.
Kasi pag tinagalog mo yung shot tsaka gun, parang yung Tagalog nun, baril-baril ah.
Iskopeta?
Ha. Iskopeta.
Oo nga eh. Parang
That's a
weird
funny
nga
word.
pakinggan.
Iskopeta. Parang ano lang, pre. Parang spaghetti.
Parang ano eh.
Spaghetti. Uy, Mix!
Hirap.
Spaghetting pataas! Kumuha ng 3 kill doon. And they will get... At makukuha din nila yung round, syempre. 7-7 ang ating laban dito. At Miskopetti pa nga si Mix ng triple kill doon.
Pataas ng pataas yung puntos para sa Orion. Orion. Nilagyan ng Tagalog accent.
Orion.
Triple kill. 3 yung napatay niya sa loob ng...
2
Hirap sabihin ng city
buletas.
span sa Tagalog ah.
2 bala. 2 bala.
2 bala. Talaga nga namang nahihirapan dito. Pareho natin kupunan para matapos ito. Hinabol pa nga ni Migs. Pinatay pa nga si Vil. Pinakaunang paslang laban sa depensa ng Homeless sa ating 4 versus 5. Ang Orion ay nakasimula na agad na maayos. Binigyan pa nga ng ult orb tong si Migs para mas madali niya magagamitan ng kanyang kuryente galing sa daliri.
Walang nakita. Yung RC car.
Yung kanyang Hot Wheels.
As Orion, ito na naman yung rotation dito ng Orion. Lalim ng panggagalingan dito ni Kael. And this makes sense kasi medyo lugi sila sa baril dito. Papasok na nga si Migs with the judge in hand. Close smokes actually to play around the close quarters. Very smart mula dito sa Orion. And they should give them liberty to get the spike down. Pero may guided salvo pa rin dito. 30 seconds left on the clock para may tanim yung spike dito. Hindi pa rin sila nakakapag-push! But MD2 nakahanap ng 2. Should give them the spike plant.
Spike planted.
5v2 na nga. Naging posible pa para sa Orion para makabangon sa laban na ito. At habang si Migs ay pumapasok ay papatumbahin niya si Slyans. Nakapangalawa pa nga itong si Dos. Nakakuha ng pang 8 na panalo ang Orion Esports laban sa Homeless.
8-8 boss ah.
Wala pa yung 8-8.
Wala pa, 8-7.
Kalaban nila eh. 8-7.
Pero ito nakakalamang na dito ang Orion. 4 na sunod-sunod na panalo na nakuha nila. So, 8-7 na yung score natin ngayon. Tapos, problema dito, medyo wala ding pera yung yung Homeless.
Kung pinagsama mo ang 8 at saka ang 7, sa kabuuan, galing!
Ito, tanong ko sa'yo. Tanong ko sa'yo, Ramon. Ano ang Tagalog sa 60?
60? Ano nga ba? 6 na po?
Tama!
Galing, di ba? Kaya ko pa namang hawakan yung Filipino card ko.
Kala ko kung anong hawakan mo dyan, boss. 8-7 as we go into round number 16 dito. Lot of weapons available para sa Orion. Lalim nung guided salvo na yun Papasok na nga dito ang HME from behind. Pero tap will be shutting down Vil. Good stunts coming on and Migs just looking for the knife kill again! Won't find it this time but tap gets the kills.
Hindi niya mapasok. Hirap na hirap pang duelist natin na
One enemy remaining.
may pasok ang kanyang knife papunta dito sa 1v4 Si Remix Simulator na lang. Pistol ang hawak laban sa 4 na handang-handa sa posisyon niya. Kung galing siya sa likod, doon na nga. Sigurado sa posisyon ni hinahawakan ng ito ng Orion. Mukhang sila pa nga ang uuna sa kanila. Hanap itong si Remix Simulator. Bibigyan pa nga na pang-4 na patay itong si Tap Tap. Palapit ng palapit para sa kanyang Rolling Thunder. Para mapadali ang pagpasok ng Orion Esports. Papasok sa lahat ng mga execute nila dito.
Mahirap dito no? Orion, pansin ko pag nakakuha sila ng momentum, tuloy-tuloy na talaga yung mga yan. And you could see the confidence off of the players as well. Migs attempting the knife, Tap getting a 4K in that last round. Players are online. Homeless, what are they gonna do? Kaka-timeout lang nila. Unable to still translate the round, so Homeless realistically running out of options this time. Well, they are going to gamble at this operator.
No way.
Migs is still gonna push. Unstoppable. Dashing into the site. Uy, yun lang. Pumasok si Astu tsaka si Slyans. Medyo napalalim si Migs doon. Does go down as well. Spike still in the middle of the site, but Tap is here for the save. MD2 gets our kill, so it's a 2v3. But Slyans catches MD2 pants down. Kyle na lang natitira mag-isa dito. Going up against Astu from Arcade. And as I say that, naubos ang momentum dito ng Orion. Unless Kyle can pull a magical rabbit out of this hat in Arcade. That's 1 kill. 1 HP na lang dito si Astu. Pero may stun, may op, hindi tumama. And that's the shot from Bill. As I say, Orion had a lot of momentum. Itinigil agad ng Homeless.
Totoo nga naman no? Medyo risky yung ginawa pa nga nung pagpasok ni Migs, hawak ng spike, pinakaunang makapag-try na makapag-plant ng mas maayos doon sa open. Pero ang hirap lang dito ay si Slyans. Hindi takot pumasok sa loob ng smoke. At dahil dyan ay nakapag 9-8 na agad ang Homeless dahil sa defensive side na ito. Nahirapan dahil si Slyans medyo late pa nga yung pagdagay ng tripwire. And Bill, he's ready. Hitting in arms with that operator. Does not work out in time. Second attempt is in the cards. Relay bolt also perfectly placed on down Migs. Papasok kahit may 1v pa dito. Si Bill, nakakapatay pa nga. Hanap tong si Kyle pero nakadalawa pa si Migs. And a triple kill from him right now. The demon in the server. He's up against the last few players. A 4K for Migs. Sasabog sa loob ng city pero pinakain ng Vandal si Remake. 1v3 laban sa 3 ng Orion Esports. Kaya pa ba to ng iisang Teho? Kailangan na lang isave ng operator. Mukhang tatakbuhan na lang yan.
Lahi ng tinakbo ni Bossing. And that's it. Round secured for Orion. 10-8. Remake will be able to pick up the up. Scour towards tower. MD2 hunting him down, but this is the round for sure. Orion have secured it. Uy! Yung nakatama ng shot pero okay lang. Operator saved away. So Remake, good job at that. May timeout pa ba ang Homeless dito? Wala na ata, no?
Dapat nga gamitin ngayon eh.
Meron pa. Meron pa silang timeout.
Talaga? Paano madalaman?
Hindi. Tinatanong kita.
Hindi ko din alam eh. Sa gantong panahon, kaibigan eh.
Parang wala na ata.
I mean, posible din na ginamit nila habang hindi pa tapos yung laban. So, sobrang init ba naman ito? Sino bang hindi kailangan ngayon? Si Bill, hindi pa nakatama. Kailangan umalis. Ready na yung dash. Kaya pang i-updrap para mas mahirapan silang i-predict kung saan manggagaling ang jet na may operator na ito. At sa ngayon hindi naman kailangan mag-rush yung Orion Esports dahil lang nalaman nila kung nasan yung op dahil pwede pa din naman itong mag-rotate. Kaya nga may 20 yung jet eh. Bakit?
Ba't parang may galit ka dun sa jet bus?
Wala naman.
Okay. Ito, 10-8. Orion still 5-man strong team. Migs is about to push in. Double wall is up. 30 HP still providing that space for the team. Pero grabe ang utility na meron dito ang Homeless. In this post plan gonna be absolutely deadly. Pero nakapag-push. Si Tap Tap gets the kill. Kill on top of it as well. Aftershock buying a lot of space. Pushes up. Gets the headshot onto Vil. And Homeless falling apart. Sliance again in a hopeless charge. Doesn't even have access to the op. I think Science is just gonna save.
Sobrang hirap naman para sa Homeless. Wala nang bahay at nahihirapan pa nga makakuha ng panalo dito. So close into that 11th round, lalo na at sobrang aggressive ng mga Orion Esports players. And if you think about that, in-approach nila yung A-site sa split na sobrang patient pa. Just waiting for the time. And possibly taking a lot of time as possible para slowly choke out yung Homeless this time for the 11-8 scoreline. At ang Orion Esports off the back of Tap Tap, 21 kills. Migs also following through with the same. But if you look at the number of assists, Tap Tap is not only picking up the triple double, but is also putting on a superstar performance so far para dito sa Orion Esports.
21-10-12. I think this amounts to around 3 point something KDA, which is insane, Chris. 3 KDA is insane to think about. Pero ito napasok na ulit ang Orion into that B site. Migs again leading the charge. Relay bolts. Uy, nakakita na nga ng kalaban. No more relay. Slides in without a care in the world. Gets a double into arcade. Nilabas pa nga yung classic. But Astu says enough. Uy, Vil medyo nahuli. And Astu goes down as well. Orion at this point are just all over the place in a good way. They're taking down the players of Homeless one by one. And again, it's Lions. Somehow, he finds himself in the same situation 2 rounds in a row.
It's so difficult para kay Sliance. Nag-iisa laban sa 3 buhay na buhay at ready para mapatay ang nag-iisang sentinel para sa Homeless. Good shot papunta kay Kyle pero hindi pa sapat iyon. Si Dos ay handang-handa para sa wide peak at makuha ang match point. Possibly para sa pinakahuling seat into the Phase 2 playoffs. At si Migs literal na inip na matapos na agad ito. Sobrang decisive ng push para sa Orion Esports. At halata mo naman siguro na they've been wanting this for so long now. At medyo kailangan mo ding isipin na kakatapos lang din ng napakahigpit na Game 3 kanina ang Homeless.
Yun nga eh.
So medyo baka napapagod na yung kailangan labanan ulit si Vil. Hawak ang kanyang operator. Has to go back towards the cover para hindi siya maapektuhan ng stealth drone. Si Migs nakapasok at babalik pabalis agad-agad para man lang mahintay. Over towards the Rolling Thunder. Push on in. Sliance. Perfect shots through onto Migs. Vil is still here and he hits the shot. A double for Sliance right now. A triple for him. As it commences with the 1 versus 5, Dos has to be careful. He has to be the hero of the squad. He wants to end this right here, right now, but at what cost? Everybody is down for Orion Esports. And they're all watching Dos. All the pressure's mounting on his shoulders right here. And with a shot all the way from Sliance, it's a 4K for him. A 9th round for Homeless. They're not going down without a fight. And they just want to keep swinging.
Teka lang Homeless getting that win, and Orion looking a little bit too comfortable in that round. Lions, it's an expensive round as well. Lions, all you had to do was sit down in a particular part of the site and just shoot at them. Homeless buying a bit of a lifeline, but Orion still has 3 ults to play with: the Armageddon, the Neural Theft. Migs has the Overdrive to play with. It's another round that is scary, to say the least, for Homeless. Seemingly, A-site yung gusto nilang punterihin dito, Chris.
magko-commit pa man sila dito no? Kasi alam nila yung potential ni Slians ngayon. At since na-note nila na kasama niya lagi si Jet narinig yung camera at posibleng narinig din nila. Baka magpupush si Vil palabas ng A main extremity habang medyo dahan-dahang deliver ang spike papunta sa mga kasama niya dito. Ang Orion ay mukhang papasok dito kay Vil na ready kasama ang kanyang operator at natamaan pa nga niya si Migs. Primed up dash, ready and waiting. See if they can get another one, but he whips the shot and tap, run and gun. Opens up the window for the squad, trading duelists left and right. At sa papasok sa A site, kailangan labasan to. Itong si Slians does with a double kill. And this could be it. Orion Esports in one fell swoop. May have just dominated Homeless dito sa execute on A. Si Ivan na lang ang natitira. Baka matira pa siya ng kahit sino dito sa Orion Esports.
1v4.
Sa sobrang daming kailangan patayin. At mukhang si Kyle pa gamit ng operator na hinatid sa kanya ni Tap. It is gonna be Orion claiming a 2-0 victory. Ang pinaka-decisive na nakita natin all throughout the qualifiers are making their way kasama ang apat ng organizations.
Congratulations, Orion. They're the Kings of PH Leg 4 champions. They will advance to Stage 2. And with a performance like that, I'm excited to see more of this squad. Of course, it's always a treat to watch this squad, right? Especially with Tap popping off like that. Migs playing as if the map is his playground. But I am excited for the prospects in the future of Homeless as well. This is a team that not a lot expected to even get into the semifinals. Nakaabot sila ng grand finals. They took out a lot of coveted teams. And I love the way they play the map as well. Definitely a good effort for Homeless. Just a need a little bit of refinement with their playstyle, but I love the way they call and play around the map. But of course, you cannot deny the fact that, well, at least today Orion was the superior team.
Yeah, I mean, Orion really showed and displayed their confidence moving forward, even though it kind of dissuaded in the mid game. You can tell that once Migs activated, once Tap has provided that much of a carry performance, that all seems good in the hood para dito. The side ng Orion Esports, it came with so much of a cost. I mean, sa sobrang tagal ng laban na to, we were kind of convinced that we could be seeing game number 3 dito, lalo na after sa round na to. Pero nung nagsimula kay Tap, ay pinatigil na agad ang matchup, lalo na kay DOS na napaka-precise. Napaka-consistent. At dahil dito ay nakuha pa nga yung T0 laban dito sa Homeless at ang Orion Esports. Talaga nga namang yung parehong duo natin. Naka 23 pa nga na kills.
Which is insane to think about. I'm actually surprised na hindi mas mataas yung ACS dito ni Tap, no? Considering the amount of assists that Tap has compared to Migs. But I guess Migs just created so much space that gave him that much more ACS. But either way, the undeniable dynamic duo that is Tap and Migs leading the charge here with 23 kills apiece in Fracture. It just took them a little bit of time to ramp up, no? But once we get to that point, it's just really hard to stop Orion.
Honestly, man. I mean, we gotta give some props over to the Homeless roster as well. They did all of the damage that they need to deal. They also took down yung 7-step crew, and on their way, they were this close to forcing out yung game number 2. Pero in the end, Migs and Tap wanted to shut it all down. And honestly, between the two of them, I want to know who the MVP is going to be sa kapareho sa kanilang kupanan. Kaya tingnan natin kung sino at the very end stage of this whole BO3. It will be itong si Migs, 1.75 KD ratio, pulled it out of the finish line, even stealing it away from Tap despite him getting double digits in assists. Pero it always is about the flashy plays for Migs, the movement god, and always the neon main that everybody has to watch out for. Congratulations to Orion Esports. They are the last team standing sa ating bracket. At dahil din dito ay rewarded sila papasok sa ating phase number 2 at nakaslate na ang lahat ng mga nangyari all throughout the Kings of PH qualifiers. Pero before natin sabihin kung sino ang nakapasok, tingnan natin ang ating naging overview of the bracket. Orion Esports, a very tough journey papunta dito sa ating best of 3 finals. They had to fight Napar and friends. They also knocked out ang mga pinaka-promising rosters in Vanta Black. And when it came down to the absolute crunch against Homeless, talagang medyo nag-sweat pa sila even though 2-0 win siya.
Yeah, I gotta give a little bit of credit for Homeless as well. No, I mean, take a look at the teams that they took down: UE Zenith, 7-Sep Crew, and even going up against Orion Esports, putting them a bit of a fight, especially in that map number 1. No, I'm excited to see Homeless again in future iterations of Kings of PH, maybe even sa ating Pred League PH or anywhere else. No, maybe they'll try their luck at other leagues as well. But I'm excited to see this team who's got a lot of potential. But Orion, having said what you did, Chris, because they took out everyone, not dropping a single series, they will be advancing to stage 2, to phase 2 of Kings of PH. So yeah, they're going to be playing against the big boys.
The big boys especially, man. And para sa mga viewers natin, ay gusto ko lang namin sabihin na congratulations sa 4 na mga teams na nakapasok. At kung hindi nyo napanood ang buong qualifier setup, sasabihin namin sa inyo ngayon, yan ay ang Chronicles, yan ay ang Orgless, yan ay ang Oasis kahapon, at saka ang ating players on Orion Esports as well ngayon, na ang 4 na to ay lalaban sa napakainit na BO3 setup in the bracket. Pero mangyayari yan pagkatapos ng Holy Week. So chill lang muna tayo for the next couple of weeks. I'm sure that a lot of teams also would like to use this as a practice, at saka maybe some Holy Week as well para ma-replenish yung ligtas points natin. So I hope you guys had a wonderful time dito sa stream natin. I hope you guys had a wonderful time watching us cast from start to finish. We started kaninang 2:45 at tapos na tayo ng 11:05 PM. And honestly, Daydom, it has been a pleasure seeing you with me dito sa broadcast desk. Do you have any final thoughts bago tayo i-wrap up yung buong show natin?
Yeah, it was an absolute blast to be here in Kings of PH. Ramon, of course, an absolute blast to have you be my partner in today's Kings of PH qualifier. Maraming salamat sa lahat ng sumuporta, lahat ng nanonood, lahat ng players, and of course, shout out to the production team, of course, always giving us the best broadcast possible. Until phase 2, this is us saying goodnight. My name's Zaydom here with Ramon. Pahinga muna tayo for a week. Laro muna tayo ng Valorant. But pagbalik natin, it's gonna be phase 2. Bakbakan na ulit. Good night! And thank you for watching. Bye-bye.